Junior GP champion Angel Piqueras has gone on to podium dreamland in the World Championship. To start this incredible season, we touched down at the 4.23 kilometre Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli is situated along the Misano Adriatic coast. Built in 1972, it has been a mainstay for racing ever since. The circuit may have changed direction for 2007 to its now iconic 16-corner course with corners like Quercher. Misano offers a unique and adrenaline-filled ride. Joining me today, Liam Hodgins, is my co-host in crime, Connor Doherty, for today's World Championship Junior GP action. Connor, welcome.
Thank you very much, Liam. An absolute pleasure to be with a veritable fountain of knowledge in the world of motorsport like yourself here on Italy's Adriatic coast. We're in for so much excitement today, and I'm thrilled to be sharing it with you.
Pleasure to have you alongside us for the first one of the season. Looking forward to what is promising to be an incredible season ahead. 7-round championship, Junior GP, European Talent Cup, Moto2, and also Stock European Championship.
No, it's going to be a fantastic day, Liam.
So, this is what happened last year in Junior GP. Angel Piqueras came into the 2023 season as pre-season favourite. He got his account underway with victory in race 2 of the season opener. He never looked back as others tried to displace him from the top of the table. New challengers emerged with Alvaro Carpi, Luca Lunetta and Joel Esteban coming to the fore as Xabi Zura-Tuza became the 100th different winner. But it was Angel Piqueras that wrapped it all up with title glory with 4 wins and 9 podiums along the way. Can anyone repeat what Angel Piqueras did last season in dramatic and brilliant fashion in Junior GP as we saw action, elbow-to-elbow racing, new winners in the likes of Joel Esteban, the rookie sensation, also stepping up to Moto3 World Championship. The racing may be close, it will be frenetic, and it will be incredible with close finishes, close battles, and new champions. So there we have the class of 2024. As we said, Angel Piqueras has moved on to pastures new, and stepping in to replace him is last year's European Talent Cup champion Max Keelis, who will be looking to do the dynamite double with Red Bull Rookies Cup and Junior GP. There is MLAV Racing Team Eddie O'Shea looking to strike his authority on the championship in what is going to be his 4th season. Now, as we can see, it's not quite the Misano sunshine that we all know and love. There's a little bit of cloud in the air. It's been a little bit wet over the weekend, but the dandelions are out, and well, there's not a better place to be, Connor, than here in Misano on the Adriatic coast.
I don't think there is. I mean, yesterday, Liam, we saw that the weather really well, we were subject to a deluge, effectively. About midday, practice just coming to a close, and the clouds opened. And we were witnessing, effectively, qualifying in the wet. And then the sun came out, and it looks like today we might be a bit luckier with the conditions.
Well, let's hope we've not spoken too soon there, Connor, because the clouds are descending upon us. But yeah, as you said, we had biblical rain yesterday, just after the after the Junior GP. So this is what happened yesterday in qualifying.
This is my first position in this category. I am the rookies. Now I'm very happy for this moment because I don't know, the feeling is very good. Then I do the best pole position, I think, for me, because in Valencia for the ATC I do 1 pole position, but now with the Moto3 it's more important, and I think it's the most important for my car right now. I think for tomorrow we can do a podium, but I don't know. The races are very strange, and in Moto3 it's very hard to win or to do a podium.
Well, there you have him, one of many rookies on this year's grid, Jesus Rios, a debutant in the class and already on pole position with a lap that was 0.3 of a second faster than anyone else. A brand new all-time lap record around the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli in Junior GP with a 1:45.9 in actual fact. An incredible lap time by Jesus Rios corner. And even though that this is the first time that the Junior GP series as a whole has been to Misano, Junior GP raced here a couple of years ago where Jose Antonio Rueda on Australia Galicia Honda machine wrapped up the title. There is a very familiar face, Alonso Lopez with the FIM Network racing team checking in on the riders out there today, with Adrian Cruces starting in second place. So Adrian Cruces, the 17-year-old riding the FIM Network KTM machine, he is one to watch this season and comes into this year as one of the championship favourites. So Cruces going from the middle of the second row on the outside of the middle of the front row, but on the outside of the front row as well, a rider that we will be seeing plenty of.
He's definitely one to watch, Liam. Another FIM Network rider, Roche Moodley, will be starting from third on the grid. South African rider who is very much impressing. It's his first front row in this class, and from what we've seen, he's definitely going to be threatening the other riders at the front in this race today.
He will indeed. Roche Moodley, another debutant in the class, just like Jesus Rios on pole position. Now, we did have a little bit of a race with Roche Moodley on the service road yesterday as we went down to Rio Corner, turn number 4. He slammed it up the inside of us as we were on the scooter yesterday. So just getting in some quick laps there. Speedy recovery for the number 27 says Cormac Buchanan. A big wave to the camera. Cormac Buchanan, another rider that we are looking for great things from this season. Cormac has been amazing in the class since last year, and competed in the Red Bull Rookies Cup as well. Stepped up from European Talent Cup midway through 2022, and is chasing one of his best results, maybe even a podium, maybe even a win. He is one to watch this season, Connor.
His best result so far in the Junior GP is P4, Liam. He's starting from P4. Is that something he's going to be able to beat this time around? He's going to have his eye on the podium, as you've said.
Yeah, indeed. We're going to be watching for him, and also Rico Salmela, the pocket rocket from Finland, 16 years of age, but he is really a pocket rocket. He's been racing in the European Talent Cup, the Red Bull Rookies Cup, a race winner in both of them, and really a star for the future. And as we've seen from the likes of Mika Kallio in the past, when you come from Finland and people are really watching you, they really believe you have a special talent. He goes from 5th place on the grid, the middle of row number 2.
He actually managed to finish in P4 here in Misano as well in race 2 previously. Moving on to Casey James O'Gorman, who's another one to watch, 16 years of age.
Yeah, the Irishman stepping up from European Talent Cup, also racing in the Red Bull Rookies as well. He did a couple of rounds towards the end of last season with the Australia Galicia team, and the young Irishman who has been a winner in the European Talent Cup at the back end of 2022. You must admit, even though it's his first full season, Connor, qualifying on the outside of the second row is a big statement indeed. Watch out for him this season.
I think it is. I think in this game it's all about adapting to the bike, and he looks like he's capable of doing that very quickly. Now, as you said, Liam.
Now here's a rider here, Max Quiles, who is going to be looking for the dynamite double of Junior GP and Red Bull Rookies. Now, Angel Piqueras did it last season, and the first person to do it was Jose Antonio Rueda the year before. And if they've got one thing in common, they were all racing for the Australia Galicia team as well as the Red Bull Rookies. So Max Quiles, he steps up from European Talent Cup as a double champion in 2021 and 2023. Watch out for him.
He does so deservedly as well. Another figure to watch, Hakim Danish, who's going to be starting from the 3rd row as well, behind Max Quiles.
Yeah, big star in the making is Hakim Danish, former, well, we can't say former because, well, if you've become a champion in any class, you're still a champion. So ATC champion a couple of years ago is Hakim Danish, a wonder, so to speak, a bit of a wildfire, so to speak, in the class in European Talent Cup. Very fast indeed. And here's another fast rider with the Aspar team. The CF Moto squad is Marcos, not Brian. Brian Uriarte is a little bit too young to ride this weekend, but we will see him for the next race. But here's Marcos Uriarte starting on the outside of row number 3.
Yeah, so the anticipation's growing here, Liam.
Yeah, it really is. We have the 1 minute board shown, or 3 minute board is shown. Indeed, I thought there was going to be a 1 in front of that, but here comes the 1 minute board now for the start of the first race of this season. Alvaro Carpe, a little bit mired in the pack as a young Spaniard, a 4-time podium finisher last season, and well, he'll be one of the championship favourites. Indeed, there's so many riders that could be challenging for the title this year that can become champion, and Alvaro Carpe, who is also a race winner in the Red Bull Rookies, will be looking for that elusive first win in Junior GP.
I think some people might be surprised that he's starting from so far back, Liam. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he's the top finisher on the grid from last year as well. So to be starting from where he is, it's going to be a bit difficult for him to get.
Now, this is a really nice sign from Marcus Ruder to Guido Pini, who got injured at the start of the weekend. So he is out injured, and Ruda has come in to replace him, who's also competing in the CIV Italian Championship, and he won both races here a couple of weeks ago. So Marcus Ruda, watch out for him coming from the middle of row number 4 on the number 69. Now you might have seen on his left-hand side, our right, Emilio Alzamora. He is back, the ex-Marc Marquez manager. He is here as team principal of the Artbox squad.
That is exciting. It's particularly exciting for Spanish motorcycle racing. I think all of that experience and what they can produce, obviously we've seen it before, we're seeing it again now, and there's a trajectory there that is just sensational.
Indeed, indeed, and we just saw the young Rosenthaler there, the Austrian, going from outside of row number 4. There's so much talent on the grid here, and Jesus Rios is in prime position to take victory here today.
There it is, Liam, the one.
Here we go, the grid for today with Jesus Rios in pole position alongside Adrian Cruces and Rushi Moodley.
That it is a potent front row. Behind them we've got Buchanan, Salmela and O'Gorman. Behind them Max Quiles, Hakim Danish and Marcos Uriarte. It's Alvaro Carpe who leads from row 4. Behind him Ruda and Rosenthaler. In row 5 it's Morosi, Yambies, Shahril, and in row 6, Planquez, Paulet, and O'Shea. Further back now from row 7, Boggio, Ramonstoffer, Fomara. From row 8, Monignane, Fuetisan, and Mitani. And in row 9, Uesu, Abruzzo, and Liguori. And right in row 10, Tiezzi, Odaki, Al-Sauti. And at the back, row 11, Grenfell and Uchiumi.
Now Rushi Moodley, one of the riders to look out for, going from the outside of row number 1. And we've got one of the riders, that's Max Quiles in the background, who has stalled on the grid. So already disaster for one of the championship favourites, Max Quiles. He will be ushered into the pit lane. Yeah, extremely frustrated will Max Quiles be on the number 28 machine. Now he will be having to start from, well, the back of the grid if they cannot get this, if they can get the bike started. If they cannot, he'll be started from pit lane. So already an upwards task for Max Quiles, but not down and out, because we have seen in the past he has come from the back of the grid. I can remember back to Valencia last year where he did that and also won the race. But this is great news for the rest of his rivals. Can't believe we're already talking about Max Quiles and rivals already. And race number 1 hasn't even started yet. But there we go. We have a track temperature of 60 degrees Fahrenheit, air temperature 55, 30 degrees Celsius, 90 degrees Celsius. Quite a chilly day in comparison to what it should be in mid-April here in Misano, but it's going to be hot action, frenetic action on track, I must say,
it's going
here
to be
in Misano.
On and off the track, Liam.
So the Junior GP riders power down the back straight on the sighting lap. Now there is Eddie O'Shea on the number 8 MLAV machine. Now you might be wondering where he might be. He's starting back in 18th position, Connor. He has had a bit of a technical gremlin so far this weekend, and unfortunately he was not able to set a time in Q2 yesterday, so he's starting back in 18th, but on Friday he was inside the top 5, so expect Eddie O'Shea, who's in his 4th season, a bit of fun and games out there on the track there, as I believe that's Alvaro Carpe getting sat up by one of the Estrella Galicia riders. Not Max Quiles though, because he, as we just saw there, is going to be starting from pit lane. Disaster. Well, he's rolling out of pit lane. Oh, he's rolling down towards the end of the pit lane now. So Max Quiles is going to be stopping right about now. So when the riders go past him, going in towards turn number 3, he will eventually get the green light and he will be let out. So he's already at a disadvantage as last year's European Talent Cup champion. Already drama before we've got race number 1 underway in 2024, but no such drama so far for your pole sitter Jesus Rios, going from his first ever pole position in Junior GP, the rookie sensation. There's Adrian Cruces on the number 11. Watch out for him on the middle of row 1, and on the outside 21 Rishi Moodley. The red flag is ready. The safety car just rolling into background as the green flag waves. The revs will be rising. We will be getting ready for Junior GP action in 2024 now as the lights go out. A cracking start by Rios. The number 14 of Buchanan gets another great start by Adrian Cruces, who gets the launch off the line into turn number 1. It's going to be Cruces who leads away from Rios, and then it's Buchanan in 4th and Moodley up the inside for 2nd. Will he be able to push Rios out wide? No, he will not. Rios still holds out, bit of bumping and boring a little bit further back, but as they go into Rio corner for the first time, it's Cruces who leads away from Moodley now in 2nd. Great start by Moodley. Oh, bit of a chop up there from Rios, who chops up the inside of Moodley through turn number 5, powering down the back straight, and it's a good start for Carpe mid-pack as well. But for now, after sector 2, it's going to be Adrian Cruces that leads the way.
It was a very impressive start, Liam, from the Spanish rider, who appears to have just sacrificed the front there.
Yeah, we're going to have to be watching out for Max Keeles, who started from pit lane. If you've just joined us, drama before lights went out. Max Keeles had to be rolled off the grid as Moodley gets a bit of a bobble on, goes a little bit wide, and that's going to be losing 1, 2, 3, 4 positions as he gets set up by Buchanan. Another bit of a bobble there. That's Casey O'Gorman, the Irish rider in 5th spot. He's taken advantage of that mistake by Moodley. And has Carpe done it as well? Yes, he has. Up to 6th spot as he comes through Tremonto for the first time, the fast right towards the end of the lap. So Cruces leads away, but he's getting challenged by Rios. The pole setter up there said, here comes Buchanan as well. He's made it through. Great move there. We've seen that a few times in the past, but runs a little bit deep. Cruces back up there side, and it's chopping and changing back and forth. Rios back up there side, runs a little bit deep, and it's Cruces out to settle for 2nd. But here comes Buchanan and O'Gorman as a complete lap number 1. Watch out they don't run off those Misano curbs. It's very saturated out there as well, but leading across the line after lap number 1 is Rios from Cruces, Buchanan and O'Gorman, but retaking the lead. Cruces is having none of it. This is fantastic action as Rios jumps off the front of Cruces. This is what we've been missing on for the off-season. We've started with a bang here in Junior GP and 2024. Oh, there was a bit of a touch there from Buchanan and O'Gorman, I believe. Or it was very close indeed, but it looked like a bit of a touch front wheel to back between Buchanan and O'Gorman.
I just wonder, Liam, if Rios is going to have the experience he needs at this level to be able to maintain the lead in the 15 laps that we've got left.
Yeah, it's going to be chopping and changing, bumping and boring all the way through it. There's a lot of action. This is just letting everyone behind. Rishi Moodley up the inside for 5th spot. Oh, a bit of a bobble there from Rios. He runs off onto the marbles on the outside of the track. Buchanan's taking advantage of that, but here comes O'Gorman. O'Gorman's always a good Sunday rider, but runs a little bit deep through turn number 10. So we have Rios back in control, but this squabbling here is letting Cruces just eke out a little bit of an advantage, as well as Buchanan and Carpe are in the mix now, and Moodley looking for the inside but doesn't quite make it.
And the riders just waiting for their opportunities here. It's Adrian Cruces who's still leading.
Yeah, Adrian Cruces looking brilliant so far. That's Yambias further back, the Argentine, or the Uruguayan rider, I should say, making a bit of a move on this. Carpe, a little bit further back if you're looking out for O'Shea. Started 18th, he was already up to 13th at the end of the opening lap. He's already inside this top group, so a good start there from O'Shea as a complete lap number 2. It's Cruces from Rios, from O'Gorman, and that's Alvaro Carpe. So Alvaro Carpe wasn't further back, he's in the top 4. And we do not have a move just yet. The riders, after a couple of laps of squabbling, are just biding their time. Oh, it's not biding his time. It's Rios, and he's gone for a move at Cruces, but Cruces slams the door shut.
That was fantastic. Fantastic from Cruces.
Yeah, Rishi Moodley, fastest lap of the race. You can see him there on the number 21 Finite Work Team Machine in 6th spots, coming under a little bit of pressure now from Yambias on the 94. We've not really seen Yambias for a couple of seasons. He has been there, but Yambias is looking for a nice big opening race to the season.
That's absolutely right, Liam. It's time to make a statement of intent.
Three are best going into turn number 8, and that's Khrushchev's been hung out to dry there, and Khrushchev's shuffled all the way back to third with Rios bumping and boring elbow to elbow action between Rios and Khrushchev's. A bit of a bobble on from Karpi, he's running a little bit deep into turn number 10. He's been sat up there. We're going to see that's still Mela on the 27 bike. He's found his form at the start, dropped back a little bit, and we've also got Danish and Uriarte in this group as well, Morosi, Rosenthaler and Ruda.
No, there's absolutely no room to swing a cat here.
It's a great scene there, Connor. Love that indeed.
It's just so tight.
It's so proud. Well, look at Karpi with this one. Oh, I thought he was going to run into someone there, but he's managed to just get the anchors thrown out and get that bike stopped. So, yeah, the Alvaro Karpi, he's chasing his first win in Junior GP, second in Championship last year. Buchanan, he's found his way up into 5th, but for now, as they come across the line, it's Casey O'Gorman who leads the way, the Irish rider. His first full season of Junior GP action on the Australian lifting machine. He is exactly where he wants to be, out front with Khrushchev and Rios challenging him early on.
It's a very impressive ride so far, Liam. That was close, that was close.
That was very close, but here's Max Keeles. He's coming through the pack now, so Max Keeles still outside the top 20s. In 24th position is Max Keeles, so not really made the forward progression that we really expected there.
He's got a lot of work to do. He's capable of it. He's got 13 laps to do it. I mean, there's a reason why he's the protege of the Marquez brothers. There's a reason why he's signed up to Marc Marquez's management agency Vertical. I mean, he's a very big figure in Spain, even at such a precocious age.
Yeah, you might be wondering, it's like, well, who's Max Keeles? Well, he ran his Mark to Martinez a couple of seasons ago, but God, I'm really glad you actually did remember the name of the agency there, because that's something I did forget. So you've been right on the money with that one, as Rishi Moodley is right on the money with that, overtaking O'Gorman. O'Gorman's getting hung out to dry on the outside of turn number 10. He's gone from 2nd all the way back to 5th. He's going to lose even more positions here. That's Uriarte and Buchanan. Here comes Karpi, chopping them all up, going into turn 11 there, the fast right-hander towards the end of the lap. That is Alvaro Karpi. He's gained about 3 positions from 7th all the way up to 4th through Carvoni. So great stuff there from Alvaro Karpi, but he's lost again to Uriarte. But big move there. That was from, well, one of the red machines in the background, just behind this group there. That was, we're going to have to check who that one was. And that was the number 13, Hakim Danish. I thought it was Danish. Danish is doing the big moves like he did in European Talent Cup last year. That's why we love him. He's all out action as young Malaysian Hakim Danish on the number 13 bike. Watch out for him on the SEC Racing MSI squad. But it's all chopping and change. Khrushchev's leading the way for the moment.
Well, speaking about watching out for Hakim Danish, watch out for him in Portugal in the next round as well, as he was on the podium there in the European Talent Cup.
Yeah, he was indeed. He's absolutely fantastic as Hakim Danish. A star for the future. They've got an absolute gem on their hands with Danish to the Malaysians there. He's making even more places up. That's up the inside of Uriarte. So Hakim Danish, he's woken up early this morning. He's had his Weetabix and he's come to play.
He's up into 6th now. Can he climb any further?
Oh, he will. Don't you worry about that. And climbing further is Rishi Moodley.
What about that?
Oh, that could have been disastrous. He's pushed Khrushchev's out wide. They've lost all their momentum, but Rishi Moodley, he's got to be thankful he didn't tuck the front. He's so good on the brakes. He's gone deep, but that sent them both wide, and Rios takes advantage there through Tremonto. Great stuff there from Rishi Moodley and Rios, but Rishi Moodley's not giving this one up. But here comes Karpi once more like he did last lap. He's gone to first. Karpi leads away through Carvoni, and that's a big statement there through such a fast corner. Karpi leads away now from Rishi Moodley, and that is now Rios back into 3rd, but Karpi a little bit wide. And here goes Moodley once again. He's so good on the brakes as the young South African. First race in Junior GP, you would think he was a veteran.
You would, Liam, with the way he's riding at the moment, leading the pack, looking calm and collected, but this is chopping and changing all the time.
It's incredible. There is 17 riders in this leading group, from Karpi all the way down to Ramenstorfer, the number 5. Well, it's incredible. We've also got Sharil in this group. Yambias, he's dropped back. Morosi, Ruda as well. Buchanan, O'Shea, he's inside the top 10 now, so O'Shea has made good progress from that 18th place start. But it's all chopping and change. We're going to see O'Shea. There he is on screen. He's making his way forward. Further back we have Max Kalis, who's still just outside the top 20 here, as we've got some moves. That looks like it's Uriarte up the inside of O'Gorman. It is indeed, and Uriarte into up the inside of Rios, I should say, on the number 54. So Rios is going backwards in this stage.
I mean, any rider, Liam, in this first group has 17 riders, each of which will think they've got an opportunity to win.
Well, indeed they will, because we've seen back here in the past, especially in Moto 3, since Junior GP hasn't been here for a couple of seasons, the class we should say, but in here in Moto 3 a couple of years ago, John McPhee came from 17th with a couple of laps to go and still won the race, so it can happen. We have seen it happen as O'Shea's had to set up a little bit. That looks like it's Crucius, who's also been dropped all the way back in this leading group. He tried to take advantage of that but hasn't. Rico Salmela on the 27, just behind the Malaysian of Danish Rosenthaler. He's up to, look at Rosenthaler there, on the number 78 machine. Rosenthaler has made big progress in the last couple of laps on the Liqui Moly Husqvarna Intact GP team. And Rishi Moodley, as we look at the team, they must be jumping for joy as Rishi Moodley is taking the lead again into Caro Corner there, and demoted Carpi back into second. So we're rounding the final corner. We're about to tick off even more laps now. That is lap 6 of 16 completed here in Junior GP. Moodley leads from Carpi, O'Gorman, Uriarte, Rios, and Rios was not holding back there. Rios is going for a double overtake. He hasn't done that just yet, but Carpi almost tags the back of O'Gorman. He must have just seen Rios come up the inside and just let off the brakes a little bit to roll round the outside, but Rios, it's all action here in Misano as we head into Rio Corner. I think I'm going to lose my breath here, Connor, and it's only lap number 7 of the first race of the day.
The first race of the day, Liam.
And there we go, we've got
Max Kalis is doing what he needs to do. He's got the fastest lap here with a 142.713.
A 142.713 would have put him on the grid. A 142.73, that would have put him at 14th on the grid. So an incredible lap time there from Max Kalis. So he is now finding his form. It was at him there in the background coming through the camera shot. We're going to have to look out for that. But just remember, he's on the Australica Lithia machine, the bright blue bike that matches the one that's in second place of Casey O'Gorman. Power down the back straight once more into Carvoni, and it's Rishi Moodley that leads the way with O'Gorman hot on his heels. They open up a little bit of a gap, but Carpi and Rios have managed to reel them both back in as they head into the hardest braking zone of the corner of the course. Turn number 14 at Caro Corner, where we see many lunges, and we expect to see many more with this race still to run. We're not even halfway distance yet. We will be when we tick off this lap. It's going to be in lap number 8 we're coming on to now, with Moodley leading the way.
Moodley's leading, but the other riders just biding their time here. I think it's a bit more stable than it was at the beginning of the race, Liam. 9 laps to go now.
Yeah, the riders have just really settled into a bit of a groove now. Maybe Carpi hasn't. I thought he was going to go for a move on Gorman into turn number 2, the Varianta del Parco section of the track, but that's all scuppered his momentum, and Rios has gone for the move. He's shuffled him back to 4th, and his teammate, well, both of his teammates there, that's Salmela and Rosenthal, have shuffled them all the way back to 7th spot. So a move he tried to go for 2nd, he's scuppered all of his momentum and he's dropped even further back. You've got to watch out for that in Junior GP. If you go for a move and it doesn't quite pull off, you will find out that you're going to have piranhas behind you, and they will be jumping at any opportunity they can have to have a bit of a bite.
Absolutely, everyone's hungry for that position on the podium right now.
Yeah, so first race of the day, first round of the season, is all action. Junior GP at its absolute finest. The top 17, we just saw Ramstoffer there at the back, a bit of a moment there. That looked like it was for Shahril, who had a bit of a out of the seat moment there. It was indeed the number 57 rider, the Malaysian, in 15th spot now. He qualified 15th, so that was a little bit less than he would have hoped for, but Shahril, another rider in his 3rd season, will be looking for big things this year. Oh, that's a great move up the inside by Carpi. Sets up his teammate Rosenthaler. So Carpi on the 83 bike is showing his teammates who's boss. A bit yellow flags in the background. We're going to have to keep an eye out for who that might have been, but yellow flags towards the Corrado. Oh, that's Buchanan. Buchanan's gone down. Buchanan was having such a good ride. He was in the top group. Buchanan has gone down, so he's had a fast one towards the end of the lap, heading towards Carroll Corner. So such a shame for Buchanan, who was looking great in the early stages of this race and looking to try and snatch his first podium in Junior GP. Disaster there, corner for Buchanan.
That is very disappointing for the young rider from New Zealand. Started from before, really was an opportunity.
Yeah, started before, big opportunity for Buchanan there, and unfortunately he has gone down. But thankfully the Junior GP class have got another bite of the cherry later on today, so Cormac Buchanan will be eager to get some results later on today. Chopping and changing a little bit further back, that's Ruda that we've just seen there on the 70 Moto Art machine, replacing Guido Pini for this weekend. Guido Pini, we wish speedy recovery, as he had a bit of a crash in Red Bull Rookies testing last weekend, so being a bit of a rush to get back to Red Bull Rookies for Jerez. And that's Max Quiles. I thought that was Max. Max has gone down as well. So he was charging through the field. Max Quiles, who's had a dramatic beginning to his career in Junior GP. He couldn't get it off the line for the sighting lap. He's then had to start from pit lane. He was then coming through the field with the fastest lap, apart from Salmela, who's just set the fastest lap now. So before Salmela just set that fastest lap, it was Quiles, and Quiles has gone down. So big disaster for your double European Talent Cup champion, who we're expecting big things from in this opening race.
We were expecting big things from him, disaster, disappointment, but as you've just said, Liam, he's got another opportunity now, and he can make things right. That's the good thing about this event in Misano.
Oh, it's a brilliant event here in Misano. And wow, that was a big move, a brilliant move by Jesus Rios. He made Casey O'Gorman set that one up and get a bit of a bobble on. So Jesus Rios, he's not short of any aggression as the young Spanish rider. Rookie race as well, just like Rushi Moodley. And you wouldn't expect any of these riders to be in their rookie race of the championship. Yambias, who's in his third season now, has just set the fastest lap. So Yambias all the way back in 13th. He was running inside the top 7 early on, but he has been shuffled back. However, he's there just behind Eddie O'Shea on the number 8 MLAV racing machine. So Hakim Danish, we just saw making a bit of a move on Morosi further back. We'll have to see if he made that one come off, but it looks like the top 3 are just opening up a bit of a gap with Salmela, Rios and Casey O'Gorman, the top 3 now. So Salmela, and he does so often in European Talent Cup last season and in Red Bull Rookies, he just casually finds his way to the front of the pack. You really don't really see him getting there, but when he gets there, you really do know he's there. There's Max Quiles in the garage, the team consoling him. So yeah, they're just saying, chat up, lads. You've got
another go.
We've got another go later on today, so it's not all. Oh, that's one of the Husqvarna riders. Is that Carpe? That's Carpe. Carpe's been sat up by his own teammate Rosenthal. So Carpe, well out of it now, off the track. It's all action here in Junior GP, and it's only lap number 10 of the day. So Junior GP, this is brilliant stuff with Rico Salmela carving his way to the front, and his teammate Alvaro Carpe, who we did expect to be challenging for the win, has been pushed off the track at Tremonto, and O'Shea and Yambias have dropped well off the back of this group. No, O'Shea is still there. That was Plonk and Rammenstorfer. Some of the bikes look a little bit similar. So as we start the new season, we're getting a little bit used to all of the riders. But for now, it's still Salmela that leads away from Rios and O'Gorman.
Yeah, this is really impressive from Salmela. He actually managed P4 here in race 2 in Misano previously. Is he going to be able to better that this time around? At this point, it's looking likely, and the race is really heating up, as you said, Liam, as well. We've had 2 fast laps in quick succession.
Yeah, we just saw.
That's unexpected, Liam, as well.
Yeah, that's disaster for Charil. We just saw the green LED lights flashing in the background, so we weren't sure who just went down, but Daniel Charil, who's had quite a tough weekend here, it looks like he's gone down at the start of the lap, just taking his gloves off. The marshal's just checking him over, making sure he's okay as well. But that's a bit of a disaster for Charil, who was running inside this top group as well. So hopefully he'll be okay, and the team will have a job on their hands to get that bike ready for race number 2. But as we were just talking about, a bit of a gap opening up between O'Gorman and Moodley. That's about 4 or 5 bike lengths from the back of the Irishman up towards the South African. This top 3 are starting to break away, but maybe it's time now for, well, Rosenthaler, who had made a move on Moodley, but Moodley, as we've seen all race, is an absolute dynamite into Carroll corner at the end of the lap. So Moodley back into fourth, but these guys chopping and changing and really ruffling each other up in the second group. They're just letting the top three get away ever so slightly. Come across the line now, the gap between them, it still remains the same as 7/10 of a second from O'Gorman back to Moodley. So Moodley trying to get his hook into the back of O'Gorman. O'Gorman's, I must admit, corner, looking very comfortable there in third spot. He's all over the back wheel of Rios, really hanging with him, Noriyuki Haga style, as Casey O'Gorman, but he doesn't look like he's in too much of a rush to make a move, as you see Salmela is setting a really good lap time, a really good pace at the front of the field. It's another 42.5 from Salmela. That's the third lap in a row. He set a 42.5, 42.6 for Rios, a 42.5 for O'Gorman, and further back a 42.7s with Moodley and Rosenthaler chopping each other up.
I think we touched on it earlier, Liam. If you try and make a move and you don't manage to make it stick, then you're going to get penalised effectively by another rider who's going to be taking your spot. So that explains why Casey O'Gorman is biding his time, making sure when he does make the move, he can make it stick.
Yeah, indeed he has. That will be his game plan going forward for Casey O'Gorman. Now, Salmela's pace at the front is so hot, it's actually stringing out the second group as well now. So that is the number 89 of Uriarte, who is starting to, well, he's going with the second group now, but he's starting to drop Morossi, Danish, Yambias and Carpe. Carpe, he's now coming back through the pack ever so slightly. He's back up to 11th spot. He did get pushed off the track a couple of laps ago by his own teammate Rosenthaler. So Carpe, we see him in the background on number 83 machine, just running on the green there. You can't run on the green too often or you're going to get a warning, and if you keep doing that, you're going to get yourself a long lap penalty. Rider 78, shortcut at turn 11. That's a long lap penalty, as we see Moodley, who's managed to bridge that gap from the second group to the first. He's now back into third spot. So the number 78, that's Rosenthaler there. So Jakob Rosenthaler, that's a bit of a disaster there. So
you just mentioned incurring the wrath of the stewards.
Yeah, he has indeed. We thought Rosenthaler was in for a good result here. He's jumped up O'Gorman there, made him set up. So maybe he's had that message come through. He's like, right, I need to get as far forward as possible so I can serve this long lap penalty, which is on the outside of Tramonto. So you might lose about 2.5 seconds coming through to 3 seconds coming through the long lap penalty loop. So he might want to do this as quick as possible. With 4 laps to go, he doesn't have much time left to serve this penalty corner.
He doesn't have much time, but he's got enough time. We've seen how close these riders have been throughout the entirety of this race.
Yeah, it's been an absolute cracking race here in Misano, and Rishi Moodley, oh, he's tagged the back of Salmela. He went deep, and that's Salmela and Rishi Moodley both in the gravel trap in their first race in Junior GP. That's such a shame for Salmela, who was looking peerless out front. He was looking so good, and Rishi Moodley, we've seen him deep on the brakes a few times into Tramonto, has tagged the back of Salmela. So disaster there. Both, there's Salmela. That's good to see. He's walking away from the accident. We've got to check out on Rishi Moodley, but here we go again. So Moodley going for a move on the inside of Rios, just leaves his braking a little bit too late, and the innocent party there, Rico Salmela, had no idea what was about to come charging into the side of him. Such a shame for both. They were looking incredible in their opening race, but
absolute dejection in the box there, Liam.
Indeed, and you can see there's the notice board for Rosenthaler. Long lap penalty for the number 78, who's in 4th spot, so that's going to take him out of action with 3 laps to go. That's good to see. Rishi Moodley, who's looking on fine form up to that point, walking through the gravel trap. He'll have another chance, as will Salmela, later on today at 2 o'clock local time for Junior GP race number 2. But before we get on to that, we have race number 1 to still put into the history books. It's now Cruces, Rios and O'Gorman that lead the way, the 2 KTMs and the Honda at the front, and they are opening up a gap again over Rosenthaler, Uriarte, Morossi, Carpe, Danish, Ruda, Yambias, and on the back of the group on the number 8 MLAV Racing is O'Shea. So 2.5 laps remaining. It's Cruces who's worked his way back to the front of the group after dropping to outside the top 10. A bit of electric legs there from Cruces as he chomps down the gears into Tramonto, and that was Uriarte up the inside of Morossi. It looks like we've got a bit of debris on the track, and we have, that's the number 69 of Ruda putting his hand up and pulling off the track, so I don't know if that's a bit of debris from his machine, but that's Ruda, who was looking fantastic, and as a replacement for Guido Pini, he's out of the race, but thankfully he's noticed that early. But here comes Carpi. He looked like he was about to carve up someone into Cado corner, but had to back out of it. But it's your top three leading the way: Cruces, O'Gorman, and Rios.
Yeah, Cruces is looking really impressive. He was actually the rider with the most points in the second half of the season last year, and he's starting this year as he means to go on, keeping up that momentum.
Yeah, he is indeed. He's looking fantastic. Peerless at the front at the moment, but we now have Morossi, who's been a little bit in the shadow so far in this race. He's now put his way to the front. So Morossi, the 19 on the CF Moto machine, the Aspar junior team. Watch out for the young Italian who'll be looking to pick up a race win, a podium here in front of his home fans. And Morossi, look, he's just in front of his teammate Marcos Uriarte. There's so many of them as Rios looks over his shoulder with a lap and a half to go. Just see how much of a gap they've got as O'Gorman now leads, but Cruces doesn't let him have it for too long. Odaki's crashed out from the race a little bit further back, so a shame for the young Japanese rider. O'Gorman now looks over his shoulder. He now sees this big gap between Rios and Morossi. So these three look like, and with that's Rosenthaler now serving his long lap penalty. Yeah, so Rosenthaler, he's well and truly out of this, but he will be able to bag a top 10 if he just stays on it.
Yeah, he had looked very strong, really. It's unfortunate for him.
Yeah,
he moved up to 5th at one point, Liam.
Yeah, big shame there for Rosenthaler on the Lucamoli Husqvarna team. But back at the front, we were saying it. It looks like Morossi. He's now bridging that gap to Rios in third, and he has done indeed. He's brought Uriarte, Danish, Carpi, and Yambias, the other Australia Galicia machine, on the back of the group. We've got a yellow flag or yellow LED out, so not sure that could be for. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But Yambias well out on the green there, creating his own racetrack out there on the exit of turn 15 into Misano corner as they cross the line to start the final lap of race number 1 here in Misano. It's Cruces from O'Gorman and Rios, who dives up the inside of O'Gorman for second spot. Can he make a double? No, he can't. He slots into second, but Cruces in prime position so far. Danish is getting hung out to dry by Carpi in the background on the 83 and 13 machine respectively. O'Gorman looking for a move up the inside, but here comes Rios. Oh, a bit of a bobble on from O'Gorman, gets that stopped just in time, but Morossi and Uriarte, they're there as well to pick up the pieces if anything happens to his top three. But for now, it's Cruces down the back straight for the final time that leads away.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic ride from Cruces. He's really managed to take advantage of the situation the race has really presented him with.
Oh, we've got a big move here from Uriarte. Big move from 5th to 2nd. You can't do that, but he has in brilliant style. Uriarte, he's here and he's making sure that he gets his first podium place. Had a bit of a moment there with Morossi, his teammate. Morossi takes the lead. Will he run right? No, he won't. Here comes Cruces back at the front, and this is only a lap or half a lap remaining as they power down the back straight towards turn 11. The fearsome Carvoni corner. O'Gorman, he's looking for a bit of a substitute, almost a bit of contact with Cruces there through Carvoni, and the Aspar team riders look like they've made it an absolute brilliant style. They've made it to the front in brilliant fashion, Connor.
At the right time to do it as well, right on the last lap. Really impressive from Morossi.
Oh, incredible stuff from Morossi. He's leading the way. A bit of a bobble from Uriarte. He's out wide, and Rios is taking advantage. Bit of a wheelie. Here comes O'Gorman in front. Oh, he's up the inside of Cruces and pushes him out wide. One more corner to go. While Morossi finally taking it. Carpi's up the inside. Hasn't done it just yet. And Rios has got the run. Rios is going for it. And it's going to be Rios across the line who takes the victory from Morossi. Oh, photo finish. 0.2 of a second. That was Rios from Morossi. And Uriarte takes his first podium. O'Gorman just misses out on that incredible race, but Rios, wow, timed it to absolute perfection. The rookie who set his first pole position has not just only taken his first podium in the class, he's taken his first win, Connor.
Start P1, finish P1. Absolutely fantastic from Jesus Rios.
What more do you want from Jesus Rios? We have a star in the making.
An absolute signal of intent from the young Spanish rider.
Jesus Rios is, oh my goodness, delighted, overjoyed with that one, and he won it in the best fashion. He got the run out of the final corner. Morossi, he did everything right. Such a shame for Morossi. He looked on course to finally get onto the top step of the podium, but Uri, he's dejected. Oh, he's dejected or overjoyed. We can't really tell because it's hard to see through the visor. So Morosi, big moment there for him.
A fantastic ride from him as well. He took 53 points last year in this championship. This year, I think he's shown us that he can do even better.
Indeed he can. Yeah, Morosi. There's Marcos Uriarte, and maybe being overshadowed by another Uriarte over the last couple of years, but the Aspar team have found some talent inside Marcos, and he has just cruised to his first podium. And he's trying to get the adulation of the crowd around this Misano circuit, Marco Simoncelli. But no one could have done better than Jesus Rios. From pole position, he's just nabbed his first podium, but nabbed it in the best way possible with race victory. The number 54. Oh, he's in floods of tears. Here we go again, out of the final corner. Morosi leading the way, but Rios just gets the run. Morosi looks across, Rios looks across, almost shaking hands as they go across the line together. And it's Jesus Rios who takes the win by 0.02 of a second. 200ths in it. You almost couldn't separate them. It was incredible racing there, and Casey O'Gorman just missing out on what would have been an incredible way to open his account here in Junior GP for 2024. P4 though, and the opening race ahead of Cruces, Carpe, Yambias and Danish. That's Yambias' best result since last season. So Yambias has finally come back on form, the young Uruguayan rider. So Yambias finished 16th in last year's Junior GP with the best result of 6th place. So just missing out on equaling his best result in the class. But no doubt that taking his best result in the class was Marcos Uriarte, who we've just seen come into the pit there. We see the riders getting weighed there, and well, making sure that they are well within the minimum weight limit. And once they've done that, they can finally head over to their team and celebrate. And there's Morosi there. You hate to see that because they've just poured their heart and soul into the race, and well, just missing out as he had the race under control in the final corner. He had it all sewn up, and Morosi just got slipstreamed to the line. But that's the name of the game here in Junior GP. It happens so often, and we will see, well, we'll see plenty, I'm sure we'll see plenty of it happen in the race coming up a little bit later on today. But Morosi has to be extremely delighted when he sits down and eventually takes stock of what's happened there, because he has shown the world of the talent the young Italian has, because he's led the race brilliantly from the front at the final lap. Timed his overtakes to perfection, but it was just Rios who got the slipstream to the line in the end and took his first win in Junior GP. Yeah, we can see now the Aspar team, who are a fantastic team. Really, they're one of the best in the paddock at homegrown talent. And young riders coming through the system, the likes of Joel Esteban, who moved up for this year. David Alonso as well, multiple Moto3 race winner. He's also moved into Moto3 World Championship and already a race winner. So the Aspar team, well, when they pick a rider, you know that rider is something special. And Morosi and Uriarte have proven that here today. Well, the crowd have come out in their droves, and they're watching on from the balcony on top of the media centre where we are, and across the home straight, and also around the circuit. We've seen quite a lot of the Italian fans come out here today and witness what has to be some of the best racing you're hoping to see on Sunday afternoon. And with sunshine here in Misano, there's no better place to watch some motorcycle racing anywhere around the world. So the fans have been privy to an absolute modern classic, you have to say, from Junior GP. I mean, it's hard not to say that Junior GP usually has modern classics, but that was one for the ages. You could not tell who was going to take the top spot from any rider. And I believe we've got Connor Doherty down in Parc Fermé ready to speak with our race winner. Over to you, Connor. Who's
first
with?
race,
Jesus
first win. How does it feel?
Very good. I'm very happy because, yeah, it's my first victory in this category in Moto3. Yesterday I did the pole position, so phenomenal weekend. Later I try to win another time, but I don't know, the other riders are very fast and it's so hard in this category, so next time I try.
Y si nos puedes explicar también en castellano cómo te ha ido el día.
Bueno, la verdad que muy bien, muy contento. Ayer hice la pole position, hoy hemos quedado primeros. La verdad que es muy difícil de repetir, ¿no? Porque todos los pilotos están a un gran nivel, estamos ahí 10 muy luchados y la verdad que muy contento y solamente agradecer a mis patrocinadores, a mi familia, a mi gran equipo que sin ellos no podía ser posible.
Muchas gracias. Good luck for the next race.
Well, we've just heard from a race winner, and here is how Jesus Rios became a sensation in his first race. He got the whole shot, but it was Khrushchev that led early after, with Rishi Moodley finding his way to the front. But a little bit of a mistake there dropped him further back. Late braking into that corner will eventually be his downfall a little bit later on in the day. Rios charged to the front ahead of Khrushchev, but O'Gorman and Carpe were also in the pack, as well as Buchanan. But unfortunately, Buchanan would come a cropper a little bit later on in the race. Khrushchev is battling his way back forward, as we had a leading group of 17 at one stage, with Rishi Moodley finding good form on the brakes. However, he wouldn't make it stick a little bit later on in the race. Rios back up the inside, challenging for second, as all the riders powered down the back straight, with Carpe taking full advantage into the fearsome Carboni corner. So as Carpe led the way, he would eventually be pushed out by one of his teammates through that same section only a couple of laps later by Rosenthal, who would pick himself up a long lap penalty a little bit later on in the race. But before that, him and Rios got a little bit close for comfort through the Variante del Parco chicane. Salmela found his way to the front. The young Finnish rider in his debut race of the season was leading comfortably from the front ahead of O'Gorman and Rios. A bit of a bobble there on the brakes as Rios found his way up the inside with a number of laps to go, but the second group finally bridged the gap with Rishi Moodley moving into third. But it would be disaster for Moodley and Salmela, as Rishi Moodley left his braking a little bit late into Tramonto, and they were both down and out, but they were seemingly okay and ready to race later on today. But it was the CF Moto Aspar junior team riders of Morossi and Uriarte who found their way to the front in the closing stages of the race. As Morossi led the way, Rios slipstreamed him to the line, and it was Rios who took his first victory from pole to victory here in Junior GP in his debut race. Well, absolutely incredible action to kick off our day's racing here today in Junior GP. And well, we've got some happy riders on the podium. Marcos Uriarte takes his first podium. Morossi, his best career result, with second place. But the rider that has the biggest smile on the face, especially even with those braces on, you can still see the beaming, bright smile. It is Jesus Rios. Now we have Mr. Andrea Albani, the managing director of the Misano World Circuit, handing out the trophy to the team representative of Jesus Rios. And well, you can imagine after that performance, there'll be plenty more to come from young Rios. Marcos Uriarte, a big lift of the trophy for him, taking his first podium in the class. And then we've got Morossi, who was a little bit despondent after the race. He's now seeing the fortunes of what he managed to achieve in that race. And a big cheer from Morossi, the young Italian who was oh so close to his first victory in the championship. But taking the spoils in the race, we've got Moto3 World Championship rider handing out the trophy, and to, well, someone we can imagine seeing in the World Championship. Jesus Rios is the race winner in race number 1 here today.
Benissimo, e allora per I protagonisti di gara 1 è arrivato il momento di...
The Spanish national anthem rings out across the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli for Jesus Rios, the number 54 rider. Well, the number 54 has been a number with Manuel Poggiali that has become synonymous with the region of San Marino, and Misano, usually the host of the San Marino GP for MotoGP. the riders spray the, well, it won't be the Prosecco Doc on, it'll be probably rose water or something like that, because they're obviously all far too young to be having any of the alcoholic beverage. Yeah, they can indeed. So the riders pose for the photos in Junior GP, and here are the results of that one.
Mitani. 18th, Leonardo Abruzzo. 19th, Edoardo Liguori. 20th, Cesare Tiezzi. 21st, Kotaro Uchiumi. 22nd, Hamad Al Sauti. 23rd, Au Uwezi. 24th, Monognane. And 25th, Marco Roro. And here we can see the riders who weren't able to complete the race. And here we have the standings. Well, it's one race down, we've got another today. Leading at the moment, Jesus Rios after his sensational ride. And it's very much as we've just seen from race one. Alessandro Morosi with 20 points, Urati with 16, O'Gorman with 13, Cruces with 11. And here we can see the final point scorers of today's action so far. Rosenthaler, Plankes, Rammenstorfer, Paulec, Poggio and Fomara.
Well, there we have it. Race number one for Junior GP here at the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli done and dusted and thrown into the history books. A modern classic, that one was indeed, with Jesus Rios taking the spoils ahead of Morosi and Uriarte. We have race number two coming up a little bit later on today, so make sure you join us for that, but don't go anywhere, as we've got the European Talent Cup race number one coming up next. The European Talent Cup comes to the Adriatic coast for the first time, and with the top 5 from last year all moving onwards up to the Junior GP class, it will be a hotly contested season as many names put their stall out to claim #1 prize. With 2 races across the day around the 4.2 kilometre Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli, with its 16 corners to navigate over 15 laps, it's a true test of both rider and machine. M-Labs Racing's Marco Morelli has put himself in prime spot for today's opening round, with pole position as one of the favourites coming into the season, and will be looking to stamp his authority right from the off. So with 15 laps upon us, the European Talent Cup is ready to race in 2024. So the clouds are still hanging upon us over the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli, and we've got race #1 of the European Talent Cup. Yes, you heard that right. Race #1 of the European Talent Cup with myself, Liam Hodgins, and my partner in crime, Connor Doherty, for today. And if the European Talent Cup is anything to go by, Connor, we're in for an absolute treat.
I think that's exactly right, Liam. I don't know if I'm as excited as you are,
Oh, that's impossible. I'm almost bouncing off the ceiling here. I'm
And I
that
think
excited.
We're in for a fantastic race. I mean, we've just seen earlier today the caliber of these riders. They're going places.
They are indeed, and going places was Max Quiles in 2023. The former champion from 2021 after a difficult season was back on form in 2023, but with the likes of Brian Uriarte and Guido Pini, your reigning champion, all looking to stamp their authority on the class, Max Quiles was on fine form throughout the entirety of 2023. Race win after race win, some battles along the way. Hakim Danish, Brian Uriarte as well as part of that, all making life difficult, but so was Max Quiles himself, finding a couple of DNFs along the way. But it was a hotly contested season, a brilliant and memorable 2023. Guido Pini, your reigning champion, Brian Uriarte and others all taking victories along the way. But in the very end, it was Max Quiles who would triumph after 5 victories across the season and 9 podiums, and Max Quiles came out on top as the European Talent Cup champion. Who can take the spoils in 2024? So the class of 2024 took their class photo here yesterday after the rain had dissipated. A big class indeed of almost 40 riders and big smiles all round, and it's the likes of, well, as we can see, there are so many riders ready and waiting to take over at the top. Paweł Sina, some of them as well, and we've got Marios Nikolos, the group as we just saw, who are going to be part of that battle for championship glory. It's 25 degrees Celsius, so it's gone up 6 degrees since the Junior GP race. And Connor, well, I'm sure the 6 degrees came all from that hotly anticipated action on track there.
I won't be surprised, Liam, and I think in this class we often talk about experience and how much it can be made to count, but with what we've seen already this morning in Junior GP, it was a rookie who managed to get the win. It was a rookie from Pole.
It was, yeah, we've got lots of rookies to, well, watch out for in this, but it was a rider that we cannot really kind of class a rookie because he has been in the class in the past and did do the second half of last year on board the MLAV Racing, was Marco Morelli, who took a fantastic pole position, and it was really just him and Pugliese who were in contention for pole. But Marco Morelli, the young Argentinian rider for the MLAV Racing team, who has found form, and we spoke to a couple of our colleagues here in the paddock, Matt Dunn, who has told us that there's a lot of people from the Red Bull Rookies paddock that are saying, watch out for this kid. He's not just good, he's something very good.
Well, I think we saw that confidence throughout the weekend in previous sessions. He was perfectly happy, Liam, to ride by himself, just oozing confidence in himself. He didn't need to be in the pack because he knows what he can do.
Yeah, he does indeed. He's super confident. He doesn't want to show his rivals anything of his ability, of what he can do in the race, and maybe he's expecting to maybe get to the front of the race and pull away. But this is European Talent Cup we're talking about. That rarely happens.
Well, anything can happen. We already saw that today as well with what occurred with Max Quiles. Anything can happen.
It can indeed. The gods above us can rain down their terror on your bike and make sure it doesn't get off the grid.
Very dramatic, Liam. Very dramatic.
I've got to build up the tension somehow because, well, it's one of the most hotly anticipated racing of the day. There we see our pole sitter, Marco Morelli. Remember that name, starting from pole position.
Yeah, he'll be chasing a second win in the ETC. He's been strong all weekend. He got P2 in practice group B.
Yeah, so the class system here for qualifying does work out a little bit, well, we find it a little confusing. We can never quite keep up with what's happening. And you get Group A and Group B, but yes, Group A or Group B final, Marco Morelli is your pole sitter today.
Yeah, I'm very happy now because it's the first pole position of this year. And yeah, the team did a really good job. Me, I'm very happy because I think I did really good job too. So yeah, it was strange because it's the first quali like with 15 minutes. But yeah, on the first minutes we push a lot, and yeah, I'm very happy. Let's see tomorrow, no? Because maybe it was a big group, maybe no. I try to break the group, but we'll see.
Well, we don't have long to see. We're going to be seeing in a couple of minutes to see what he can do here today. Marco Morelli, as we said, pole position here today. His first pole position in the class, and the number 97 bike. And looking very, very focused on P1 here today. And his family have been here this weekend supporting him as well. And from humble beginnings as young Morelli, he's spoken so very highly of within the team as well within the paddock. So the team are extremely delighted. They needed a replacement sharp and, well, last minute towards the end of last season, and Johnny Garness was supposed to be back in action this season, but with his injuries at the beginning of last season, it's still taking just a little bit of time for him to get back into the groove of things. So we wish Johnny a speedy recovery, but in the meantime we will have Morelli taking on the charge for MLAV Racing. Gonzalez on the number 11, full throttle. We saw him out on circuit yesterday going into the Rio corner as he exited pit lane, and for his qualifying lap he almost tucked the front into Rio corner. Big moment there, but thankfully Gonzalez was able to stay on board that machine. And the AC Racing Team machine, a great team in the paddock, always celebrating. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's a win or a podium or even a front row of the grid, they've always got something to smile about. So Gonzalez going from the middle of the second row, he'll be looking for his first win in European Talent Cup.
He was top of Group A in qualifying 2 as well, Liam. As we've mentioned before, the qualifying system with the A and B groups. And he also topped practice Group A.
Yeah, he did, and here's a rider that was topping a lot of this weekend session. Giulio Pugliese, the Italian rider, the young 15-year-old, he really did start to come to the fore towards the end of last season. He was with the AC Racing Team last year. He's now with the CF Moto Aspar Junior Team, and as we said in Junior GP, when Aspar Junior Team pick you up, you know that that rider is a little bit special.
That's right, Liam. He was Mini GP 50 Italian champion back in 2022, so he knows what it is to get on the podium.
He knows what it is to taste the podium. Well, rosewater, I guess.
Rosewater.
not quite the Prosecco yet.
Rosewater. For the time being, Liam.
For the time being. I'm sure in a few years' time he will definitely be tasting some of that Prosecco. But here's Gonzalo Perez with the team Lara Sport Honda squad. So yeah, it was P26 in the European Talent Cup Championship last year, already fourth in the grid. So this is already a marked improvement over last season.
Yeah, it's about adapting to it, and it appears that he's been able to do that.
Yeah,
Let's see if he can make it count in the race.
Oh, that's a big question indeed. I'm sure he can do, but fifth place on the grid. A little bit of wave to the camera. Our first Vietnamese rider, Luca Agostinelli. Now a bit of an Italian surname there, but trust us, he is a Vietnamese, and he's a very, very fast one at that.
Well, you know what, Liam? He actually won in Misano here just a few weeks ago in the Italian Pre-Moto 3 Championship in race 1, and finished P4 in race 2. So in that class, he's a contender as well for the championship.
Yeah, so we're expecting big things from Agostinelli, so he will be very much in the victory challenge. He knows what it's like to win around here. Can he do it in today's European Talent Cup, race number 1, or potentially race number 2?
2 shots.
2 shots and 2 potential chances of victory. If you can't make the first one count, that doesn't matter. But someone who knows all about victories is the person holding the umbrella on the left. That's Alonso Lopez, the Moto 2 star, who's holding the umbrella for Tinez, the young Venezuelan rider, age 14, extremely young, on the number 27 machine. So Carmen Tinez on the Mir Racing Team Finite Work, a rookie this year, already starting from P6, so expect big things, and obviously coming from Venezuela they'll have a big following, and so they'll have really the eyes of a nation on watching them here today.
Well, you'd have to hope that he's getting some good advice as well from the man holding the umbrella there.
Oh, indeed he will. Alonso Lopez knows what it's like to win. He also knows what it's like to win around this circuit here, as he very famously crossed the line in 2022, wheeling across the line to take victory in Moto2 and then smashing his windscreen with celebration. Marianas Nicolos, the young Australian rider, he steps over from the Asia Talent Cup. He's been competing over there the last couple of years, a very fast rider, and I believe he stepped over, I believe this is only his 3rd season, maybe 4th season racing in road racing. He's been a very accomplished motocross racer in the past.
Well, on the circuit, his best finish was 4th in Qatar in the last race of the season in the ATC. Let's see what he can do here today in Misano.
Yeah, a new track for Marianos Nikolos in the European Talent Cup, as all of them will be this year. But Alex Longarella gives a big heart to the camera. He is racing with the Husqvarna Liqui team, or the Husqvarna Liqui Moly team, I should say, on the number 45. So Alex Longarella, the champion in the pre-Moto 3 in Spain last season and the Moto 4 Championship in 2021. The rookie, he was 7th in practice, so he's been inside the top 7 and top 8 throughout much of this weekend. So watch out for him coming from the middle of row number 3. So the 3-minute board is held up to the riders. The klaxon has signalled, so we've only got a few more minutes before we see the lights out here in European Talent Cup for an enthralling race number 1. And I must admit, if 2023 was anything to go by, 2024 will be an absolute classic. So here we see Christian Daniel Jr., the young American, on the outside of row number 3. He's made a big step up this season. He was 20th in 2023, no points in 2022, so he's already making big step ups already, even if it's just qualifying and practice. So Christian Daniel Jr., with some of our colleagues have been speaking about him, and just seeing the progress that he's been making has been incredible.
Well, one thing is the fact that all of these riders are making progress, Liam. Another is the fact that this class sees so many riders moving up. And here we have Ikegami. He's looking for his first podium in this class as well. Just 15 years of age, starting from 10th.
Yeah, the young ETC rookie, 15 years old. My goodness, if you're 16 years old, you seem like a bit of a veteran of the class. It's how young these riders really, really are. So keep an eye out on Ikegami, the young Japanese rider. And yes, as Connor just said, he was third in the first race of the Asia Talent Cup race in Qatar last season. So we've seen him in the GP paddock with the Asia Talent Cup, and we know that he is a big star. Potential for the future.
Absolutely, and we just saw Edu Gutierrez there. He's not new to this class, but he will be looking to make big gains this year. His only points last year in the ETC came in Catalonia. There's the 1-minute board, Liam. I know how you like pointing this out.
I do indeed. I love to know that the countdown has begun and we're about to get ready to race.
Here we have the grid then. It is Marco Morelli leading from the front. Then we have Gonzalez after him, and completing the front row, Giulio Pugliese. In row 2, Perez, Agostinelli and Tinez. Further back in row 4, Ikegami, Gutierrez, Pujosa. Row 5, Zani, Tamburini, Torres. Row 6, Peroni, Tessini and Alzina. Row 7, Da Costa, Fernandez, Cayet. Row 8, Almeida, San Juan and Veja. Familiar name there, Liam. Row 9, Rostagni, Marco and Payne. Row 10, Cano, Rodrigo and Frelson.
As we watch the number 97 of Marco Morelli about to lead the riders off for the formation lap, we must give you a bit of an update on Cano at the back of the grid. He did qualify inside the top 4 yesterday. However, there was a system infringement the team were using, or they were found through random checks to have been found to be using the full system to use full flow measurements. So he's been put to the back of the grid in P28. The only 2 riders behind him are the 2 that came through the last chance race earlier on this morning. So 30 riders on the grid here for this one in race number 1 at the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli, and if you know those names a little bit further back for any of the British viewers, Keanu Vire is the brother of Colin Vire, the Moto3 race winner who raced in the British Talent Cup recently, and Kyle Payne as well, who makes his debut in racing. So he's been here in the European Talent Cup for the last couple of years, but he's now starting his first race. So Kyle Payne going from 27th on the grid. So the sun is shining, the clouds are hovering over the circuit, but we have a track temperature of 25 degrees, up 6 degrees from the Junior GP race, wind speed of 9 kilometers. So the action is going to be incredibly frenetic here in European Talent Cup with 15 laps upon us as a couple of riders have just gone through the long lap penalty loop. I hope that's not them believing that they may have to serve a long lap penalty throughout the race.
Those clouds that we did see there with that shot earlier, Liam, they do look a bit ominous, but hopefully we'll be able to spend the rest of the day under the sunshine here on the Riviera di Rimini.
We hope so indeed, because the weather the last couple of days has really been, well, something we'd be akin to, and for yourself, Leeds, and myself in Scotland. So, yeah, we're hoping for bright sunshine here in the Adriatic coast, because we thought we'd come for a little bit of a holiday here in Italy, but it's been anything but with the weather.
Oh, Liam, I'm here to work. I'm here to commentate with you.
Oh, indeed you are working. You're working your little heart out. So
my little cotton socks.
Your little cotton socks. But well, let's hope none of these riders have any of those cotton socks on, and they've got their boots laced and ready to go. The number 97 pulls up to P number 1, pole position for the first time in his European Talent Cup career. There was jubilation inside the pit box yesterday. We did speak to team manager Macaulay yesterday, and his voice had already gone with all of the celebrations in the pit box after qualifying yesterday. Can he convert it into victory here today? We're only 15 laps away from finding out. The green flag waves in the background. The riders are ready, all 30 of them on the grid. The revs will be rising for a chorus of engine noise as the red lights go out, and it's a good start there from Morelli's already got the whole shot, but it's the number 11 of Gonzalez who's tucked into the slipstream. The 31 just a little bit further back, some bumpering boring further back there, but for now it's the young Argentinian on the MLAV racing machine who leads the way, but the 11 there of Gonzalez almost tagging the back, so bumping and boring further back, but the top two already have a little bit of a gap over third place going into Rio Corner.
Gonzalez is probing. He's probing and he's probing, but this is exactly where Marco Morelli wants to be.
Oh, we've got a bit of a crasher there in the background. A couple of riders down. Thankfully, the rider that was going on just dropped it before they got to the barrier. That could have been really nasty there, so we'll get confirmation of who that was, but for now, it's still Morelli that leads away from Gonzalez.
Yeah, those two do seem to be creating a bit of a gap with the rest of the riders.
Yes, Pugliese and Perez in second, third and fourth, with Tinez as well. Nicolas has made a good start from 7th on the grid, already up to 6th. So the top two, there's the number 70 there. That's Christian Daniel Jr., unfortunately, with the AGR team. He's one of the riders that's gone down with Ikegami as well. So that's a disaster there for two riders. It showed really well in qualifying. Here's a replay of the action there. Oh, it looks like one of the riders that gone up the inside. Maybe Christian Daniel there, just tucked the front and away they went. So I thought there was a third rider involved in that as well. Maybe they continued on and didn't quite get to the barrier. So that's good if they did manage to get back into the race. So for now, it's Morelli that leads away from Gonzalez, and Pugliese, the other rider, the other form rider so far this weekend, is chasing them down on the 31 machine there in the background. They've already made a break for Perez, Nicolas, Tinez, Agostinelli, Gutierrez and Alcina, the chasing group behind as the complete lap number 1 is Morelli, and a few riders in the background already well out wide there, so you don't want to be going over those curves. They're very saturated as we've got Gonzalez. A move up the inside is clean as a whistle up the inside of Morelli. Morelli's trying to get the cut back but not doing it. Will he get the run down towards Rio Corner? Late on the brakes, we've got Morelli back up the inside, skating the big sideways. You don't usually see that on these little Honda European Talent Cup machines, but Morelli is using just enough of the back brake to kick the back wheel out just ever so slightly and use that to his advantage. But as they power down the backstage, Gonzalez side by side with Morelli down towards quarter corner to go, and it's going to be Gonzalez who just breaks a little bit later and will run it a slightly deep. These two are chopping and changing. This is great for Pugliese and the 31 machine, who's watching this happen, licking his lips, rubbing his hands and going, please don't lift a bit more of that, lads, and let me back in.
And they've done exactly that, Liam. There was a bit of a gap previously, but they're managing to, well, with this fighting, Pugliese is taking advantage. He's getting much closer.
Yeah, he has indeed. Pugliese is with them now, so the Italian rider who's with the Argentinian and the Spaniard as Gonzalez makes the move into Carboni corner. The fast right-hander, full throttle through there, but
Oh, side by side. Thrilling stuff.
Fantastic. That's great stuff there by the top two, and come to play as Pugliese. This group are already over 2 seconds ahead of Nicholas. A great start from the young Australian rider. Nicholas in fourth spot ahead of Tines, Agostinelli, Zani as well. He's come through a couple of positions. On the number 75, Perez and Josa as well, and Alcina and Gutierrez running at the top 10. And Cano, can we just point out Cano from 28th on the grid? Some of our colleagues have said he's a little bit special. He's already up to 12th spot as we have a bit of a move there from Gonzalez into turn one.
Well, you say 12th, he's just moved up to 11th, Liam.
Oh my goodness me, Cano on the 71 bike. Watch out for that name. Cano, who was supposed to start fourth on the grid, should be running with these top three. He's already up to 11th. We can see him in the second group just behind us. Cano, who was done for an infringement, a technical infringement, and put to 28th on the grid already after lap number 2, is into 11th. And we can already see, as he's come through sector number 1, he's in 8th.
My word, Liam.
Incredible, incredible.
Just to point out at the front, we did just see the two last fastest laps from Pugliese and Gonzalez, who are really chasing, trying to find their way back to the front. I think that explains exactly why we've got this leading pack and why maybe Cano should be with them, with his climbing up the rankings there.
Yeah, I cannot imagine Cano will be
7th.
He's already in 7th. I imagine he'll be getting to the front of that group already by the end of the lap. We'll have to keep an eye out on his lap times. Now, he's already 4.2 seconds off the lead of the race. That's Morelli and Gonzalez and Pugliese. Morelli has dropped back to second. Gonzalez back into top spot as they head towards Caro corner, and chopping back up the inside is Morelli on the MLAV racing bike, and Pugliese, he's just watching this, keeping stock of what he wants to do for the moment is Pugliese on the number 31 Aspart Junior Team machine. So as it crossed the line to tick off lap number 3, it's going to be Morelli from Gonzalez and from Morelli from Gonzalez, from Pugliese there, and further back we keep an eye on the group behind us. Is Zani. It comes across the line in fourth from Nicolas, Tines and Cano. He's not made any progress yet, but Morelli sets the fastest lap of the race, a 1:45.5 for that one. So down towards Rio corner they go for the fourth time. It is Morelli who still leads the way from Gonzalez. These two look like they're eking out a bit of a gap over Pugliese now. Just 3/10 off the back of Gonzalez. 3/10 doesn't sound like much, but in European Talent Cup that is a big margin, as we see Gonzalez once again making a move on Morelli down towards Quercia. In a couple of corners time you might see Morelli just come back again. It's a little bit of par for the course between these two in this race, and Zani still holds P4 further back ahead of Nicolas. Cano, he's up to 6th, Tines in 7th, Agostinelli in 8th, Peroni in 9th ahead of Perez, Fernandez, Gutierrez, Tassini, Tamburini and Kayet rounding out your points scoring positions for the moment.
These front three are incredibly impressive, Liam. I mean, Pugliese, for example, he's got no podium finishes in this class, and if things stay as they are, he's got an opportunity either for a win, second or third place.
Yeah, very much so, and as long as nothing happens between the top three, he's well on course for his first podium. We just saw a glimpse of the manic pack behind the top three here, and Nicholas is now at the front of that. This group is now 4.6 seconds ahead of the chasing pack. A bit of a moment there was that from Gonzalez on the 11 machine. Looked like he got a bit of a slow run coming out of the Misano corner as they tick off lap number 4 into lap number 5. The lead over Gonzalez up to 0.2 of a second, but I imagine that will be chopped very soon. And there he is. That is Cano from the back of the grid on the number 70 machine, the 72 Motorsport Art Box that is run by Emilio Altamora. He's come from 28th on the grid and already on lap 5 corner in 4th place.
Yeah, I think if Altamora's working with you, it's because he sees something in you, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now.
Indeed, he's already starting to gap Zani in 5th spot, who's just made a move on the number 37 of Nicolas. So Zani is well, Zani's shown good form here. He came from a, well, middle of the fourth row, I believe, but a little bit further back. We've got a few of the riders there, a little bit squirrely on the brakes, and that looks like it's Baroni up there instead of Tinez on the fin at work, but didn't quite make it stick. So, yeah, there's a lot of great action going on, but we're going to have to keep an eye on Cano's lap times. Oh, that was a bit of a chop from Zani over Peroni into Tramonto corner there, so powering down the back straight for the 5th time, and Cano's actually, I must admit, Connor, I really did expect him to already have gapped him by about 3 or 4 bike lengths, but they've reeled them back in, so they're right on the back of Cano's wheel track, so it's too early to talk about tyres. However, with the new Pirellis this year, who have done a fine job taking over from the Bridgestones that ETC had in the past, Pirelli, well, they're still trying to find their feet, the riders in the European Talent Cup, especially the ones that have been here before, how long to make them last and how they can approach the racing, it's going to change the racing, so to speak, and it really has done. As we can see, what we expect to be a 10 grouper at the front is only a 6-wheeler at the moment.
I think you're absolutely right, and the added fact that the conditions weren't exactly favourable and have changed throughout the weekend. I mean, Friday was different to Saturday, and then we're seeing today Sunday's different to Saturday as well.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail right on the head there, Connor. Gonzalez sets a new fastest lap, 45.3. That is 0.2 of a second faster than Morelli, 1/10 of a second faster than Morelli on the final lap. So, but yes, just to come back to what you're saying, Connor, I think the track conditions throughout the weekend, the rain last night especially, we had some thunderstorms in a hotel room, really has washed a lot of this rubber away as well. So some of the riders might be struggling a little bit more than others to really conserve that tyre, and we're only on lap number 6 as Morelli runs a little bit wide onto the blue paint, looks over his shoulder, and that's just gifted Gonzalez the lead for the moment.
Yeah, Gonzalez can take advantage of that.
Yeah, it looks like these three are just head and shoulders above the rest at the moment. The only rider that's close to them was the number 4 of Ticini, who's mired all the way back in the limit spot. He's set at 46.2, but that's still nearly a second slower than the top 3, who are just...
Morelli going to make his move here.
He's not. I thought he was about to. Oh, he has done. Wow, well spotted corner that he was setting that one up. It came from. That looked like a bit of a Larry lunge into there. And I talk of a Larry lunge, I thought Gonzalez was about to give it straight back to him, but he hasn't done. They've settled back into a rhythm now. So Morelli, he's just happy to sit at the front of this pack. If Gonzalez shows him a wheel, he'll let him through, but then he'll get the cut back on him. And Morelli is really just happy to sit there at the front of the field with Gonzalez climbing all over the back wheel with Pugliese just looking like he's struggling to stay with him in certain sections of the circuit, but through sector 1, is he going for a move around? Yes, and he has done. Yeah, wow, what an incredible move by Gonzalez. Outstanding. You didn't really see that in any class of World Championship racing. Around the outside into turn number 1, and Gonzalez leads, but Morelli's having none of that. He back up the inside, the back steps out, skipping along the tarmac. Oh, he sets Gonzalez up a bit, chopping and changing. That's what 3 overtakes already at the start of lap number 7. This is fantastic stuff by Gonzalez and Morelli. And Connor, what about that move around the outside by Gonzalez? You don't see that. You're not supposed to do that, but he doesn't mind. He'll do it anyway.
He doesn't mind at all, but I think the person that's benefiting again most from this is Pugliese. Every time it looks like he's falling a bit behind, Morelli and Gonzalez start battling it out again, chopping and changing and trying to claim front place in this race.
Now this is quite clever by Pugliese, you might think, because with these two scrapping so hard, they might be just using a little bit extra of that tyre, with Pugliese just sitting there in 3rd spot, just conserving, maybe waiting for the final couple of laps. I must admit it's only lap 7 at the moment, as Morelli retakes the lead down towards Carvoni, and Pugliese, he seems to be quite happy sitting there. I said about a lap ago that it looks like he was starting to drop off the back of these two in certain places, but for now he's right with them as Morelli and Gonzalez continue to swap 1st and 2nd. They're having a little bit of fun out there. They know they can't really get away from each other, so yeah, they're just, I think, maybe just having a little bit of fun and games out there, as we've seen Luca Agostinelli crash out. Such a shame. He was showing fine form. He was well inside the top 15 when he went down. So Agostinelli, thankfully, we're seeing him walk away.
He started from P5 as well, so he'll be immensely frustrated about not being able to make that 2nd row start count for something in race 1.
Yeah, indeed he will. But considering he won in the CIV Championship here only a couple of weeks ago, but he has another bite of the cherry later on here today. But a bite of the cherry has been taken from Gonzalez. He is back ahead of Morelli. Further back, Nicholas has found his way back to the front of the second group. The young Australian rider shown great form in his debut here in the European Talent Cup ahead of Cano, who has come from 28th. He was in 4th at one point. We didn't expect to see him pull away from the pack. However, maybe he's used up too much of that tyre already with 8 laps completed, and he's now starting to struggle. Peroni is in 6th ahead of Tinez, Zani and Tassini, and 9th with Perez running out the top 10. There's a great scrap going on from 4th all the way down to 15th spot. So 11 riders in that group, and all within good points paying positions. Just DaCosta is 7 seconds and 16th off the back of that group, with San Juan and Alsina already all over the back of him, just outside the points paying positions. So we're back at the front now, looking at the top 3 with Gonzalez just opening up a little bit of a lead as he came down through Curvoni, but we've seen in the last couple of laps here, Connor, Morelli is extremely strong through the tight and twisty stuff of this circuit.
I think he's showing his intelligence as well. As we mentioned earlier, during practice and during qualifying, he was perfectly happy riding by himself. I think he knew maybe how this race was going to go. He knew that he had to be comfortable leading at times in these smaller battles, not in the enormous pack that we're seeing further back. And he's done exactly what he needed to do all weekend.
He has indeed. 9 laps completed of the potential 15. 8 laps completed, I should say. I'm already getting ahead of myself here, Connor, because this pack here already giving me a heart attack with the amount of chopping and changing they've had so far this race. And it's the 73 of Peroni that's got to the front of that group now, and Nicholas has just dropped back ever so slightly from the back of the 73. So Nicholas in his first race showing great form here. The 22 further back, that was Torres, who has also had to serve a long lap penalty in this race for ignoring Marshall's instructions during practice. So Torres, you may have just seen him on the Australia Galicia machine, very similar to the one that's running the 37 of Marianas Nicholas in the background. He's in 10th spot, so he's already served. Oh, and he's already jumping out of the slipstream of Tines, almost crashing into the side of the Finetwork Mir Racing Team machine just in front of him. But this is battling, and this group is just giving Peroni and Nicholas a bit of a breathing gap as Zani, that was Zani up the inside of Tassini. So lots of riders jumping and changing, really not caring about their lap times whatsoever here. They're just trying to get in front, as you would expect from really young riders, full of exuberance, trying to show the other rider they're trying to battle with who is boss.
Absolutely, and I think what you were saying earlier about those Pirelli tyres and managing them effectively, well, Cano's had to come all the way from the back, and now he is dropping off a bit. He's not leading this pack anymore. He's in 6th. He was down in 8th earlier. We'll just have to wait and see if he...
It looks like he's found his form again, has Cano. He's come back to Nicholas just in front of him, who's just got Peroni in 4th in front of him. So, yes, Cano on the 71-70 Motorsports machine is coming back towards these two. A bit of a bobble on into turn at number 1, but back at the front it is still Gonzalez that leads away from Morelli and Pugliese, all within 0.3 of a second. So there's been no change there in the last few laps. With 6 laps to go, it's all action for 4th all the way down to 15th place. All the point scoring positions outside of the podium places, and Gonzalez is leading absolutely brilliantly from Morelli. As we said at the top of the show, we did see him yesterday have a bit of a front end tuck going into turn number 4, Rio corner, on the opening of his fast lap in Q2 yesterday. So I can't even imagine that would have hindered him whatsoever, because he still qualified 2nd. He probably didn't even remember about it. It's probably only us that remember it, because it was such a big moment watching from the side of the track. But he's put that to the back of his mind, and Gonzalez already looking like an absolute force here in European Talent Cup in 2024, as Pugliese towards the end of the back straight has a little bit of power. And this is a replay of a move here. Or is this the Is this Morelli trying to go up the inside of Gonzalez, and once again hanging it round the outside. Gonzalez has got so much mid-corner speed and so much confidence on that front end, just that little grip with those Pirelli tyres. Incredible stuff there for Gonzalez. But as we're watching that replay there, we have Morelli back into the lead of this race. We can imagine that probably happened towards Carroll Corner, as we've seen so many times so far this race. So Morelli from Gonzalez, from Pugliese. It's only the, I must admit, Connor, the huge margin of 0.4 of a second between Morelli and Pugliese this time round.
But it's not going to be for a long time, Liam. I can promise you that these two are going to be battling out for first and second. And who's going to take advantage of it?
Who's going to take advantage of it? Indeed, it's going to be Pugliese, right? So Pugliese just keeping his powder dry at the moment. And, well, if anything happens between these two, as we have seen them, I can't even count the amount of overtakes we've had so far this race.
It's been a sensational race from both of them.
Yeah, it must be in triple figures almost. They've been chopping and changing. I'm pretty sure they've used every single piece of tarmac, these two in second and first position, to get the advantage over the other. Well, Pugliese has got the hooks into the back of them and just been dragged along for the ride so far. Well, 4.5 laps to go at the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli, race number 1 here for the European Talent Cup. It is Marco Morelli for the MLAV Racing Squad leading the way and leading brilliantly. I think there was a bit of a moment there, maybe a missed gear from Gonzalez as he exited Tramonto there, and that's allowed Pugliese to take the advantage on the number 31 Aspar Junior team machine. So we'll have to maybe get a replay of that one to see what happened there to Gonzalez. As we're looking at the time screen there, it looked like he just lost momentum coming out of Tramonto there. So maybe, hopefully it's not a terminal issue that's just starting to rear its head, and maybe it's just a small mistake from Gonzalez. We will find out in the next lap or two if he begins to drop off, but so far it's already all over the back of Pugliese. But so far, indeed, it's been Morelli who's not really put a foot wrong so far in this race, and he just set the fastest lap, but was immediately taken away from him by the rider in second, Pugliese, at 1:45.1. He is now finding his form. He is now coming to the fore, and he has just set the fastest lap of the race with 4 laps to go. Morelli from Pugliese, from Gonzalez, they have a lead of over 11 seconds to the second group of Peroni, Zani, Tassini, Nicholas, Tinez, and Cano Ferrandez rounding out the top 10. So these 3, barring any mistake, will be your podium.
Sure looks that way, Liam. And just with regard to David Gonzalez, he's actually so familiar with this circuit. He managed P1 in every session in the Italian Moto3 Championship here in Misano just last week, including race 2, but he was actually disqualified from race 1, if I'm not mistaken. So he's making that experience count, well, even if he is at the back of this front 3.
Well, let's hope he doesn't get the wrath of the stewards here today. He's starting to feel the wrath of maybe his tyres falling off, because he's dropping right back with Pugliese. He's got so much top speed on that CF Moto machine. He fires up to the back of Morelli, so it's these two now that are starting to streak away from Gonzalez in third. He's dropping off the back. That's a gap of about 6 or 7 bike lengths. He's starting to really push the front as Gonzalez through the triple right-hander, and I think someone else that may be running into tyre troubles is the rider that we're so impressed with in the first 5 laps, Cano. So I think you've called it absolute spot on there, Connor. His tyres, he's worked them so hard in the early laps of the race. He's now starting to fall into a little bit of trouble here. So as we cross the line with 3 laps to go of European Talent Cup action here in the Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli, race 1, and once again it's Pugliese, another 1:45.1, just a few hundred. We've lost Gonzalez. Where's Gonzalez gone? Gonzalez has not come into the shot there. Gonzalez, we've lost Gonzalez. There he is. He must have just run on into turn number 1. So Gonzalez, he's run on, so he's really running into some issues now. So Gonzalez, he's got a gap of, well, 13 seconds back to 4th spot. So just settle for the 3rd, Gonzalez, and you will pick up a podium. So here's the replay of what happened. Tips it, a bit of a bobble on. Oh, big moment there from the rear end swapper. So he's just sat that up. I wonder if he's having some gear selection issues as Gonzalez. He's really trying to find the gear for that one there. So maybe some issue has started to come in with Gonzalez, as we saw a couple of laps ago coming out of Tramonto, which we're entering now. It looked like he maybe had missed a gear or had some issue coming out of there and lost second place to Pugliese, but no such problem as, yeah, once again, it looks like he might be just fiddling with that gear shifter as Gonzalez as they come out of Tramonto there. So yeah, that's something they're going to have to try and sort out ahead of race 2 later on here today. But for now, he's got a huge margin over Tassini in 4th spot. So a podium is well and truly on the cards for young Gonzalez if he just manages to find the checkered flag.
With just 3 laps to go, it's something I think he can do, Liam.
Yes, I think it is indeed, unless that technical issue he seems to be having does get a little bit worse. But no technical issues so far for the top 2. It is the top 2 that have been, well, at the top of the timesheets all throughout the weekend. Morelli and Pugliese, they've been first and second, second and first and second, all throughout the weekend. And Gonzalez, who's now 4.9 seconds off the leading group. Now, he just has to watch out that he doesn't get caught by the second group, who are going to come across the line now as we hear them power past their commentary box. Yeah, he's got a lead of almost 10 seconds, 9 seconds over Nicholas and Zani and the chasing group behind, but 2.5 laps remaining. This is anyone's race. It's the Argentinian versus the Italian. A bit of a bobble coming out of turn 6 onto the back straight for Pugliese. Full throttle. He was not deterred whatsoever by that, and he's closed in on Morelli. So Morelli's leading this absolutely brilliantly. It looks like Connor Pugliese is trying a little bit more difficult, using a lot more of the circuit there coming out of Quercia corner to stay with Morelli.
Well, he was struggling to keep up with the 2 leaders, Morelli and Gonzalez, before. And I wonder if Morelli's just going to show that experience that he's got and that we've seen all weekend now. Pull away a bit if he can.
Synchronized looking over the shoulder there. That was incredible
Yeah,
from
that
both of them.
Where's Gonzalez?
That's exactly what I'm wondering. It's like, there was a third one here a minute ago, but where's he gone? So, yeah, it's just all about you two now, guys. So, keep it clean, keep it sensible, but keep it entertaining with just over a lap remaining as they come towards Carroll Corner for the penultimate time. Morelli leading the way, Pugliese in second, and Gonzalez, with his troubles, now back in third.
Now, unfortunate for Gonzalez because he's been so impressive throughout the weekend.
Yeah, he has been indeed. And Nicholas is having an impressive ride on his debut in the class on the Estrella Galicia Monlau machine. Now, we start the final lap of European Talent Cup, and Pugliese, he has been keeping his powder dry. He's now just moistened it up, and he's now taking the lead of the race on the final lap. Pugliese now leads the race for the first time, with Morelli now demoted to second. Pugliese on the CF Moto machine, the Aspar Junior Team machine. Morelli, he's been extremely good into Rio Corner, but doesn't make his way through. He can't find a way through on Pugliese, as Pugliese kept his tyres in check, kept himself out of the action just ever so slightly, and timed this to absolute perfection, Connor.
It's the first time he's hit the front, isn't it?
It is indeed the first time he's hit
and
the
he's
front.
doing so in the last lap.
Yeah,
he does know how to time it right, doesn't he?
He does indeed. He's chasing his first ever victory in the European Talent Cup, and so is Morelli just behind him in second. Morelli got a good run through Quercia corner. They power down towards the double right of Tramonto. It goes a little bit defensive. It does Pugliese. He's been so fast at the end of the straight. Has the 31. We'll see if maybe Morelli can get in the slipstream, but Pugliese's already got a bit of advantage there, but Morelli has got into the slipstream. Who could it be? There's only a couple of corners to go, a few more corners to go, and it looks like Pugliese corner has got it for now.
I wouldn't count Morelli out. He's a very, very capable rider. We've seen it all weekend.
And bit of a wobble on there. That's given Morelli his opportunity. Dives for the apex, dives up the inside, sets up Pugliese. Oh, they almost contact round the outside. Pugliese, wow,
that is fantastic from
awesome
Pugliese.
Action from Pugliese. One more corner to go. Down towards Misano corner. Morelli up the outside. These two both going for their first win in European Talent Cup. Morelli on the MLAV racing machine. Pugliese on the Aspar Junior Team machine. Photo finish. Who is across the line? It is going to be Pugliese by 9 thousandths of a second.
That is absolutely astonishing.
Oh my word! Amazing. Pugliese has timed to perfection, and look at this chasing back for 4th spot. We've got, that is going to be Peroni in 4th spot, ahead of Tassini and Cano. He did recover from 28th on the grid. What a performance from Cano to take 6th spot. But wow, what can we say about Pugliese? Timed it to utter perfection. Sat behind Gonzalez, sat behind Morelli all throughout the race, just keeping his powder dry, keeping his tyres in check. Watched the top two battle each other ferociously throughout the race, and then when he came to the crunch point, the final lap, he timed it to perfection and took the lead. And when Morelli tried up the inside, he didn't hesitate, and he managed to get the run to lane and take it by just the small margin, Connor, of 9,000ths of a second. A tyres win.
Incredibly small margin, and we've just seen Pugliese, Morelli and Gonzalez shaking hands there, saying, I'll see you again in a couple of hours, because that was fun.
Oh my goodness, that was a lot of fun. Much more of that. And Connor, you've got to go away now and talk to Pugliese. You might have to contend with the biggest smile in the paddock in a second.
Maybe.
Condolences there, but also congratulations to Marco Morelli. Second place for him, the pole sitter there. Well, it was a fine performance for the MLAV Racing rider. Just missed out on a career first victory. And you must admit, there is a star in the making there. Another star in the making is David Gonzalez, who dropped off the pack 7 seconds off the win at the end. And I can't imagine there was any lack of talent from Gonzalez to really fall that far behind. A big wheelie as well, because that is his first podium in the European Talent Cup. I think we've just seen a couple of stars born here today with that first race, and Gonzalez was certainly one of them. We will try and find out what happened to him in the closing stages. He looked like he was running into some issues towards the end of the race, but no such issue for the Aspar junior team rider, Giulio Pugliese. My word, what an outstanding ride. An outstanding rider that Italy has on their hands with this one here. He came through the AC Racing team last year. He was starting to show what he was capable of towards the end of the season. Big things were thought of him, and he's now living up to that hype. Pugliese, your race winner here in race number 1 in Misano. From Morelli and Gonzalez. Peroni just missing out on the podium by, well, I'd say just missing out. He was eventually the 10 seconds off the back of Gonzalez, with Tersini, Cano, Zani, Nicholas, who was at the front of that second group for most of the race. He got shuffled down to 8th towards the end. Tinez and Torres, another rider who had a long lap penalty coming into that race, so he served that and found himself inside the top 10. Great result there for the number 22. Fernandez on the 7 machine ahead of Perez, Cayet, the French rider, in 13th, and then Gutierrez and Tamburini rounding out your points paying position. So the riders are getting themselves weighed after that one before, well, Giulio Pugliese does speak to our very own Connor Docherty, and running to the team, that big celebrations. We said after the Junior GP race, the Aspar team really know how to find the special riders, bring them through the ranks, and I think they've just found themselves another golden star. Absolutely incredible scenes down in Parc Fermé, and this is how he did it. He was leading down towards Misano corner. Morelli deep on the brakes, as we've seen so many times, but didn't quite get the run out of the corner. Pugliese timed it to perfection, got into the slipstream, and powering down towards the finish line, it was Pugliese who would take victory by 9,000ths. Yes, you heard that right, 9,000ths of a second. Congratulations from Morelli to Pugliese on what was an incredible race. Hey, and we get to do it all again a little bit later on today for race number 2. So we've got some fantastic European Talent Cup action on the way a little bit later on. And of course, well, we'll be waiting to see if Gonzalez will be able to find his form in the last couple of laps, and what we'll find out maybe if he is able to stick with the top 2 towards the closing stages. Now, the fans around the Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli, have been privy to what has been 2 incredible races. Now, if you've not seen what's happened at Junior GP, make sure you go back and watch race number 1 after today's proceedings, because it was an absolute modern classic, just as, in a different sort of way, the European Talent Cup race number 1 has been here today. So lots of racing action around about this area here in Misano, with Junior GP action going on. And well, it's not just the Junior GP and the European Talent Cup action we've got here today. We will have Moto2 out next, and that is a stacked grid, one of the most competitive we've seen in many a year, and stock 600s as well coming up a little bit later on. But before then, we have an interview with a race winner.
The winner of the first race of the season here. You left it late. Can you tell us how you feel?
I am very, very happy for the race. I have a good job. Thank you, the team, sponsor, my family, my sponsor, and Trenti Azzurri, Rafalsina, very much. Thank you very much.
In italiano?
È stata una gara bellissima, mi sono divertito tantissimo e sono stato dietro tutta la gara sul terzo, poi ho visto che David faceva un po' fatica, l'ho passato e alla fine l'ultimo giro ho lottato un po' con Morelli. Sono molto felice e ringrazio il team e tutti.
Molto bene.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, this is how Pugliese became a first-time race winner in the European Talent Cup with race victory here in Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli. It was Morelli that got the whole shot from Gonzalez into turn number one, with Pugliese from third on the grid, slotting into third place. But it was Gonzalez that found the front early on, but it was a scrap behind when group number two, with the likes of Nicolas Cano, Zani and Tassini throughout the entirety of the race. But the pace was hot up front with Gonzalez, Morelli and Pugliese pulling away from the chasing riders behind. Morelli found his way back up the inside in towards Caro Corner towards the end of the lap. This wouldn't be the first time, and it wouldn't be the last this would happen. There'd be plenty of action between these two throughout the entirety of the race. An astonishing move around the outside into turn number one from Gonzalez, put him in prime position for today's win. But Morelli was having none of that and found himself back up the inside towards Caro later on. But Gonzalez, we lost count of how many times these two were overtaking each other throughout the entirety of the race. But Gonzalez would start falling into some troubles towards the closing stages, and Pugliese found his opportunity to take second. So as the closing stages began, it was still Morelli that led the way, but as we started the final lap, Pugliese, who's keeping his powder dry, found his way up the inside into turn number one, and Morelli would retaliate into the final corner, but Pugliese got into the slipstream, got in under the bubble and dragged towards the line. It was Pugliese who crossed the line just ahead of Morelli to take his first ever European Talent Cup victory. Gonzalez came across the line a lowly third after his issues, but he'll be back for some more of it later on today, with Pugliese taking what would be a very important and remarkable first ever win in front of Morelli. So the riders come out onto the podium, and we've got the team personnel. That is Sergio Gadea, ex-125 Grand Prix winner for the Aspar team. Certainly looking over the talent pool that they have in the Aspar junior team, and he's handed the team's representative trophy by the Vice President of FIM Europe, Mr. Jean-Marc there, and he'll be handing over the trophy to Gonzalez, who picked up his first podium, and you can imagine it will be the first of many for the AC Racing rider. Big smiles there. And once again, well, we have the Vice President handing over a second place trophy to Marco Morelli, who started off his account in fine form with second place here today. But your winner here in European Talent Cup is Pugliese from Italy, who takes it in front of the Italian fans, and will well hear the Italian national anthem ring out across Misano.
Perfetto.
Well, one of the best national anthems in the world, Connor, rings out across the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli. We were having a bit of a sing-along here in the commentary booth as well, so it's absolutely fantastic. As the riders get ready to spray the fizzy rose water. And, well, come on, guys, get it sprayed. Yeah, there we go, yeah. I mean, I know they've got another race later on today, but I'm sure they've got another change of leathers in the back of the truck there. And it's starting to get a little bit warm out there. You've just been out there, so maybe soaking the team personnel down below is probably not the worst thing to have done.
Probably not, and these three definitely need to cool down after a battle of that magnitude. It was non-stop from lap 1 right until the end of the race.
I must admit, I'm going to have to count on maybe 7 hands the amount of overtakes for the lead there today. So it was incredible.
Well, it's just one for Pugliese, wasn't it?
One for Pugliese, but many, many between Gonzalez and Morelli. As they pose for the photos, we will see them back in action later on today.
There we have the winner, Giulio Pugliese, with a fantastic last lap move to ensure that he took that #1 spot on the podium. He was followed by Marco Morelli, David Gonzalez in 3rd, Valentin Peroni in 4th, Gabriel Tessini in 5th, Carlos Cano, a good, if not exceptional ride from him. In 7th, then we've got Leonardo Zani. Further down the rankings, 10th, Jesus Torres, Fernandez in 11th, Gonzalez Perez in 12th, 13th, Benjamin Cayet, 14th, Edu Gutierrez, 15th, Matias Tamburini, 16th, Pau Alfina, 17th, David da Costa. 18th, Remy San Juan, 19th, Adriano Rodrigo, 20th, Matias Rostagni, 21st, Julius Frelson, 22nd, Kyle Payne, familiar figure for many fans back in the UK, 23rd, Alfonso Almeida, 24th, Veyer, again another familiar figure, and Marco in 25th. And here we have those that failed to finish the race, Agostinelli among them, who had started from P5. Well, no surprises in the championship standings after just one race, and what we've seen, it's Giulio Pugliese who's leading with 25 points, behind him Morelli with 20, and David Gonzalez with 16 in 3rd. And then the second half of the standings for the people that actually managed to take points in that opening race. 15th, Matias Tambrini trailing there.
So the fans are basking in the sunshine. They've just been, well, they've just witnessed 2 incredible races. Junior GP race 1, European Talent Cup race number 1 as well. We've got race number 2 coming up for both of those classes a little bit later on today. Who will we see take the honours in the European Talent Cup? Will it be Pugliese to repeat a double? Will it be Morelli or maybe Gonzalez? Could they take the limelight from your race number winner, Giulio Pugliese, who takes top honours here today with the Aspar Junior Team squad on board the CF motorbike. He will be ready to take the spoils once again later on today, so make sure you stick around for that. But next up we have the big bikes, the Moto2 machines. They will be out next, so make sure you stick around for that. The sound of Moto2 is no stranger to ringing out across the Misano countryside hills, but Moto2 European Championship comes to the iconic Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli, for the first time in the championship's history. Last year's champion Senna Aegis has moved onto the world stage, and that leaves the coveted championship prize up for grabs amongst a very competitive class for the new season. Italian Alberto Suda has used local knowledge and the power of the home fans to charge a career first pole position in Moto2 with a lap of 137.013. With 5 podiums in 2023, Sura will be aiming for his first career victory on board his Bosco Studio machine, and with 17 laps ahead of Moto2's sole race of the day, the question has to be asked, can anyone stop the mighty Sura? So So the beautiful Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli, has been under blazing sunshine, and under the blazing sunshine we see a magpie out there walking through the grass, where our colleague in crime Matt Dunn is out there wandering the circuit, and he knows exactly what it's all about. He loves motor racing, he loves the birds of prey as well, so I'm sure you will be seeing him at some point out there snapping some shots for his camera.
I do hope that the camera operator is going to be looking for a second magpie.
I hope so too, because if you just see the one, you've got to salute it, or it gives you bad luck. 2 is good luck though, so you're absolutely fine. So make sure you salute that magpie if it pops up on camera once again. However, no such bad luck for last year's champion, our 2023 champion, Senna Aegis, who came into the season as pre-season favourite and romped to victory in the opening 3 races of the championship. However, he would come a little bit unstuck in Jerez. We only managed to finish in P number 3. It looked to be Senna Aegis' championship to lose. However, he came under some pressure from Carlos Tatai, who romped to his first career victory in Moto 2 with a stunning lights to flag victory. However, he would unfortunately suffer a season-ending crash in Portimao, and continue to wish Carlos Tatai all the best on his recovery. However, Senna Aegis was back to winning ways later on in the season when he returned after a broken arm, but during that time it was Iradri and Xavi Cardelus, the veteran of the sport, that managed to take his first ever race win in 2023 before moving on to the Moto2 World Championship. But Senna Aegis was in perilous form once more once he returned from the broken arm, and he stormed to victory towards the end of the season and the championship. So Senna Aegis has moved on, as has Xavi Cardelus, the top 2 in the championship from last season. So that leaves the likes of Unai Radri and Mattia Rato, and of course last year's stock champion Danny Munoz on screen now as some of the contenders to take on this year's championship. Well, it's not just those riders that we just saw there that we have to talk about as some of the championship contenders. We have reigning Moto E World Champion Matteo Cassidy on the Team Chiatti Bosco Scuro machine as one of the absolute championship favourites, and the rider that we did mention at the top of the broadcast also on the Team Chiatti Bosco Scuro, Alberto Sura, with a first career pole position. He is looking one to be on form. So we're going to hear from Alberto Sura very soon, but before we do that, we get to look at some of the nice looking dandelions around about the circuit as we hear the Moto2 bikes powering around the Misano World Circuit in the background corner. So Alberto Sura with a stunning lap time to take his first pole position. He's had 5 podiums last year. He's now in prime position to hopefully for him wrap up his first victory in Moto2 and begin the year off perfectly when he hopes to challenge for the championship. But it's going to come under a lot of pressure from, as we just mentioned, Matteo Cassidy, the reigning Moto E World Champion, who has won here in the past with the Moto E Championship. Twice in the past has Matteo Cassidy won here. So he will be looking to put a stop to Alberto Sura's charge, who has been on completely brilliant form throughout this weekend. And as we get some smoke off his boots, Alberto Sura charging down towards Caro Corner on the sighting lap as they come round to the grid. So we're going to hear from the young Italian very shortly, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing what he had to say. We just saw Cassidy on the number 40 machine in the background there. He's came back into the pits as he's probably gone around just for another little sighting lap, just to make sure he's got himself in prime position, as much circuit knowledge as possible, because the last time they were out on track, there was a little bit of a damp track out there for qualifying yesterday. So yeah, we're going to see what happened yesterday with Alberto Sura taking his first career pole position.
A very good qualifying for me and for my team. Thank you my family, my capo tecnico Pierluigi Aldrovandi, my squad, and my sponsor for this championship. Thank you. I like Misano. Tomorrow I will the podium.
well, clearly some chattering there from Alberto Serra. Great insight into the team Chiati Bosco Scudo Garage for your pole sitter here today. And well, chatter has been a word that we've been using a lot around the motorcycle world, especially MotoGP as of late. So fingers crossed for Alberto Serra, there'll be no such issues here today over the next 17 laps. So Alberto Serra really did come into the fore late on last year, started challenging Senna Aegis on multiple occasions for victory, for podiums, and Alberto Serra really basking in the sunshine here today, but he's got, well, his hardest challenger alongside him in the hands of Matteo Casadei, the, as we said, reigning Moto E World Champion. And so on the number 40 machine, he will be one of the biggest forces to be reckoned with, as well Mongiardo, the number 49 on, well, the number 49, the 19-year-old I should say, he's really stepped up big time this season. So he starts in the middle of row number 1.
Yeah, it was really impressive in qualifying, Liam. He managed to get points in the last 2 races last season, and the fact that he's on the front row now.
Yeah,
well,
it's incredible, isn't it? Like, towards the end of last year, he started, well, he's one of those riders, a bit like the number he's riding, 49, we've seen in MotoGP, Fabio Di Giannantonio, somewhat of a slow burner before he finally found his form, and the same with your rider in the middle of the front row, Mongiardo, but a rider that we expect big things from is a number 40, reigning Moto E champion, and I must admit, one of the nicest looking helmets on the entire grid, the Arai of Matteo Casadei.
I think something that Casadei could find really useful here is the fact that he knows what it means to compete for a championship. He did win it, Liam, but he won it in spectacular style. It was almost cinematic the way everything went down right at the end of the Moto E season in 2023.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, you wouldn't expect anything little from a spectacular finish right here in the Misano World Circuit as well. So,
well, with what we've seen so far today, it's almost as if it's been scripted.
Oh, it really has been. So, yes, we've had 2 bombastic races so far here today, and I must admit, Connor, I'm getting really excited about this because I have absolutely no idea who will come out on top, not just in today's race, but in the entirety of the 2024 season. Roberto Garcia, he's a rider that's been in the class now, really young rider, age 17. He'd stepped up to the Moto2 Championship when he just turned 16 years of age, so he's extremely young, extremely fast, and he's still chasing that first ever victory. So Garcia is one of those riders who you find him at the start of the race, he's right at the front, but as the race goes on, he drops back. However, with the new Pirelli tyres for 2024, maybe this is something that we can finally see. He's unlocked something in his arsenal, and he'll be able to use the Pirelli tyres to his advantage now and be able to stay with the front group towards the end of the race.
I think we've seen already that managing those Pirelli tyres is proving to be quite important, especially in that last race with what we saw with Cano, but in the first race, of course, as well.
Yeah, we've got some VIPs looking at the team of Matteo Volpe. So Matteo Volpe, another rider chasing his first podium in Moto2, the 77 on the MMR machine, the Calyx from machine, and he finished 14th in last year's championship with 43 points. So that was his best season to date, but he jumped up from Junior GP to Moto2 midway through 2022. So last year he used it as more of a learning curve to get used to the Moto2 machine. So he's already made a massive step forward so far in 2024 qualifying, and we expect to see him running at the front throughout the entirety of the season.
Well, that adaptation, Liam, is so important when you step into this class. It's not an instantaneous thing.
Yeah, as many people say, the Moto2 class is probably the hardest championship in the world because the times are so close, and the racing has been a lot closer this year, but it's so hard to master this class. But somebody, as we've already seen so far, on the left-hand side of your screen there, Alonso Lopez, he has become a master of Moto2, you should say. Already a 3-time winner in the class, and already a winner this season with the Pirelli tyres. So he'll be giving his team, as we just saw there, of the finished work, Alberto Fernandez on the 54 machine, some advice ahead of this race. However, he does race the Bosco Scudo machine in the World Championship, but Fernandez is on a Calyx, so they're both machines are going to use their tyres a little bit differently in Moto2. Unai Oradri on 10. He is a rider to really watch out for this season. He did start to come into his form towards the end of last year on the number 10 machine. Started 7th on the grid, chasing his first podium, his first win as well. But Unai Oradri has been showing some good form towards the end of last season. So we expect big things from Oradri as well. Looking here at the number 17 rider, that is Dani Munoz, last year's stock European champion. And well, he romped to the championship last year with 5 victories out of 7 races. He really is one to watch out for this season. He's jumped up to Moto2 and he's already stuck it on the middle of the 3rd row of the grid there. And it looks like he's got some tape on his leathers to maybe covering up some old sponsors he has there. But watch out for Dani Munoz on the 17 machine, riding for the Gas Up racing team Calix. So he is an absolute star for the future as a young Spaniard.
Well, you say, Liam, that he won 5 of the 7 stock races last year. Where do you think he finished in the other 2?
2nd place. Incredible,
exactly right.
Incredible consistency from Dani Munoz last season. Incredible consistency from the rider on screen here, Mattia Ratto. Unlucky for some, riding the number 13. He has been a consistent podium challenger in the last few seasons. 1 podium last year, 1 podium the season before. Finished 4th in the championship last year with a best result of 2nd place at Valencia in race number 1. He is absolutely one of those riders chasing his first victory, but before he does that, he'll be wanting to get back onto the podium. So Mattia Ratto with the FAO 55 T racing machine bike will be, well, hoping that he makes his way forward in this race, because he's starting a lowly place down the grid. The number 23 here, Takahata. He returns to the class, a stalwart of the Moto2 class a couple of years ago before he went on to World Championship level, and he has been a podium finisher in the class back in 2021 when it was known as the Moto2 CEV. So it's now the Moto2 European Championship. So Takahata scored a grand total of 9 points, in the World Championship. So a rider with some form in Moto2, and we expect some good things from Takahata, who also has some experience around this Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli from his World Championship days as well.
That's Liam, experience and familiarity at this level. Can he make it count? Well, that remains to be seen, because this is going to be a very competitive race.
Competitive is the name of the game. Eric Fernandez was the rider that chased Dani Munoz all the way to the Stock European Championship last season. When Dani Munoz didn't win the race, who do you think won the race, Connor?
I think you can tell me.
Oh, I think I can tell you. The person on screen right now, Eric Fernandez here. Very, very, very quick rider is Eric Fernandez. He's also part of the FAO 55T racing team. So watch out for the rider on board the number 4 machine.
He'll be looking to get back to winning ways. He finished first in Jerez, I think, in which he managed to just seize that victory.
Incredible victory. It was a great victory on the final lap. But another rider seeking for his 2nd podium in Moto2 is Harrison Voigt. A brilliant debut podium in his first race ever in the class last year in Portugal, before he was unfortunately taken out by Carlos Tata in race number 2 when they were both battling for the podium behind Senna Aegis. But Harrison Voigt is one of the riders to keep an eye out on, the young Australian from the back of the 4th row.
Here we have the starting grid. Sura leads the way, followed by Mangiaro and Casadei. In row 2, Garcia, Volpi and Ferrandis. And in row 3, Oradri, Munoz and Ratto. Behind them in row 4, Hada, Fernandez and Voigt, as we've just seen on the grid. Row 5, Felon, Hosiuk and Di Vittori. Row 6, Gimbert, Montero and Roberts.
Well, that's your lot ahead of the Moto2 race here today at the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli and Alberto Sura leads them away from pole position, his maiden pole position in Moto 2. There's a rider you might have noticed the name of back in 13th spot. That is Lorenzo Fillon, who is ex-Moto 3 rider. He is making his championship debut here in the Moto 2 European Championship. We'll have to keep a close eye on him to see how he progresses throughout this race and throughout the season ahead. So the warm-up lap is underway, and it's Alberto Sura that leads them away around this warm-up lap for the moment. And I must admit, Connor, we have what is promising to be an exciting race ahead, because honestly I cannot predict who could be the winner here today or the champion by the end of the season. It's a very open Moto 2 grid this season, a very competitive grid, as well as we've seen some really very fast lap times as well. Alberto Sura's pole position time would have put him 14th on the grid here last year for the Moto 2 World Championship race, so that just shows you how it won Alberto Sura is with the Bosco Scura machine and those new Pirelli tyres.
That's some really good investigation, Liam.
I mean, I must admit, I've got to do something, and you said I don't do much work, so at least I had to come to the table with at least a little bit of knowledge ahead of this race.
With this start, you've won me over.
I've won the top prize of the day. What prize of the day are the riders going to take today? Well, we expect Alberto Sura, Cassidy, and the rest to be hotly in pursuit of glory with the first place prize. Alberto Sura makes his way around now. Already out of shape. There's Alberto Sura as he cuts on the gas coming out of Caro Corda, and is chased by the number 49 of Mondiardo. So Mondiardo on the 49 machine, starting from second. What can he do with his highest ever position on the grid? And we've got a crasher. Is that Rato? Was that number 13 of Rato? It's gone down already on the sighting lap. I believe it is. Rato already has gone down. We were singing his praises ahead of this race. He's already crashed on the warm-up lap. My goodness me, I looked away for 1 second, Connor. He just high-sided coming out of Misano corner. The final turn.
He made connection with the bike in front of him, I believe.
Oh, did he? My goodness me, that is disaster. We've already had drama here today ahead of the Junior GP race. We won't give away what happened. You'll have to go back and watch that. And we've had more drama from somebody we expect to be a podium contender, Matteo Rato on the 13 machine. Anyway, no such drama for the rest of the riders. The green flag waves in the background. Alberto Sura from pole position. The red lights go out, and it's a great start from your pole sitter, an even better start from fourth on the grid, and a side-by-side action from Sura, and Sura's into the lead, but a great start there from the Bosco Scura machine. A bad start there for his teammate Matteo Cassidy is mired in the pack down to 6th, and that's the number 31 of Garcia. Garcia, we did say he's one to watch. A bit of bobbles and shakes further down the pack. That's Voigt in the background getting a little bit out of shape as well on the brakes down to Rio corner, but great start there from 4th on the grid. Garcia already up to 2nd place. We've seen in the past he's already brilliant at getting off the line, very quick in the opening laps of the race, but can he hold this form for the entirety of the 17 laps? Down towards Querci to come. Cassidy, he's back down in 5th place. Bad start for him coming from the 3rd. Oh, bit of a moment there for Mondiardo, and that's Rato there. He crashed on the warm-up lap. Unbelievable stuff. And unfortunately for him, that is the sole race of the day. He won't have another crack of the whip later on. So Matteo Rato is out for this one. So as he powers down the back straight, 17 laps to go. Connor, it's Sura who leads away.
And I don't think that's too surprising given the way he's been performing all weekend. We've seen him fantastic in practice, in qualifying, and with his experience at this level, well, Sura is a real contender.
Yeah,
chased here by Garcia, of course.
Yeah, he's already opening up a gap over Garcia as Sura on his Bosco Scura machine, and Ferrandez, I beg your pardon, on the 54 machine. Ferrandez, it sometimes gets a little bit confusing here in the commentary box on the 54. He's up into 4th spot, so watch out for Ferrandez on the 54 machine. The Fenderwork team, he has already scored, well, he's not even scored a podium so far in Moto 2. He came up to Moto 2 towards the end of last season, stepping up from the European Talent Cup where he managed to complete. We've got another follow. That's Gianpaolo Di Vittori making his debut here this weekend. It looks like he might have gone down coming out of Caro, the tight right-hander towards the end of the lap. So fingers crossed that he is okay and the medics will be able to give us the thumbs up on that one. So for the time being, it's still Sura that leads away from Garcia and Mongiardo. Oh, that's good to see. That's good to see. He's walking away, head in his hands, but thankfully he's up on his feet for that one. So yeah, after when you see a rider down on the deck like that, it's always good to see them back up on the feet.
Absolutely. I think it's very good that, well, hopefully that head in his hands is just out of frustration, dejection, wanting to get a good start to the season more than anything else.
Yeah, indeed. He will have another crack of the whip a few weeks' time for Estoril when Moto2 makes her way to Portugal for that one. But the top three opening up a bit of a gap, and Sura chasing as far. Oh, that looked like a bit of a late lunge there from Cassidy on Fernandez. Didn't make it stick, and he's got Radri climbing all over the back of him for the time being. Out on the green there for Mongiardo and also for Fernandez. So there's lots going on. A few riders running onto the green are going to have to be careful of that if they don't want to feel the wrath of the stewards. So ticking off 3 laps already. Sura leading the way ahead of Garcia and Mongiardo, and it's Garcia that sets the fastest lap of the race, a 10.5 faster than Sura last time round, a 1:37.194 for Garcia in second.
Yeah, Garcia does seem to be edging as close as he can to Sura. If things stayed as they were, it would be his best ever finish in this class. He's 2 P4 finishes, chasing his first podium as it is. He's on course for that, Liam.
Yeah, Garcia's been absolutely brilliant over the last couple of years, and just well, he's just missed that extra little edge that you need to finally climb onto the top step of the podium. But he's put himself in prime position to do that today, and these 3 are just opening up a bit of a gap. Here comes Cassidy, your Moto2 reigning world champion. A beautifully done move up the inside of Fernandez, who gets the cutback. We've seen that so many times in the past. Fernandez just powers the Calyx machine by the Bosco Scudo as they go down to the fearsome Carvoni, turn number 11, and these 2 squabbling away is just letting the top 3 get away for now.
Yeah, it's exactly the kind of fight that they don't want to be engaged in right now, as they look to try and make up the ground with the leaders at the moment.
Yeah, big squabbling going on between these riders in third and fourth. Fernandez and, well, it looks like Unayo Radri has just dropped off a couple of bike lengths from these 2 so far, and these top 6 are already 2 seconds in front of Munoz, your reigning stock European champion. So he's shown good form already, running inside the top 7 ahead of Voigt and Volpe, with Fernandez, not to be mixed up with Ferrandez, inside the top 10. Last year's runner-up in the stock class. But there's another fastest lap of the race from Garcia, 1:37.086. He's climbing all over the back of the Bosco Scudo machine. He's closing ever so slightly every single sector, and he's now found himself with another new lap record. He's shaping up a move as he head down towards Quercher for the 4th time, and late on the brakes. Sura is incredibly late on the brakes. Garcia cannot find any way through just for the moment.
No, so far it seems to be a very confident ride from Sura. Knows where he wants to be and how he wants to do it.
Yeah, looks like Mongiardo just behind them is starting to push on ever so slightly as well. He set his personal best lap of the race last time round on 1:37.319. This group are 0.3 of a second quicker than the squabbling pack just behind them. They're in the mid 1:37s, while this group are in the low 37s.
Yeah, they need to be thinking about getting their heads down and cracking on if they're going to be in contention for a podium finish.
Yeah, so we're just coming towards the end of lap number 4, and we must keep in mind the tyre talk of the proceedings with the Pirelli tyres. Brand new to the class for this year for all of the Junior GP classes in 2024. And as we saw in the opening round of the Moto2 World Championship in Qatar only just a few weeks ago, a late lunge there almost from Garcia into turn number 1 on Sura, that anything can happen. You need to keep your tyres. You can't overstress them. You must... Oh, that was a bit of chatter for Sura. We did see in the top of the show, he was talking about chatter to his his crew, and he just saw it coming through turn number 3. He had a bit of a front end moment because of the chatter, almost lost the front, and that made Garcia almost run into the back of him, and that's given Mongiardo, who's just set his personal best lap of the race, a 1:37.139, the opportunity to close in on the top 2.
That's right. Unfortunately for Garcia, he couldn't take advantage of that brief moment that Sura had, who really dealt with it quite professionally. Managed to keep his lead.
Yeah, he dealt with it incredibly well, did Sura, that one, but, well, Garcia might have been looking forward. He might have to be looking behind him now, because he's now got his Fantic Cardoso racing teammate of Mongiardo climbing all over the back. A little bit of a look over the shoulder to the chasing group behind her, getting left for the moment. That is Ferrandez. A bit of a bobble there from Garcia coming through Carvone there, so that one of the places you do not want to have any moment on the rear, on the front, anywhere is Carvone, because that can lead to a big crash indeed. So yeah, thankfully Garcia after that moment has been dropped ever so slightly by Alberto Sura on the 67 machine. So yeah, it looks like it might have just made Garcia take stock for a moment, but he's got look at that run. Did you see that? He's leapt away from his teammate and leapt up to the back of Sura. He must have closed up about 3 or 4 bike lengths. He's just got such drive coming off the final corner. Either that or the other two are just sleeping a little bit, but Garcia, what a moment. There you go, there's a little bit of chatter again from Sura. Not quite as big as last time. It looks like he might have just adjusted his line ever so slightly to avoid that bump. But yeah, there's a bit of a nasty bump there that really did unsettle Sura last time round.
Yeah, Sura's still doing so well to maintain his form at the front. Any error, any mistake, and Garcia's going to take advantage of it. Garcia's ready to take advantage of it. Look at him.
Yes, indeed, and the riders are looking to take advantage of the top 3. Look at this, Ferrandez, 0.3 of a second faster than your top 3, and he's bringing Casadei along with him as well. They're in the low 37s. Last time round, the top 3 were in the 37.6s. So don't count out Ferrandez and Casadei for some action in this one, and there's a bit of a moment there for Mongiardo, who's had well, he's dropped back from these two. He was right on their tail there, so he might have had a bit of a bobble going in to Tremonto, which just caught it off camera. But we'll look out for the riders at the back of the screen. And 4th and 5th, Ferrandez and Casadei are coming into shot. There they are. Last time round, they were 0.3 of a second faster than the leading 3. This is not over just yet, Connor.
It's not over, and if you've got a reigning world champion behind you, you know it's not over as well.
Yeah, indeed, you'll be feeling the champion's breath breathing down your neck. I wonder if it smells any different to somebody's normal morning breath, that's also.
I'm not sure, Liam.
I'm not sure indeed. That time round, Ferrandez a 1:37.4, Casadei 1:37.4. That time round, Sura, Garcia and Mongiardo found a 1:37.3. So
Mattia Volpe's crashed out.
Yeah, there he is. That's Mattia Volpe on screen there. So such a shame from Volpe, who was well inside the top 10 there. So, another moment there from Garcia, really pushing that rear end as it cracks open the throttle coming through Rio corner. So that's given Sura a couple of bike lengths advantage. But these two on screen here, Ferrandez and Casadei, they're definitely a lot closer this time around as they come through sector 2. Yeah, they've closed in another couple of tenths of a second, and all well within 1 second off the back of Mongiardo as Ferrandez. So that gap is coming down.
Yeah, those two, they seem to have put their squabble behind them, and they're just pushing on, trying to narrow this gap with their leading 3. And they're doing it incredibly well.
Yeah, they're really pushing on, are those two, but they've got to make sure that they don't overstress the tyres. I know we don't want to talk about tyres too much, but one of the things in Moto2 for this season, the new Pirelli rubber, brilliant what they've been able to produce, some lap record times throughout practice and testing, as Casadei is lunging up the inside into Caro corner, and he has made it stick. Did Ferrandez just run a little bit wide, or was that a result of Casadei just coming from a long way back and setting up Ferrandez? But Casadei, we know what he is like in Moto E. Okay, they've only got a 7-8 lap race. It's quite a short race. However, Casadei is a master of the craft, a master of his racecraft, and he's getting a cheer on from the team. Go on, Mattia, they're saying. They're chasing down. Let's see what his lap time was. Last time round he was the second fastest rider on track. We've got a new fastest lap of the race from Sura, a 1:37.2. Casadei was the second fastest rider that time round. That was including an overtake though, with a 1:37.3.
Absolutely, Casadei's showing a bit of that experience that he's got, and what you're saying with regard to those Pirelli tyres, it's the same for everyone. So I think it's a question of who can adapt fastest more than anything else.
Yeah, who can adapt fastest, who will be able to just make sure the rubber doesn't go off too much, not push too hard. I think Sura is probably in the best position for the moment, because Garcia, we've seen a couple of times, he's had a few rear end moments coming out of Rio, going through Carboni as well, and Sura, apart from that front end chattering as you had a couple of laps ago, has been well hitting his marks, well on form, and just keeping it all under control at the front for the moment, as his teammate gets a little bit out of control in the background on the number 40 Bosco Scuro machine of Mattia Cassidy. He's pushing on a little bit, pushing on a lot as Mongiardo is running out on the green coming through Carboni. As we said earlier on, we're going to have to keep an eye out on that in case any of them get any warnings for running out onto the green. So for now, it's Sura who leads the way, 0.4 of a second ahead of Garcia, who's opening up a bit of a gap over Mongiardo. It looks like it's up to about half a second now. And then it's Cassidy who's trying to get his hooks into the back of Mongiardo. And then Ferrandez rounds out your top 5. Behind them, 4.7 seconds behind Ferrandez is Oradri. Munoz showing great form in his debut Moto2 race in 7th ahead of Fernandez, who was his championship rival in Stock European Championship last year, ahead of Harrison Voigt and Taiga Hada making his return to the class. And then we've got Fallon, Jambert, Roberts, Hoshwick and Montero rounding out your points paying positions, as Garcia, new fastest lap of the race at 1:37.060. He's found the form, he's found the tyres, he's found the speed, and he's back on to the rear of Alberto Sura.
Well, it's absolutely what he needed to do as well, because if he finds Sura so far ahead of him, then there's nothing he can do really.
Yeah, Alberto Sura. Oh, another rear end moment again from Garcia. My goodness me, that almost sent him to the moon and back. That was a big, big moment from the young Spaniard there. The 17-year-old almost had his heart in his mouth with that one, because he's lost a huge chunk of time to Sura. That's the second, third, and maybe even fourth moment we've seen from Garcia on the rear end. He's really pushing on. We know he's got the speed, however, he's taking chunks of life out of that rear tire. Here we go again, just through quarter to the come, cracks open a power, big rear end moment, looks over his shoulder to make sure that nobody's behind him, but yeah, Mongiardo, his teammate, is already on the back of him once again. So Garcia, he's now given Sura what looks to be a 1 second advantage as they come through sector number 3. So Garcia is going to have to do all that work all over again.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. After making so much time up, to have that occur and find himself so far behind as well. And Sura is taking advantage of it.
Well, yeah, he has indeed. I was about to say that was 1 second, because it was 1 second when he came through sector 3. He's already slashed it down to 7/10. That's probably all that time is gained in the final corner, as we saw a couple of laps ago. So on that lap there, he dropped into, well, he was 1 second slower than he was the previous lap. But Alberto Sura, he's still setting 1:37.4s, 1:37.3s, 1:37.5s, so he's been extremely consistent. But Garcia is the one that's yo-yoing up and down from 1:36.0 to 1:37.0 to 1:38.0. But Garcia already breaking away from his teammate Mongiardo in third, and already closing that gap back down to Sura as they come through the next sector any moment now. That gap looks to be much less than 7/10 of a second. It is much less than 7/10 of a second. It's 6/10 of a second.
And Garcia's here really showing that he is of the caliber necessary to earn a podium again, starting this year rather, the way he finished last year.
Yeah, he's very much looking to be on form as young Garcia. Third year in the class, however, as we said at the top of the show, only 17 years of age. Now, he's back down to 7/10 of a second behind Sura, but watch him coming through the final corner at Misano. The Misano corner, he just takes chunks of time out of Alberto Sura on the Bosco Scuro. Here we go, coming through Misano corner. We're looking at his teammate Francesco Mongiardo, who's a bit of a wobbler on in the curb there, and Cassidy and Ferrandez, they don't look like they've got anything for the top 3 at the moment. And last time round, Garcia back into the 37s, and that time round a 1:37.1. That was 0.2 of a second faster than your race leader Alberto Sura. This is shaping up very nicely, Connor, with 7 laps to go. Garcia gets to the back of Sura, and then he has a big moment on the rear, drops back, and then somehow gets his hooks back into Sura and starts reeling him back in. So this is anyone's race for the moment, and already Garcia's got that lead down to 0.3 of a second. He's pushing on in that Calyx. Sura on the Bosco Skewer has his hands full with the number 31 behind him.
Absolutely, he's going to need to be conscious of the fact that he's got a rider who's proving himself very capable, and he's got him right behind him as well. Any mistake is going to be costly.
Garcia is incredible. He just has so much grip coming out of the corner. Apart from the times he finds no grip and nearly goes up in the air.
Well, you say the times as well because it's plural. It's happened several times.
It has happened several times. It's utterly outrageous amount of times it happened. But just watch him coming through the tight corners. He cracks open the throttle and can just eke into the advantage Sura has. As we come towards the end of the lap, we're going to have to keep an eye on him once more, because when he comes through, not this corner here at Caro, but the Misano corner, the final corner before we come across start-finish line, he will just take chunks of time out of Alberto Sura in front. So he's really good, especially on the left-hand side of the tyre. It's mainly been on the right that he's had a bit of a problem. But look at this once again. That's about 2 or 3 tenths he's taken, 2 or 3 big lengths he's taken out of Alberto Sura. Over that time, that's 0.2 of a second. It's come down over Sector 3 to Sector 4. So he's now 0.2 of a second behind your race leader Alberto Sura, but that time round the pace has now started to drop off ever so slightly. Your race leader a 1:37.7, Garcia a 1:37.4, and it was actually Mongiardo and Casadei and also Ferrandez who were faster than your leader last time round. So this is turning into be an enthralling and an epic opening race here for the 2024 Moto2 European Championship. Alberto Sura on the Bosco Scuro machine, chasing his first victory in the class. Garcia just behind him, chasing his first victory in the class. And you've got Mongiardo just behind these two, chasing their first podium in the class, and also Casadei and Ferrandez as well. So there's a lot to live up for these 5 riders in the leading group. There's a lot they'll be expecting, and there's big prizes on offer, but it looks like Sura and Garcia are the ones that will be battling it out for the top step of the podium with only 5.5 remaining.
Well, we said at the beginning of the race, Liam, that it was going to be competitive, and it's proven to be exactly that. These two may be ahead right now, but with the way that Casadei's been showing, he's very proven at this circuit at least. He's going to be able to try at least to make up some time. It's not over with 6 laps to go.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Connor. I mean, you said Casadei is a proven race winner around here. He's also starting to closing that advantage on Mongiardo just in front of him. So Casadei, the podium hopes aren't over just yet, as are Ferrandez. Ferrandez climbing all over the back. Casadei's had a moment coming through one of the final 2 corners. He's dropped massively off of Mongiardo and right into the clutches of Ferrandez once more. So not sure what happened there to Casadei, but the person that, well, the rider that has all the big problems now is Sura, who's got Garcia once again climbing all over that back wheel of the Bosco Scuro machine. 4.5 laps to go. It's anyone's rider, and Casadei is now in front of Mongiardo. So what's happened there? Casadei's in third. If you'll just see the flash of yellow as you just saw there come into the screen. So Casadei is now in third, and we'll have to see what happened to Mongiardo there, because Ferrandez is still stuck behind him there. So it must have been a moment coming through the opening couple of corners from Mongiardo as one Bosco Scuro goes forward, one is coming under pressure from the Cardoso machine, and one Cardoso machine is dive bombing up the inside of Casadei into Tremonto, not making it stick. So yeah, he was on course for his first ever podium, was Mongiardo. Great form he was in, but a big mistake, he wants that back as well. So however, you've got to get up early in the morning to outdo your Moto2 World Champion Matteo Casadei.
Yeah, he might struggle to get ahead of Casadei now that Casadei's ahead.
Yeah, lots of action going on further down the pack with just over 4 laps remaining. Behind the top 5, we've got Unai Oradri, who's still in 6th spot, and he is 13 seconds ahead of your reigning your reigning stock European champion of last year, Munoz, and he's got his challenger behind him, Ferrandez. Takahata, he's ahead of Lorenzo Filon. That rounds out your top 10 with Voigt dropping outside the top 10 for now, but do we have a change of podium? No, we don't. Mongiardo just slots in back behind Casadei for the time being. Rounding out the rest of the points, we've got Roberts ahead of Jambert, Hostuik and Montero are your only runners and riders right now. So everyone inside the points, if they stay on board the machine, will pick up a point throughout the rest of this Moto2 action. Great action here. It's not been a wham bam thank you ma'am type race here today, but it has been a very interesting and dramatic race so far as Garcia pulls alongside Alberto Sura, but you're going to have to brake deep on the brakes to get past Sura, as we've just seen there. So Alberto Sura, he's found form in the last couple of laps again. He's back into the 1:37.5s, and incredibly, the top 4 riders last time round were in the 1:37.5s, apart from Mongiardo, who was in the 1:38s. But Mongiardo, up the inside of Cassidy into Tramonto. That's how you do it. He's going to make a stick. I think he is going to make a stick there. Yeah, he had a bit of a bobble on the exit there, but he got the drive out of the corner. He's already jumping away from Cassidy. So that Cardoso machine, Calix, has got a lot of grunt coming out of the slow corners, as we've seen with Garcia in second place as well. So that was a very beautifully done move from Mongiardo, who's back into the podium places and chasing his first podium in Moto2.
Absolutely. If he wants to try and make an impact further up as well, that's what he needed to do.
A wheelie for good measure. I don't think he meant it, but it looked impressive. Well, we'll tick off another lap. Lap 14 comes to a conclusion here at Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli, 3 laps remaining, and it was only 0.06 of a second coming across the line between Sura and Garcia. There they are on screen, and it's Sura that still leads away. This looks like it's inevitable. It looks like the Jaws music has been cued as Garcia hunts down your long-time race leader and pole sitter, Alberto Sura. This battle for third is not over and done with just yet, with Garcia's teammate Mongiardo and Alberto Sura's teammate Matteo Cassidy well within it, and then Ferrandis in his first full rookie season on board the Moto2 machine well in the mix as well. So down towards Quattro Corner they come, a bit of a moment there for Matteo Cassidy, potentially not quite so. Oh, Mongiardo, big moment there, just like his teammate Garcia did a few laps ago. Big moment with foot off the pegs. He's dropped down to 4th, but he's not going to let that one stick. Sets up Cassidy for 3rd spot. This is great action. And here comes Ferrandis. Ferrandis tried to find an opening. There was none. Cassidy closed off. So Mongiardo, a bit of a moment, didn't deter him as he was back up the inside of Cassidy immediately into Tramonto Corner.
No, that was really impressive.
Outstanding stuff here in the opening round of the season for Moto2 European Championship here at the Misano Circuit, World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli, 2 and a bit laps remaining. Alberto Sura, as you can see just in front of this group here, has opened up a bit of an advantage over Garcia. Now, has he kept his powder dry? Has he kept his tyres in life? And is he now going to start opening up that advantage over Garcia? As they come across the line, a 37.3 from your race leader. That is incredibly fast lap time, incredible lap from him, considering how old those tyres are. 37.5 from Garcia, so 0.2 of a second in. As Ferrandis goes for a move, we've just cut away from it on Garcia into turn number 3. If he's made that stick, that's outrageous. It was outrageous. He has made a stick, but Cassidy back up the outside, but Ferrandis chops off the nose of Cassidy. Your Moto2 World Champion has been demoted back to 5th spot, but what an audacious, what a brilliantly calculated move by Ferrandis.
I don't think that race for the 3rd spot on the podium's over yet, Liam.
No, I don't. I agree with you there, Ferrandis. He's just been eagerly watching the top. A bit of a moment there for Mongiardo as he tries to get it stopped. Can he get out of this corner without any problems? Yes, he can. This time around, no such rear end problems from Mongiardo this time, but he's now got problems coming from Ferrandis, who has now found his form, found life in those tyres still, and he's now pushed through to 4th. So, a lap and a bit remaining here at the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli, Moto2 action, and it looks like it's going to be all the way down to the wire between the battle for 3rd. It looks like Sura, though, might have this one covered over Garcia ever so slightly. We will have to keep an eye on the lap times as you come across the line, but that gap is now up to half a second from Sura back to Garcia, and there's only less than 0.2 of a second covering this group here. But as they come across the line, through the final corner once more, the final lap of the race starts, and it's a 0.2 of a second advantage from Sura back to Garcia, exactly the same lap times. Here comes Ferrandis, late on the brakes. How late would you like it? As late as you like. And here comes Mongiardo, he's having none of it. Ferrandis round the outside, he looks up, but watch out, here comes Cassidy round the outside. He has to set up as well. Oh, moment there from Mongiardo, he looks over his shoulder. Cassidy sweeps on round the outside. Ferrandis in 3rd, Cassidy in 4th, and Mongiardo has started the final lap in 3rd all the way back to 5th. That was some incredible Moto2 action there, and thankfully all three of them stayed on board their bikes.
Yeah, they've got just what's left of this lap to try and fight it out for that third place on the podium.
Incredible action. Mongiardo's not giving this one up just yet. He's pushing extremely hard. Thankfully, there's no problem whatsoever just yet coming out of Quercia, but a problem might be for Alberto Sura, who's now got Garcia climbing all over the back of FIM with half a lap remaining, and it's all going off in the background as well. Casadei's looking up the inside of Ferrandez, and Mongiardo's looking up the inside of both of them.
Well, Garcia's been just behind Sura for most of this race. Sura's managed to keep his lead, but Garcia's shown he's got the pace to compete. He's not got much time left if he's going to make a move, though.
No, only 2 corners to go for Alberto Sura. Casadei, he's still in 3rd spot, just behind him. I think Ferrandez might have done it, but Sura will hold off the challenge from Garcia. Garcia might be good coming through this corner, but not good enough on this occasion. Alberto Sura from pole to victory. It's first career victory in Moto2, and his 6th podium in the class. And Ferrandez takes 3rd, just ahead of Casadei. And distraught action there from Mongiardo as Ferrandez almost plunges it off into the gravel trap at turn at number 1. But Garcia takes his best result in the class with 2nd place on board the 31 Cardoso machine. But what about Alberto Sura, Connor? He soaked up all the pressure from Garcia, from Mongiardo, led from lights to flag. No one was in front of him at any point, and he's now put himself right in prime position for this year's World Championship.
And you can't say he doesn't. Big difference, I think.
Big difference indeed.
But you can't say that he doesn't deserve it after all the misfortune, the injuries that Sura's had to deal with in recent years. He's come here to Misano and he's led the race from start to finish. And he's leading in the championship after 1 race.
Incredible result. And Bosco Scudo's first win of the season as well. So Bosco Scudo, well, they're looking mighty in the World Championship. They're looking mighty in the European Championship as well, as he pops what is an incredible wheelie. Oh, it looked like it was a one-legged wheelie as well, alongside Ferrandez, who picks up his first podium in Moto2. And Roberto Garcia, his best result, his first podium as well in the class. What an outstanding ride by Roberto Garcia, considering the fact he almost chucked the bike into the scenery on half a dozen occasions. So to gather himself up, to find the form again, to stay on board that and take a safe 2nd place, that gives him very important points ahead of the rest of the season. And Alberto Ferrandez, remember this name, he is one for the future. Alberto Ferrandez was competing in the European Talent Cup for most of last season, and then I think they believed that he had a bit more potential to show, so they took him out of the European Talent Cup. They moved him into Moto2 for the remaining 3 rounds of the season, and well, it's only taken him to the first race of 2024 for him to finally put his name on the podium trophy. But there was absolutely no stopping your race winner here today. Alberto Sura takes the victory over Garcia, Ferrandez at your podium, Casadei and Mongiardo just missing out very narrowly on the podium. I'd have Unai Oradre, who was 15 seconds off the race win, with Danny Munoz, your champion from last year's Stock European Championship, finishing ahead of his close rival for that title last year, Eric Fernandez, in 7th and 8th respectively. Takahata on his return to the Moto2 European Championship at 9th ahead of Harrison Voigt, who managed to recover a top 10 position from Lorenzo Fellon, your rookie. A burnout and a half there from Alberto Sura. That's what you love to see, a burnout on the cool down lap. As we'd like to see a stoppie and a wheelie, but a burnout always spectacular for the fans around the paddock. But incredible stuff there from Alberto Sura, really stamping his authority on the opening round of the Moto2 European Championship here in Misano. And a big chant from his team as he rolls into Parc Fermé, a bit of a stoppie there, and well, he'll have plenty more practice to do. We'll give him a wee 5 out of 10 for that one. He'll have plenty more practice in the rounds ahead, because you can imagine that he'll be pulling into Parc Fermé on many occasions this year. So Alberto Sura, your race victor on board the Bosco Scudo machine. Could it be a return to Well, winning ways, regular winning ways for the Bosco Scooter team, as we saw with Alonso Lopez and Fermin Aldeguer only a number of seasons ago. And look what they've gone on to achieve. Race wins, podiums and championship challenges in the Moto2 World Championship. Do we have another star on our hands for the future in Moto2? Well, place your bet. Anything is possible, and certainly Team Chiati Bosco Scuro believe that Alberto Sura is one for the future. So this is how he did it. Bit of a moment there from Garcia into turn number 1. He had a bit of a look up the inside on a few occasions, but when he applied the pressure on Sura, Sura soaked it up, threw it all back, and it was Garcia at times that seemed to succumb to the pressure, pushed a little bit too hard, as we're about to see now coming out of Quercia. This was a huge moment, almost race-ending moment there from Roberto Garcia. Was very lucky to stay on board. A bit of a shake of the head. Yeah, he knew how big of a moment that was, how lucky he was to stay on the machine. But yeah, victory numero uno, I should have said, for Alberto Sura in Moto2 European Championship, with Roberto Garcia chasing him all the way. And what can you say? A beautifully perfected burnout on the cool down lap just before he came rolling down the pits and into Parc Fermé to celebrate with his team. So we're going to be hearing from your race winner in due course with Conor Doherty, but before then the riders will be getting weighed down in Parc Fermé just to make sure that they've been within the minimum weight limit with rider and gear as well. But you've got to say the top 3 on the podium, including Matteo Cassidy and Mongiardo, they will be your 5 to keep an eye out on for the entirety of 2024, because there will be big races throughout the season. A great race to start off the season here at Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli. And well, the fans that have come out here today have really been given their money's worth. A brilliant Junior GP race, a brilliant European Talent Cup race, and a brilliant Moto2 race. And Conor is with your race winner.
That was a fantastic ride from start to finish. Can you tell us a bit about how it felt to be out there in the race?
Yes, I'm very feeling with the bike in the weekend. Nothing. Thank you, my team, my sponsor, my family, my friends, and nothing. Thank you.
In italiano, come è andato il gara?
La gara è andata benissimo. Aspettavo questo momento da tanto tempo perché è passato un momento un po' difficile della mia vita nella Moto3. Sono contento di essere cresciuto in questa categoria grazie al mio team, grazie a Bosco Scuro. E niente, volevo ringraziare tutti i miei amici che sono venuti a salutarmi, a Misano, i miei sponsor, il mio team, tutti.
Grazie mille.
Well, this is how Alberto Sura became a Moto2 European Championship race winner for the first time. He got the whole shot from pole position, maiden pole position to maiden win, but he was challenged earlier on by Roberto Garcia and Mongiardo on the Cardoso racing machines in second and third. Roberto Ferrandis, he charged hard in fourth position, just ahead of reigning Moto E World Champion on the other Bosco Square machine, Matteo Cassidy. Matteo Cassidy would eventually find his way forward into fourth spot as Garcia challenged your race leader in the early stages, but he would be applying the pressure. Alberto Sura would have a bit of a moment a couple of times through turn number 3, but it would be this moment here from Roberto Garcia that would really put his heart in his mouth. So Quercia corner coming a cropper almost to Roberto Garcia, as it would almost become a cropper to Mongiardo a little bit later on in the race. Mongiardo had his mistake, he dropped behind Matteo Cassidy, but it would be a lap after this one where he would finally find his way forward and setting up the Moto E World Champion. The battle for third, fourth and fifth raged on throughout the remainder of the race, and it was Mongiardo once again who made another mistake coming out of Quercia, who finally had to find another way past, and it was Ferrandis that would eventually find his way through to the front ahead of Cassidy, chopping off the nose of the Bosco Scuro rider. He would not be finished with it just yet, as on the final lap he found his way forward from a late braking manoeuvre up the inside, but it was Mongiard who fought back once again. Great scrap going on between these three, and all perfectly racing very cleanly, but Mongiard had a bit of a moment and he would have to settle for fifth, but settling for victory, it was numero uno, Alberto Sura, who took victory in Moto2. First victory in the class, and you can imagine the first of many, as he got congratulated by teammate Mattia Cassidy, who had to settle for fourth spot. Round of applause for the Team Chiati Bosco Scuro team representative and Alberto Ferrandez, who I must admit gave it the biggest scream around the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli, you could hear, well, tried to be outdone by Alberto Sura in that one as well. But incredible performance by your top three, and especially by your race winner, Alberto Sura. The Vice President of the FIM Europe hands out the trophy to the team representative of Team Chiati Bosco Scuro, and well, that's another one to add to the trophy cabinet. Hernandez picks up his first podium in Moto2, and yes, screaming vamos, come on. The young Spaniard takes what will be his first of many in Moto2. Managing Director of the Misano World Circuit, Dr. Andrea Albini, hands over second place trophy to Roberto Garcia, but it's a long anticipated win for your race winner, the Italian numero uno here today in Misano. It's Alberto Sura, your Moto2 race winner. Well, for the second time today, the Italian national anthem rings out across the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli, to the delight of the home fans. Alberto Sura, your victor here today in the Moto2 European Championship, as they spray well, I think they'll be getting, a couple of them, especially Alberto Sura, will be getting to spray the Prosecco for this one, so he is of age. Well, the other two are underage, still have to spray the rose water, but only for now. Wait until they turn 18, lads, and yeah, you'll be getting to spray the Prosecco as well. And look how hot it is out there on the circuit now. We're seeing the steam coming from the floor of the podium, so it's getting quite warm out there in Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli, Connie, you were just out there. How much is the temperature increased?
I think it's one of those things where it's warm if you're out in the sun. If you find yourself in the shade, it's fairly cold actually.
That still explains why I'm wearing a jacket here in the comms box. But your top three pose for the pictures, and here's the results of the first round of the Moto2 European Championship.
It's Alberto Sura with the first win of the season with a fantastic ride. He's followed by Garcia and Ferrandez in third, very much well deserved. Cassidy in fourth, Mongiano in fifth, Oradre in sixth, Munoz in seventh, Fernandez in eighth, and Tiger Hada in ninth. Moving down the rankings now, it's Harrison Voigt in 10th, Lorenzo Feon in 11th, Greg Roberts in 12th, Johan Gimbert in 13th, 14th, Jacobo Hoshiuk, and then the riders who failed to complete the race, Volpi, Montero and Di Vittori. And of course, Matirato. Here we have then the championship standings. Alberto Sura leading the way, just as he was leading that first race with 25 points. He's followed by Roberto Garcia and Alberto Ferrandez in second and third respectively. Behind them, Mattia Casadei, Mongiaro, Oradre, Munoz, Fernandez, and Tiger Hada. Following those riders, we've got Voigt, Feon, Roberts, Gimbert, and Hoshiuk.
So there you have it. Round number 1 for the Moto2 European Championship is done and dusted. Alberto Sura becomes a first-time Moto2 race winner, and you can imagine it will be the first of many for the young Italian Bosco Scuro rider. Moto2 will be back in action in 2 weeks' time at the Estoril circuit in Portugal. But do not go anywhere, we've still got plenty more Junior GP action with the Junior GP race number 2 coming up next. One race down, another race to go at the majestic Misano circuit. Marco Simoncelli, 16 laps lay ahead at this wonderful ribbon of tarmac on the Adriatic coast, where we've seen champions crowned and where we will see future champions begin their journey today. Rookie Jesus Rios set a new all-time lap record for his first ever pole position, and he starred in race number 1 today. With 25 points on offer for the win, and a victory will be as important as early points in the early rounds of the season. Well, who will be putting their name in the game with race number 2 victory here today? So if race number 1 is anything to go by with edge-to-seat action, race number 2 is ready to rumble in Misano. Glorious, glorious sunshine echoes all over the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli. Some clouds in the sky, but thankfully the rain has stayed away today, unlike the rest of the weekend, Connor, where we had some biblical rain throughout the rest of the weekend.
No, I think we've been really lucky today, Liam, especially last night with the amount of rain that fell. It was a deluge, a genuine deluge, and during qualifying around midday, this is what I was worried about. Around midday, well, in the morning it was quite nice and sunny on Saturday, and then midday, the heavens opened, and we were subject to, well, a lot of rain.
Yeah, I must admit, I was starting to get you and me to build an ark in the media centre yesterday because I thought that's what we're going to need for the rest of the weekend. However, thankfully, the rain didn't last too long and it subsided, and have been beckoned today with some glorious, glorious sunshine. So, which is what we've been wanting because we've had 3 fantastic races. And here is what happened in race number 1 of Junior GP with Jesus Rios, the rookie, starting from pole position, but it'd be Adrian Cruces immediately heading to the front with Cormac Buchanan also in the mix, and Casey O'Gorman as well. But Adrian Cruces, he would make the mark early on, pulling a bit of advantage with Alvaro Carpi also in the mix. But it was great racing all throughout the field with Adrian Cruces finally dropping back with Casey O'Gorman coming to the front. Ruche Moodley, the South African rider, found his way into 3rd spot. He was very good and very deep on the brakes into Quercher corner, and also Tramonto, which would become his downfall a little bit later on in the race. Alvaro Carpi hit the front, but a couple of laps later he would be pushed out at that very same section of track by his teammate Rosenthaler. The number 27 of Rico Salmela, he was starting to push his way to the front, and he would find himself at the lead of the pack with only a few laps remaining. Jesus Rios, he was back at the forefront of it again, as was Adrian Cruces after he dropped further back. But the top 3 broke away with Salmela, O'Gorman and Rios leading the pack. As the laps ticked off, Ruche Moodley bridged the gap from Group 2 to Group 1 and brought the rest of the runners and riders with him. And as it came down to Tramonto corner, with only a couple of laps remaining, he left the braking late, and Rico Salmela, with nowhere to go, found himself in a gravel trap. Thankfully, both were okay. This left Cruces, Rios and O'Gorman at the front, but the chasing pack of Moretti and also Uriarte came chasing through the field, and they were in prime position to take their first win of the season. But at the line, it was Morossi who just missed out on victory from the rookie, the first race of his career in Junior GP. It was Jesus Rios, the victor in Junior GP. Well, Jesus Rios, the mighty debutant in Junior GP, can he repeat his victory from race number 1 and race 2 later in a few moments time? I was going to say later on today. We're already flying through the schedule here today, Connor. I'm almost amazed it's race number 4 today. But look at that, the track temperature is 9 degrees hotter than it was for race number 1 this morning. So as we've been talking about throughout the day, especially in the European Talent Cup, the Pirelli tyres, they'll be a big talking point. Who will be able to keep them in life, and maybe who's going to be pushing them a little bit too much and they will fall off the edge of a cliff.
I think we'll also have to ask which of these riders, who are obviously riding in different circumstances earlier today, when the track was much cooler, who's going to be able to adapt to the new circumstances, and are we going to see a similar kind of race?
Yeah, we can imagine it'll be a very similar race in terms of the race at the front, but in terms of tyre management, well, we see some riders maybe just hang back a little bit. Rico Salmela, he was a good one to point out because he was hanging back in the pack, and then towards the end he really put himself to the forefront of it and was looking really strong before he was unfortunately caught up in the incident with Rushi Midley. But no such incidents for your race winner, Jesus Rios. We really did not expect this coming into the race weekend from this young Spaniard. He's been utterly, utterly incredible, Connor.
A precocious talent, I think, and one that I think a lot of people are going to have their eyes on as well over the next 40 minutes or so with the race, but also people are going to be looking back at what we've seen previously. They'll be waking up thinking, nah, no way.
And yes, way, it's going to happen.
Absolutely. It was a sensational ride from the young Spaniard.
It really was. His racecraft, I must admit, in that first race was outstanding. We have seen it in the past in the European Talent Cup, how extremely well positioned he is in terms of racecraft, and well, he did manage to use that in race number 1 here today. A bit unfortunate for Morossi on the Aspar Junior team, who who just missed out on his first victory. So yeah, we're seeing some of the marshals just guiding the riders to their positions on the grid. Adrian Cruces, he had a fantastic opening outing in race number 1 here today. 5th position he finished in race number 1, but at one point in the race it looked like it was going to be a lot less than that. He dropped back outside the top 10 at one stage of the race, but managed to fight his way back through the pack into race winning contention, but was just outdone by Casey O'Gorman on the run to the line as well in that part of the race. So unfortunate for Cruces. However, Adrian Cruces, we know how strong he is in the races, and we know how much he will be in the fight for race 2 here today.
Yeah, absolutely, and we know who he's working with as well. The FIM Network team do have a brilliant organisation, the way they're running things, and they put their faith in Adrian, and I think there's a good reason why. Now, this is a different one, Ruche Moodley.
Yeah, a bit of a slap on the wrist for Ruche Moodley after race number 1, and he's been given a long lap penalty for this race after his collision with Rico Salmela in race number 1 here today. Unfortunate for Ruche because he has been really incredibly fast in his debut weekend in Junior GP, but you must admit it was when you saw the incident back a number of times, you really did expect it to be coming.
Yeah. Doesn't really count as incurring the wrath of the stewards, does it, if you do something like that?
Not at all, not at all. You expect it, and you probably went in there and was like, yeah, I accept it. However, Rushi Midley does have the pace, so expect to see him challenging towards the front. Now, here's another rider that had a bit of disaster in race number 1. Cormac Buchanan showed great form in the opening 5 laps until he had a bit of an off in the middle part of the race. Cormac Buchanan, you can still see there's scuffed leathers and some gravel trap dust on those, so you know he's been in the wars a little bit. Cormac Buchanan from 4th on the grid. Have to watch out for him because he was showing great pace early on today. So Cormac Buchanan, if he stays on board that AGR machine, expect him to be well and truly, not within the podium mix, but well in victory contention.
I think that's one of the advantages of having these 2 races. The rider can just dust themselves off, get back on the bike, and try and do the best once again.
Now, the rider that was taken out from the lead in race 1 here today, Rico Salmela, I must admit, he does have some big crashes, does Rico, whenever he goes down, but you must admit, he's young enough to keep bouncing, so far, so good for the young Finnish rider. And yeah, Rico Salmela, big star of the feature on the number 27 Dynavolt Intact Liquid Moly machine, so make sure that, he'll be hoping to stay out of any wars today, so I think when you put yourself in first position, you always expect there won't be anything happening to you. However, he was in first and still got taken
but starting
down.
from P5? He's got it difficult.
He has got it difficult, but not as difficult as some of the others further back, and maybe not quite as difficult as Casey O'Gorman here, a former British Talent Cup champion, a former European Talent Cup race winner, finds himself in one of the most coveted teams on the grid, the champions from the past 2 seasons with Jose Antonio Rueda and Angel Piqueras, and the young Irishman there. 4th in race 1, he was leading much of the race, and he looks as cool as a cucumber, I must admit, ready for action here under the blazing sun of Misano.
Have you ever thought about giving yourself a haircut like that?
I did used to have a haircut like that once upon a time, but I thought I'll forget about the hairdressers and just grow mine out long.
So
too much money. I'm also a little scared of them.
Right, fair enough, fair enough.
Not as scared as I will be about my bike not starting in race number 2.
Yes.
As Max Keeles was in race number 1. Unfortunately, the double European Talent Cup champion, as you see there, 0 points, 38th in the World Championship. Yeah, unfortunately, he did not manage to get his bike started. And there's a couple of fans, Max Keeles, 28 there. That's a great sign there, seeing some of the fans already supporting these riders on their quest to become future superstars in the Grand Prix paddock. But Max Keeles, yes, he had a bit of an issue on the warm-up lap. His bike was pulled into the pit lane, and then he had to come from the pit lane. He was just on the fringes of the top 20, just at the fastest lap of the race before he went down. So he'll be looking to have a much more successful race number 2 here today.
You think so?
But talking of successful races, Hakim Danish, a debutant in the class as well. There's so many of them this year, Connor. 7 points, 9th place, and he was running at the front. He looked already to be, well, a veteran of the class. He was pulling incredible moves, late braking, going around the outside of riders. Hakim Danish, he's always box office stuff when he's on track, and Hakim Danish, a young Malaysian rider.
Absolutely, he proved himself to be so competent on the bike.
Very competent and big star of the future as well, and he's going to be showing his form once again in this race. So that's the top 9 riders so far, with Marcos Uriarte, our top 8 riders. This is the top 9th rider. Marcos Uriarte starts 9th on the grid, however, claimed his first podium in race number 1, was well and truly in the mix with the Aspar junior team squad, with CF Moto, and he's one of those riders you haven't really seen much of over the last couple of years, but he's joined Aspar. We know how good Aspar is at developing young talent, and all of a sudden he put it on the podium in race number 1. So big kudos to Marcos Uriarte, and expect him to be one of the challengers for victory here today. Honestly, you can take the top 17 riders on the grid, as we saw from race 1 at one point, and they can all be race winners. I have no idea who's going to win this one. No. Even Alvaro Carpi, who had, by his standards, a bit of a disaster in race 1. Okay, still finished 6th, but he was shoved out onto the green at one point and dropped all the way out of contention. So managed to fight his back way inside the top 6 was quite the feat.
It was quite the feat, and I think all of these riders have showed what they're capable of, especially at the front. Carpe among them, starting from P10, finishing 6th. Obviously there are a few incidents ahead of him, but he managed to make the most of them and did incredibly well to finish where he did.
Yeah, he did indeed, Alvaro Carpi. So as long as he doesn't get pushed out by one of his teammates this race, I'm sure he'll be absolutely fine. Another rider that was well and truly within the mix in the previous race was Marcus Ruda, the number 69, starting from 11th. He was well within that top group until he stuck his hand up mid-race along the back straight. One of the places you really do not want to have a technical issue is down towards Carvoni, but he managed to notice it extremely fast and put his hand up to signal to the riders behind him. He has a problem, pulled out off to the side of the track. So hopefully Marcos Ruda, who's filling in for Guido Pini this weekend, so we wish Guido Pini all the best on his recovery after a testing crash in the Red Bull Rookies Cup at Jerez last weekend. All the best on his recovery, but Marcos Ruda doing a fine job so far.
Absolutely.
Filling in for Pini.
I think the Artbox team will be very happy with him.
Indeed, he will be. So Jacob Rosenthaler, the Austrian here, and 12th spot on the grid. 10th place in the first race. That was after a long lap penalty, so he was given that after incurring the wrath of the stewards throughout the race.
This time we can say
we can say it now. So yes, Rosenthaler, he'll be hoping for a much cleaner race, staying away from the ire of the stewards, because he was well within podium contention for that one. So watch out for Rosenthaler going from the outside of row 4.
There's a sign you love so much. Here we have the starting grid. Rios leads the way at the front. He's followed by Adrian Cruces, and Moodley will have that long lap penalty. Row 2, Buchanan, Salmela and O'Gorman. In row 3, Max Quiles, Hakim Danish and Uriarte. Behind them, row 4, Carpe, Ruda, Rosenthaler. Row 5, Morosi, Yambias and Sharil. And in row 6, Planques, Paolec and O'Shea. Further back now, in row 7, Boggio, Ramenstoffer and Formara. In row 8, Molognane, Fuetisan and Mitani. And in row 9, Uesu, Abruzzo and Liguori. And in row 10, Tiezzi, Odaki, Al Sauti. Finally, in row 11, Grenfell and Uchiyumi.
Well, the Junior GP bikes roar into action for the start of the warm-up lap, and as we were speaking just before the grid, honestly, Connor, I cannot pick a winner. I don't know if you can from this race ahead of us. If I put you on the spot now, I'm going to put your hard-earned cash on the table. I know you're from Leeds, maybe a little bit difficult for you, but who are you putting your money on for this race?
Honestly, it is an incredibly difficult question given what we've seen already today, and I'm reluctant to make any kind of call because it's so easy to be proven wrong.
Well, I'm going to take my derriere right off the fence here and put some money on the table, even though I'm a Scotsman, and I am going to go with Morosi. He just missed out on his first win in race number 1, but Morosi looked incredible in the closing couple of laps of race number 1. So, hey, if Morosi can just hold it across the line like it looked like he was, but apart from the outstanding talent of Jesus Rios, he was about to win his first Junior GP. So there's your championship standings, just like they were in race number 1. Rios leads it from 5 points over Morosi. Uriarte in third spot ahead of Casey O'Gorman, 12 points further back. But that could all chop and change with race number 2 here today. If you thought race number 1 was frenetic and exciting, well, I'm sure race number 2 is going to be bombastic and brilliant.
Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't discard the Network boys at the front of the grid either, despite that long lap penalty. I think they've proven they're very capable riders. They've proven that they know what they need to do.
Well, that's the thing. Rishi Moodley, he came into this race knowing he has to serve that long lap penalty. So him and the team will have devised a plan of when to serve it. Obviously, you've got to wait until the first laps are over and done with before you eventually get given a signal to serve your long lap penalty, so you don't come in right away. So he'll be given that board to say when he can serve the penalty, the team, he'll take it, and I think he'll still be well within a chance of good points here today. But as the riders get ready for their second race in Misano, the revs will be rising under the glorious Misano sun along the Adriatic coast. Who will take honours in race number 2 here today? Will it be Jesus Rios for the double, or could it be Cruces or Moodley or somebody else as the revs rise for Junior GP action? Race number 2 at Misano, and the lights go out. They held it for a long time, but they go out now, and a cracking start from the number 21, Rishi Moodley, and also Cruces. It's going to be a fin at work. 1-2 down towards turn number 1. Buchanan slots into third ahead of Rios. Oh, Rios sat up by Buchanan, and it's going to be Cruces round the outside of Moodley early doors. One of the riders sitting up at the back there. I think that's Sharil. It was Sharil getting sat up at the back there on the number 57 Junior Talent Team machine. And somebody's down in the background, not quite sure who that might be. We'll keep an eye on that. But one of the riders down, hopefully okay. But for now, it's Adrian Cruces that leads the way ahead of Rishi Moodley. Another rider down at the background there. Marshall's running over. The rider was trying to pick the bike back up. But for now, it's Cruces leading away from Moodley, and it looks like Cormac Buchanan going around the outside. And is that Carpe? It's Carpe up there, side into third. Carpe from Myard back on the grid, already finding his way inside the top 3.
Oh, it's impressive stuff. And briefly there, Liam, I think we saw a 1-2 from the FIM Network guys.
We did indeed, yeah, very briefly.
Very briefly.
Anything is going to be brief in this race. You can just tell it's not going to last very long, but hopefully something will last a little bit longer will be Cormac Buchanan's race this time round, because he's now in a prime position to take the lead of the race from Adrian Cruces. A big move in towards Carvoni for Cormac Buchanan. Alvaro Carpe is going to try and take advantage of that as well, but not for now. Cormac Buchanan leads the way. So Cormac Buchanan on the 14 AGR machine. This is great from him in the opening laps, but Cruces up the inside and took out, bit of a moment there from Cruces on the rear end. That's had to set Buchanan and Carpi up coming out of Carroll corner, but he's managed to hold it for now as a tick off one more lap. So the tick off the first lap, I should say, is going to be Cruces from Buchanan and Carpi as they stream across the line to complete lap number 1. The top three have a small tenth of a second advantage over Moodley, who still has to serve that long lap penalty, and that's Keeles on the 28 Australia Galicia machine. He's into 6th already, so already a better start to his race than race number 1.
And look at Carpe there coming through, looking to find the right moment to make the lunge and get his way into the front of the race.
Oh, big move there, I thought, from Cormac Buchanan. He just slots back into third behind Carpi. So Carpi, he found it took him a bit of time to get his way to the front in race number 1. This time round, not so much. There's your 2 Australia Galicia team machines of Keeles and O'Gorman there. So O'Gorman must be wondering, I cannot believe I've seen you already this race. You were starting so far back.
Well, what can we say? We saw what happened in the first race. This is incredibly competitive. And we're going to see it like this from start to finish.
It's one of the most competitive championships you'll see anywhere around the world, and trying to become, well, the force of the championship is Adrian Cruces, who dived up the inside of Carpi. Carpi's having none of that, and that's one of the Australia Galicia. That's O'Gorman. Oh no, sorry, my apologies to O'Gorman. That's Yambias that's gone down. So yeah, they're both
scaring people at home.
Scaring people at home indeed. So what happened to Yambias here? Did he tag the back of another rider? Here is on the outside. Just yeah, front end washout there. So running a little bit offline. So Fernando Yambias, who picked up his best result in almost a year, is down and out as Cruces. Oh, a big move there from Rishi Moodley. Again, we're seeing him on the brakes up the inside, taking nothing for granted, nobody for granted on the brakes. I think he overtook 2 riders in one. That was, well, Cormac Buchanan's retaliated there, giving him some of his own medicine into Misano corner, the final turn here in Misano. But it's going to be Cruces who leads the way ahead of Carpi, and Carpi already looking up the inside into turn number 1 as we tick off lap number 2. We have 14 laps remaining of what is going to be a scintillating Junior GP race 2 here in Misano.
I think scintillating is the word, Liam. That's absolutely what it is. Look at these 2 Spaniards out ahead.
And Rosenthaler,
really impressive. Well,
cue the Jaws music. That looks like Hakim Danish just shoving out Casey O'Gorman on the edge of the circuit there at Rio Corner. Casey O'Gorman got a little bit bullied in the pack there. Yeah, it was Casey O'Gorman. He's now behind the number 13 of Hakim Danish. You must admit, when you've got Hakim Danish around you, make sure you jump out of the way as early as you can, because Hakim Danish takes absolutely no prisoners, as we've seen so many times in the past. A great rider, great talent, and great personality. And that was Rishi Moodley. I was just signalling to the riders behind him that he's going to come in for the long lap penalty, as he does now. Very well done, Rishi. When he comes back, oh, we've got, oh no! Oh, he's taken out Rishi Moodley. Oh my goodness me, was that Rico Salmela? I think that's Rico Salmela, who's been turfed out wide, but I think Rosenthaler maybe, and that's taken out Rishi Moodley. So poor Rishi Moodley. Those two have come together again in the same gravel trap, but in completely different circumstances.
Absolutely.
Rishi Moodley, my goodness me.
Such drama here.
A big drama. Big drama. So yeah. Unfortunate there for Rishi Moodley, who was an innocent party in that one, and Rico Salmela was, well, he got pushed well out wide by, I'm not quite sure who could have been, but it looked like he might have had a coming together with his teammate of Rosenthaler. And this time round, Rico Salmela is limping away, but thankfully both of them are walking away from that one, and then completely the same gravel trap. So here we are again, Rishi Moodley. Oh, no, I must apologise there to Rosenthaler. Salmela had a massive high side coming into Tramonto there, so my apologies to Rosenthaler. He just got caught up in the action as well. But my goodness me, I did say at the start of the show that Salmela does not know how to crash small. He has big crashes, and he locked up the rear end going into Tramonto, and over the top he went. And poor Rishi Moodley, serving his long lap penalty for the incident he caused on Salmela, and race number 1 gets taken out by Salmela's errant bike. So anyway, back at the front, 13 laps to go. It's Jesus Rios who takes over at the front of the field and sets up Cruces, but Cruces back again, and that's Max Keeles in 4th, and we've got Alvaro Carpi just behind there. So Alvaro Carpi, who, oh my goodness me, that is Rios and Cruces, they're getting close to each other once more. They're getting really reacquainted with each other in this race, as they did in race number 1. And Carpe saying, thank you very much, lads. I'll just take the draft pass, and through into P1 I go, and ciao an hour. See you later.
It couldn't be tighter here at the front, could it? The Rios could just be...
Yeah, Jesus Rios getting beaten up ever so slightly now after he's been having a bit of a war with Adrian Cruces, and O'Gorman and Keelis, they've come to the fore again. So, a bit of a moment there for that. Looked like it was number 67 of O'Gorman. It was. He's now behind his teammate of Max Keelis, and we expected to see this from Max Keelis, the rookie sensation from Spain, the double European Talent Cup champion on the number 28 Estrella Galicia machine, but he's coming under a bit of pressure from his teammate O'Gorman and Jesus Rios. They've both moved past the young Spaniard into 3rd and 4th respectively, but Rios, Keelis having a bit of a moment on the change of direction. Jesus Rios is getting extremely close to a lot of riders' front wheels, so Jesus Rios, we have to keep an eye on him just to make sure that he doesn't get a little bit too over enthusiastic. There's a crash in the background at the top left of the screen there. I'm not quite sure who that might have been, but I just saw the corner of my eye. The rider crashing into Rio corner. But as the riders power down the back straight into Quattro corner one more time to tick off another lap going into turn at number 8. We've seen a couple of crashes so far here today. Thankfully, everyone's made it past there all calmly. Adrian Cruces and Heroes Rios are again reacquainted in their warring battle as they did a lap ago, with Alvaro Carpe just taking stock for the moment and Casey O'Gorman just behind Alvaro Carpe. But look at Hakim Danish on the number 13 machine, already getting himself into the battle. The young Malaysian rider is a great talent, always great to watch. He's in 5th spot as Alvaro Carpe looks for a move up the inside of Rios. Rios turns that challenge into an attack, but doesn't quite make it stick.
No, it's been fantastic so far. High octane drama from start to finish. We saw that in the first race, we're seeing it again here now.
Yeah, big drama. There's a leading group of just the 13 riders in this race corner. It was
just the 13.
Just the 13 this time. Unlucky for some, but we've got in the group Cormac Buchanan, who's further back. You just saw him going out of shot there. He's in 7th ahead of Marcos Ruda. Uriarte as well, so keep an eye for him. Also Morossi, Eddie O'Shea on the MLAV racing team. He started from 18th. He's already up to 11th. Sharil on the 57 machine, who had a bit of a moment on lap number 1. He's into 12th, ahead of Guillaume Plonk, Rosenthaler and Boggio, running at the top 15. But it's all chopping and changing here. Rios is back at the front. Cormac Buchanan looking up the inside. Keelis looking up the inside of his teammate O'Gorman. But talking of the O's, it's, oh my goodness me, it's O'Shea. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 47.6. Last time round, we were just talking about him. He's moved inside the points paying positions and he's in 11th spot. So look out for the number 8 in the background. He's on the back of this group, Eddie O'Shea on the MLAV racing machine.
Well, if he's got the fastest lap, he's doing exactly what he needs to be doing in order to get right to the front of this group.
Indeed he is. He's doing an incredible job, but it looks like the top 10, Morossi on the back of this, have just gapped O'Shea ever so slightly. That's Cormac Buchanan running a little bit deep into Tramonto, almost getting collected by Carpe and O'Gorman. So yeah, that was that was Hakim Danish that was running a little bit deep into there. So Hakim Danish has got, well, he's out. He means war here today. There's Hakim Danish in a good sense of the matter. So does Cruces. Cruces has electric legs on the brakes. Keelis up the inside of O'Gorman for 2nd and 7th there, but O'Gorman sweeps around the outside of his teammate there. You can imagine these two are going to be trying to push forward, and Keelis look like having a bit of a moment there through Carroll corner. He's lost a couple of bike lengths to his teammate O'Gorman, and Rios is taking all the liberty with the track limits on the exit. Always taking all the especially on the exit of Misano corner, running off the curbs and onto the blues. So you don't want to be doing too that much with the serrated curbs and running off the edge, but we have seen in some classes that could be detrimental. Trying to come back on track as Carpe runs a little bit deep. That's opened the door for Casey O'Gorman to slot into 4th. Casey's not done just yet. He's trying to look up the inside of Hakim Danish. It sets Hakim Danish ever so slightly. Look at that, 5 abreast almost into turn 4.
No, absolutely incredible. It's getting tighter and tighter as well. Thought maybe for a moment there that Jesus Rios could take advantage of the chaos behind him, but these guys are just all over him. I mean, this battle between Adrian Cruces and Rios is going to be sensational. I wonder if it's something we're going to be able to enjoy throughout the entire season as well, because this is mouthwatering.
It's incredible action here at the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli, a race that Marco Simoncelli will be watching down upon and, well, be watching with glee because it's great action here today, and a lot of the riders here are in contention, as you said, Connor, for a championship. I know it's a very early doors, but yeah, there's a lot of great action, a lot of great talent, and Adrian Cruces powering past Jesus Rios into P1 again. That's given Casey O'Gorman the run through Carboni, and Keyless looking up the inside in the other Australian Galactic machine. Alvaro Carpi sweeping around the outside of Keyless. Keyless looks like he's not quite got the confidence on the brakes. He's using those tight lines, and it looks like when he gets to the apex of the corner, it just lets the riders trying to overtake to sweep back around the outside. So maybe not quite a one with that Junior GP machine just yet, but it still only is well, first proper race considering what happened in race number 1. But one of the riders that does look very in tune with his machine is his teammate Casey O'Gorman, is already challenging Adrian Cruces for the lead of the race as they start lap number 8. But for now, it's Cruces that still leads the way ahead of Casey O'Gorman with 9 laps to go of this one. Race number 2, Junior GP at Misano.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Adrian Cruces is proving what we saw at the end of last season. He finished in P5 in the tournament. He was the rider with the most points in the second half of the season. He won in Valencia in the penultimate race of the season. All of these things mean that he's adapting with every moment he spends on that bike, and that's showing. That's why he's leading, I think.
Yes, indeed. His talent is really coming to the fore, is it, for young Cruces, and Keyless looking up the inside, not making it stick once again. He's just letting off the brakes and not quite that. He doesn't look quite confident to, well, let off the brakes and roll up the inside as well, especially if it's a Hakim Danish, who is someone that has absolutely no worry about the power of his braking. He'll throw it up the inside, round the outside, over the top of you if he needs to. Hakim Danish, incredibly confident in whatever he wants the bike to do. But Casey O'Gorman all over the back wheel. As we saw in race number 1, he was happy to follow whoever was in front of him very closely. And these three, once again, breaking away from the rest of the group at a stage of the race, just like they did in race number 1. Jesus Rios, and that is Hakim Danish, absolutely no fear whatsoever on setting up Alvaro Carpi into Caro corner. Once more, Hakim Danish, he's a big player in this race on the MTT SICK racing team machine, so watch out for the number 13 there. Unlucky for some is number 13, but clearly for Hakim Danish, that just brings him good luck.
Absolutely. No, he's giving us a real spectacle, he's Danish.
Oh, he's an incredible racer, is the young Malaysian. So, 8 laps to go. We have Adrian Cruces still leading the way from Casey O'Gorman and Jesus Rios. So the group led by Hakim Danish, they're dropping back ever so slightly. Rosenthaler, there we go. Rosenthaler, just like he did in race number 1's fastest lap of the race, the number 78 machine. He's all the way back in 14th though, so he's 3.4 seconds off this group. But we have to remember, he did get caught up in Rico Salmel's high side going into Tramonto, so yeah, he had to sit up and make sure that he didn't crash into Rico Salmel's stricken machine as it was sliding across the ground towards Rishi Moodley, unfortunately. Yeah. So yeah,
best to get out of the way of that.
Best to get out of the way of that one. And so Rosenthaler does have the speed, but unfortunately, yeah, he's been stuck back at the pack. So he's at the back of this group, though. Top 14 covered by 3.4 seconds from first all the way down to, as we see, Rosenthaler at the back of this. Plonk is now at the back of this. Rosenthaler has now just got past him as looks like Keyless was looking over his shoulder, and he's got Cormac Buchanan all over his back wheels. O'Gorman looking for a move into Carboni. That's a bit brave if you try that there corner.
Yeah, absolutely, but I think bravery is exactly what these riders are exhibiting here.
Yeah, no fear whatsoever by these riders in Junior GP, and well, some of them have got even less fear than others, but that's what it's all about. As long as they keep it clean and careful, then it's, well, what we love to see. Some hard but clean racing.
Absolutely.
So, we're about to tick off another lap, round the final corner, Misano corner, in race number 2. Just 7 laps to go. Jesus Rios using what he used in race number 1 to snatch victory from Rossi. Incredible speed he shows coming through the final corner, but not quite making it stick up the inside of Cruces into turn number 1, but he's done it at turn number 2 as Cruces went a lot too bit wide, and O'Gorman sweeps around the outside into turn 3. So was that a bit of a mistake there from Cruces? Did he let them go, or was that just Rios taking advantage of the moment and O'Gorman following him through as well? So look at this, that's a leading group of about 8 riders all the way back to Buchanan, all the way back to Rossi. He's on the back of this now, 1.4 seconds off the lead. So from Rios down to Morosi. Uriarte is a little bit off the back of this, as you can see, in 10th spot. So the top 9 all covered by a blanket almost, and it's Casey O'Gorman that leads the way for now. So he's found his way past Jesus Rios, your race 1 winner, and here comes Carpi up the inside of Danish. Alvaro Carpi, he's come to play now. He's taken a few laps. He's taken stock in the last couple of laps. Oh, that was a bit of bumping and boring. Was that from Ruda and Keeles? It was indeed. So out in the green there was Marcos Ruda on the 69 machine, as Cruces once again retaliates on the inside of Rios, and this is giving Carpi the opportunity, and he's taking it up the inside of Rios, but Rios trying to hang around the outside. I don't think you're going to do it there, young Jesus, but you can try up the inside of Caro, as he's done. Sets up Carpi once more as Cruces takes the lead from O'Gorman.
Yeah, wonderful work from Cruces, and that battle there that Rios just managed to come out on top of. He's shown us time and time again over the course of the weekend that he's, despite being a rookie, someone that the other riders need to be aware of. They need to know that this is someone who's going to be competing right at the top.
Indeed he is, and indeed most of these riders are, Connor. Like, it's an incredible amount of talent we do have in this pack, and we go Morosi once again. It looks like Uriarte in 10th has closed the gap in this group. He has done. O'Shea just detached a little bit with Rosenthal. Rosenthal still continuing that charge. A couple of laps ago, he was 3.4 seconds off the lead. He's now 2.6 seconds off the lead. So Rosenthal, who's just on the back of Eddie O'Shea in 11th and 12th, at the back of your shot, just gone into screen. Watch out for the, oh my goodness, who's that on the grass? That looks like it's Rios. Oh my word, that could have been disaster. Jesus Rios incredibly holds it. It looks like he may have just come together with another rider and gone off to the inside of the track. My word, we could have been seeing something would not have wanted to have seen, but Jesus Rios, heart and mouth moment, and a bit of a moment there between Cormac Buchanan and Hakim Danish, a bit of a bobble. So it's all kicking off now on lap number 11. Just steady on, lads. You've got another 6 laps to go here. It's not all over just yet, and it's those couple of moments have really split the pack open with Cruces, Carpi, and now Morosi. Look at this. Morosi has found his way to third. He's part of the top group now, and Casey O'Gorman's just dropped off the back a little bit from that.
That you said at the beginning of the race that Morosi was one to watch.
Oh,
despite the fact he was starting from P13, it was one that was going to be up there competing, right? Competing for a podium finish at least.
I mean, I must admit, I did have faith in him. He showed it, and I don't know if I thought he's on for a winner here. He's going to be riled up after what happened in race number 1 and getting that victory snatched off him on the line. So 5.5 laps to go. We just started lap number 12 of 16, and there's Rosenthal up the inside of Eddie O'Shea. Not quite yet, but my goodness me, Jesus Rios, how lucky is he? He's taken pole position, race number 1 win, and probably the save of the day as well in that. So
absolutely, but now he's got a big
he's going
ahead of him.
Oh my goodness, you've got
and he's still going for it.
He still is going for it, but you've got to get up early. Here we go again, down the back straight. He looks like he's come together with Casey O'Gorman. Yeah, maybe it's Casey O'Gorman, it looks like, on the Shell Galicia machine. Yeah, that was a very difficult one to
He did well to keep it under control as well.
Incredibly well to keep that under control. He's not done yet. You know what's great about being this young, Connor, is that you can have a moment like that. The rest of us would need to lie down for a week. Jesus Rios, 15 years old, nope, forget about it next lap, and already charging back through the pack.
Don't sell yourself short, Liam. I'm sure you'd be able to do that on a bike as well around Misano.
No, absolutely not. I said lie down for a week. I'd be lying down for the next month. Jesus Rios making moves, and it looks like the top 3 have started to open up a gap. Cormac Buchanan, Casey O'Gorman, and now Max Keeler is just in front of Jesus Rios after that moment we just saw. But the top 3, they're over a second clear of the chasing pack now. Cruces, Carpi, and Morosi all chasing their first victories of the season, and for some, their first victories in the class. Yeah, Adrian Cruces still leads away, aiming for a second race win in Junior GP, one of the only returning race winners. Oh, a bit of a bobble in the front going into Misano. Connie's gone a little bit wide. Long lap penalty for Morosi. So Morosi has a long lap penalty. Track limits warning for also number 54. So 54, Rios, track limits warning. My goodness, please don't tell me they've given him a track limits warning for running over the green on the inside. That would just be the worst kind of luck, as he was trying to save himself from heading to an Armco barrier. So maybe not. Maybe he's ran off track a couple of other times just trying to close the gap as he looks up the inside of Keeles. But track limits warning for Jesus Rios, and long lap penalty for Morosi, the rider on screen now, the rider who finished second in race number 1, the rider that has come to the front of the leading pack, and he's been duped with a long lap penalty as Casey O'Gorman finds his way through Cormac Buchanan. So that's disaster there for the person I picked for race winning glory today. So that's my prediction out the window, and I guess I'm losing money on that one as well.
You put money on that, Liam? I think
I
it's
did
unfortunate.
The money I do not have, I put on.
Yeah, it's not what Morosi would have wanted, but it is what it is.
I love that.
Well, we've
Well,
spoken,
how life goes, it is what it is.
we've spoken ad nauseum about the wrath of the stewards.
Yeah, the wise words of Conor Doherty. It is what it is. Yeah, just get on with it, unfortunately, Morosi. But here comes Conor Buchanan. He's really getting on with it, trying to retaliate on Casey O'Gorman, who had taken that 4th place off him just a few corners beforehand. So Casey O'Gorman, after we believe it was him tangled maybe with Jesus Rios a couple of laps ago, is coming back into the action here, and only a couple of places behind him is the rider that almost went completely off track. He did go off track, but also almost had an enormous accident. Jesus Rios going for 5th. Yes, he has done. Cormac Buchanan is the victim here. Jesus Rios coming up the inside, and he has done. Jesus Rios is not out of this just yet. 3 laps to go. Remember, Morosi, the rider in 3rd on the number 19 Aspar Junior Team Machine, has a long lap penalty to serve. And look at that. Rios, fastest lap of the race, a 1:42.140. He is not done and dusted after that miraculous save. Only 2 laps to go as they were coming down the straight here. He managed to save it, and he's not done just yet. And here's the overtake on Cormac Buchanan. Well, I was going to say as clean as you like, but just shoved him out a little bit wide. I can't imagine Cormac Buchanan wasn't too happy with that. And Rios, 2 for 1. 2 for 1 up the inside of Morosi and O'Gorman. How about that? As Khrushchev looks over his shoulder, I don't think I would want to look over my shoulder anymore, Adrian, with all what's going on behind you, as that is Morosi taking his long lap penalty. You can imagine with 2.5 laps to go, that's him completely out of it now.
Yeah, he's going to find himself quite far behind. Still led by Adrian Cruzes, and with his finish in the first race of the day, it actually means that he's not finished any lower than 5th in his last 6 races.
That's incredible. Absolute good statage there, Conor Doherty. So yeah, amazing there. But with Morosi now out of it, he's down to 12th. It's now the top 11. Adrian Cruzes up the inside. Jesus Rios, he's come to the party as well. So hello guys, don't forget about me, I'm back again. So Jesus Rios looking for double delight here in Misano with race 1 and race 2 victory, and he's going for a move up the inside of Carpi. Sets Carpi up. Carpi's never saw that coming. Casey O'Gorman's got the run. Keela is out on the blue on the outside of the track. Cormac Buchanan, he's going for a move here on Casey O'Gorman, deep on the brakes into turn number 1, and it's Carpi back up the inside of Rios, but Rios loves to hang around the outside, and he has done, and it's, Carpi chops him off, and Rios is back around the outside. They're letting Khrushchev get away here. They've lost about 3 or 4 bike lengths as Casey O'Gorman's looking up the inside, but here comes Cormac Buchanan on both of them. Oh, bike mo! Oh, that's 3 riders down. That's Rosenthal, Carpi, and Hakim Danish should be caught up in that. So it looked like it was Rosenthal and Danish that came together, and Alvaro Carpi, the innocent party once more. Disaster there for the Liquid Moly Husqvarna Intact Junior GP team. All 3 of their riders are down and out. So 2 laps to go. It's still Rios from Khrushchev, and now it's Cormac Buchanan.
Yeah, nothing but drama here. We saw all of those riders, I think, up and okay. We'll hope that they're okay. No injuries there. Very unfortunate. I'm just looking at it again now.
Oh. Yeah, it was the coming together with Max Keeles and Rosenthal that sent them both, or sent Rosenthal into Hakim Danish, and poor Alvaro Carpi once again. The innocent party and all of that. He would not have known what happened, and the curse of the first victory for Alvaro Carpi continues as he will be waiting for Portimao in a couple of weeks' time. But the curse of victory is definitely not on for some of these riders, and Adrian Cruzes is looking to add to his first victory that he got last year. Jesus Rios is looking to add to his first victory he got today. Cormac Buchanan and Casey O'Gorman are looking to take their first victory in Junior GP as we come across the line to start lap 16 of 16. 1 more lap to go. Khrushchev leads away from Buchanan, from Rios, from O'Gorman. It's these 4 in contention for the win. Can Buchanan up the inside? He goes late on the brakes. It's clean as you like. Beautifully done from Cormac Buchanan, chasing his first victory in Junior GP. The number 14 ATR machine rider leads, but Khrushchev deep on the brakes into rear corner. Not as late as Cormac Buchanan does. Buchanan hit the apex. No, he runs a little bit wide. He's off track there, and that's giving Cruces and Rios the alternative to go for the lead. So Cruces leads away once again from Rios.
A little bit of breathing room after going wide there. Just what Cruces would have wanted.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for Buchanan.
And very unfortunate for Cormac Buchanan, who's on the outside line coming into quarter corner. The final lap, half a lap to go. Cruces is in prime position here, but remember what Rios did. He was in second place for most of this final lap in race number 1 and managed to still win the race. Rios up the inside, a big swooping wide line from Adrian Cruces. Cormac Buchanan's out wide. He's coming under pressure now from Casey O'Gorman on the Australia Galicia Honda machine. It looks like the top two have a little bit of a gap over O'Gorman and Buchanan as they come through Carvoni for the final time. So down towards Carroll corner, the tight right-hander to close off the lap before the double left. Who's it going to be? Here comes Rios up the inside of Cruces, and he sets him up a different overtake to race up. Oh, big moment from Rios, and Casey O'Gorman, will he take advantage round the outside? No, he can't. Cruces back up the outside, Rios out the seat. It's all action here.
And he's still...
and here Eddie O'Shea's come into the action as well. Eddie O'Shea in the number 8, he's in 5th. Oh, that's Casey O'Gorman out of the seat. Across the line to come. Rios, double delight, and Misano, the rookie, has done it. Jesus Rios from pole position to double delight, and also with the save of the day, Jesus Rios, my goodness me, takes victory ahead of Adrian Cruces and Cormac Buchanan on the podium. Outstanding. And Eddie O'Shea from 18th on the grid. What a ride to 4th. He came out of nowhere in the final lap, almost timed it to perfection for a podium, but he just missed out on it. Finishes 4th just ahead of Casey O'Gorman, who was in 2nd before that big rear end mistake coming out of the final corner. So that is your top 5. But Jesus Rios, my goodness me, what a star we have on our hands here. From pole position to victory in race number 1. From pole position to almost having the mother of all accidents going down that back straight, to coming back through the field, fastest lap, and then taking the race victory. My goodness, Connor, you have some questions to ask him in the park for me.
Absolutely. I don't know what he'll do when I appear again with it. How was your day? Well,
yeah,
you're in my life.
And he's done it in absolute fashion. Adrian Cruces there, he picks up very important points to add to the 5th place that he got in race number 1 earlier today. So a very important podium for Adrian Cruces. That puts him well and truly within championship contention for the season. But Cormac Buchanan, unfortunate to crash out in race number 1, but bounced back perfectly with his first podium in Junior GP. P4 was his best result coming into today. Well, he can now say it's P number 3. Cormac Buchanan, the New Zealander, what a ride on that AGR machine. Really coming to, well, started to find his form towards the end of last year, and finding great form he has done here today in Misano and throughout the entirety of the weekend, but just unfortunate to miss out on maybe even a place or 2 to Jesus Rios, who, quite frankly, I cannot believe has done what he has done here today. My goodness me. Jesus Rios in the 54 machine could have been ending up in hospital at one point today, but he hasn't done. He managed to save it, and he managed to take it to victory for a double here in Misano ahead of Adrian Cruces and Cormac Buchanan. As we said, Eddie O'Shea and Casey O'Gorman running at the top 5. O'Shea starting from 18th on the grid after some technical gremlins in qualifying yesterday. That is some results for the young British rider. Marcos Uriarte couldn't repeat his podium finish in race number 1. He finished 2nd ahead of Morossi, who I must admit came through the pack after his long lap penalty, was out of it with 2 laps to go, and he finishes 7th, only 1.1 off the win, and he set a 1:42.3 on the final lap of the race. Incredible speed from Morossi. He would have been well and truly in the mix with that one if he wasn't for the long lap penalty. Ruda in the 8th ahead of Keeles, and then Sharil rounding out the top 10 on the junior talent team machine. And then Dodo Boggio, he picks up his best result, the young rookie out of Guillaume Plonk, and Pawelek, the young Polish rider who comes over from racing BMW 1000s to Moto3 machines in 13th ahead of Odaki and Hakim Danish. Hakim Danish remounted after that crash with Rosenthaler and Carpe, and he managed to pick up the final point in 15th spot. Wow, my goodness me. We have to finally get our breath back after that one. Race number 1 was exciting. It was dramatic, it was brilliant, but race number 2 took it to a whole new level. Just getting a message through saying number 45, a 3-second time penalty for not respecting the track limit on the last lap. That is the young South African KJ Moniani that has picked up that 3-second time penalty. So that's unfortunate for the young South African rider, but for his rookie weekend, he's shown good form so far. But a rookie weekend that could not get any better. Jesus Rios on top of the championship, on top of the top step of the podium in both races today. And my goodness, this could have just been disaster for Jesus Rios. In the blink of an eye, it could have been disaster. However, it all came up trumps as he managed to power his way through to the win. Jesus Rios, what an incredibly well executed race, and look at that for our final corner. Adrian Cruces ran a little bit wide. Casey O'Gorman, a big moment on the rear end there that set him off track, and that meant he dropped back from 2nd to 5th. A slam of the handlebar for Casey O'Gorman as he just missed out on his first podium in Junior GP, but he's got the speed. He will be back to fight another day, while the young Irish rider. And number 1 for Jesus Rios, numero uno here today in Misano. Not just race 2, but for both races. And not many riders can say they've done the double in Junior GP. So talking to the man of the moment is our very own Conor Doherty down with Jesus Rios.
Jesus, what a way to announce your arrival on this scene. Double race winner. How do you feel?
I feel most happy, and then well, in the 5 last laps, I touched with the Gorman. I am very close for the wall, and I need to recover and concentrate. And then I push very hard. I mark my piece, and well, I finish all the time in the first position.
Y ahora en castellano, vaya manera de empezar aquí.
Pues sí, la verdad que sí, que otra victoria más. La verdad que ha sido muy complicada porque las últimas 5 vueltas he tenido un toque con O'Gorman y casi me voy al muro, he estado muy cerca, he tenido que ir por la hierba controlando la moto y me he vuelto a concentrar, he hecho la vuelta rápida y poco a poco he ido recuperando, y en la última vuelta era un todo o nada, me ha salido bien. Y nada, disfrutarlo y darle las gracias como siempre a mis sponsors, a mis familiares y a mi equipo por el gran apoyo. Muchas gracias.
Felicidades, ¿eh?
Well, double delight here in Misano for Jesus Rios, and this is how it got underway. From pole position, Rios got the whole shot, but it was Rushi Moodley and Adrian Cruces that swept through for a fitted work Mir racing 1-2 in early doors. Alvaro Carpi was showing his form early on as he was leading the race, but Cruces was having none of it as he retook the lead into Tramonto. Cormac Buchanan was also in the leading pack, but as Rushi Moodley served his long lap penalty after a collision with Rico Salmela in race number 1. Salmela had the mother of all high sides, and unfortunately Rushi Moodley had nowhere to go in that incident. Both riders thankfully all okay. As the racing continued, it was Jesus Rios that was battling with Adrian Cruces. These two were getting a little bit close for comfort, swapping paint at any chance that they could. The Estrella Galicia machines of O'Gorman and Keeles charged through the pack, but it would be O'Gorman that would be the mainstay challenger for that team. A top group of 13 riders at one point all challenged for the lead, and Jesus Rios and Adrian Cruces continued on their battle for victory. But it would be O'Gorman who'd sweep around the outside in an audacious but brilliant move on Adrian Cruces as Alvaro Carpi made his move on Hakim Danish. These two would eventually come together a little bit later on in the race. But Jesus Rios literally saw Jesus as he powered down the back straight and collided with Casey O'Gorman, but thankfully stayed on board his machine to power on to what would be a sensational victory. Morossi there, you just saw taking his long lap penalty. He would eventually power through to 7th, but it was this moment between Rosenthaler, Keeles, Danish and Carpi that would have everyone talking, as in the closing stages they were all out of the race. But it was Rios again taking victory as O'Gorman had a massive moment at the final corner. He dropped from 2nd to 5th, but it would be Rios from Khrushchev, and then Cormac Buchanan taking his first podium in Junior GP ahead of O'Shea and O'Gorman. Jesus Rios on top in Misano for Junior GP. So for the second time today, we have the team representative on the podium for MRE Talent. So it's going to, as we said at the end of race number 1, it's going to be another victory trophy for the MRE Talent team, and they didn't have to wait very long to pick up that second trophy as they're handed it over to by the FIM CCR Bureau member. The team take over, well, another trophy to their victory collection back at base. Cormac Buchanan keeps the gloves on to lift the trophy atop. The New Zealander, his first podium, an incredibly first podium in the opening round of the season. Bounced back from his crash in race number 1 to take a stunning podium in race number 2. Moto3 World Championship rider Nicolo Carraro, he knows what it's all about winning in Junior GP. He hands over the trophy to Adrian Khrushchev, who, big smile on the face, knows it's important points for the championship, while it's double Misano delight for Jesus Rios here today as he takes his second victory in Junior GP. Well, the Spanish national anthem rings atop Misano circuit once more for Jesus Rios. 2 times for Italy, 2 times for Spain here today as the riders get ready to spray that fizzy water. No podium Prosecco for the riders on the grid as they're a little bit too young for that. And
doesn't mean you can't enjoy yourself.
It doesn't mean you can't enjoy yourself, yeah. I mean, it's getting quite warm out there today, so a super soaking is what they'll need, especially the teams as well. Cormac Buchanan there just thankfully thinking of the teams down below who have been working tirelessly all weekend to prepare these Junior GP bikes. So as the riders pose for the pictures, and well, you can imagine you're going to see plenty of those 3 on top of the podium this season. Jesus Rios, Adrian Khrushchev and Cormac Buchanan.
Here we have then those results confirmed. Jesus Rios, as Liam just said, right at the top. He's followed by Adrian Khrushchev and Cormac Buchanan in 3rd and finishing off the podium. 4th, Eddie O'Shea. 5th, O'Gorman. 6th, Uriarte. 7th, Morosi. 8th, Ruda. And 9th, Maximo Quiles. After them we have Charil, Boggio, Blanquez, making up 10th, 11th and 12th respectively. And 13th, Paolec, 14th, Odaki, 15th, Danish, 16th, Liguori, and 17th, Abruzzo. After that, Zen Mitani in 18th, 19th, Monognani, 20th, Ramastofer, 21st, Grenfell, 22nd, Tiezzi, 23rd, Uchuumi, 24th, Uezu, and 25th, Al Saudi. And then we have the riders that failed, unfortunately, to finish today's race. Alvaro Carpe, Jacob Rosenthaler, Fomera, Moodley, Salmela, Yambias, and Jakrafit Fuetisa. Now we can see how the Junior GP Championship standings are taking shape. Jesus Rios, after his fantastic double win here in Misano, sits atop of the pile with 50 points. He's followed by Cruces, Morosi, Uriarte, O'Gorman, O'Shea, Buchanan, Carpe, and Fagundo Yambias. Behind those riders we have Planquez, Ruda, Hakim Danish, Maximo Quiles, Doroboggio, Charil, Rosenthaler, and Paolec. And the final riders that have managed to make some points during today's 2 sessions, Ramastofer, Odaki, and Fomara.
So there you have it. Jesus Rios reigns supreme at the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli. Marvellous Misano for Jesus as he takes the double here today. Junior GP, that's them done and dusted. And Misano, they will be back in action in just a couple of weeks' time in Portugal at the magnificent Estoril Circuit. But do not go anywhere as we've still got more racing action with the European Talent Cup. Race number 2 on its way next. The stars of tomorrow began their journey right here in the European Talent Cup. Race 1 is done and dusted and confined to the history books, and it was an exciting and enticing contest throughout. 15 laps lie ahead for the youngest riders in the series around the ultra-technical and magnificent Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli. 4.23 kilometres and 2.60 miles of tarmac situated along the Adriatic coast as a true test of rider and machine, and they proved in race 1 they're up for the challenge. Marco Morelli put in a stunning lap of a 1:45.379 for his first pole position of the season, and we're ready to go racing for race number 2 here in Misano in the European Talent Cup. So, glorious sunshine echoes around the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli. My name's Liam Hodgins. Alongside me is my partner in crime, Connor Doherty. And we've just seen what has to be 4 incredible races here today, including race number 1 of the European Talent Cup. And Connor, I think race 1 is anything to go by. Race number 2 is literally going to be another blockbuster.
Absolutely, I cannot wait for this race to get underway, because what we were treated to in the first race was absolutely sensational. There's some extraordinary talent being exhibited here in Misano.
Yeah, there is indeed, and there's a lot of fans come out as the sunshine has come out throughout the day, even though a lot of people still have their jackets on. As you said, Connor, you've been the one that's outside in the paddock. I've been kept up here in the box, all confined. That in the sunshine it's very warm, but in the shade it's not so much.
Yeah, I think it's a standard Mediterranean situation, especially in early spring.
Indeed it is, but this is what happened in race number 1. Earlier on today, it was Marco Morelli from his first ever pole position that took the advantage ahead of Gonzalez, but it would be Pugliese from row number 4, from 3rd spot on the grid, who would be challenging them. So the top 3 pulled away as Gonzalez and Morelli continued to battle all the way throughout. They dropped the likes of Marianus Nicolos and the chasing pack, and also Cano, who came through the back of the grid from 28th. He already found himself inside 4th place on lap number 5. But there was a top 3 that battled away early doors. It was Gonzalez and Morelli that continued to chop each other up. But look at this move from Gonzalez around the outside of Morelli into turn number 1. But Pugliese just kept his powder dry, just sitting there waiting as these two continued to scrap it out amongst themselves in front of him. The top 3 would continue to gap the chasing pack behind, eventually going over 15 seconds at the highest points. But towards the end of the race, it looked like Gonzalez was running into some technical troubles as he ran wide at turn number 1. He'd eventually stay on his bike to finish 7 seconds off the win and 3rd spot for his first podium in Junior and European Talent Cup. But on the final lap, it was Pugliese who finally made his move on Morelli, and it was Pugliese who held off and charged Morelli into the final corner, squared off the final turn to the line, and in the slipstream, Pugliese took victory over Morelli by only 9 thousandths of a second. Morelli became a European Talent Cup race winner for the first time in front of his home fans here at Misano. Morelli finished second ahead of Gonzalez. That was your podium positions. So who can top Pugliese in race number 2? Well, as you just saw there, the fizzy water was sprayed aloud. I hope they've changed their suits for race number 2 today, or a couple of them will be very sticky inside. They have very warm racing suits for race number 2.
That would be quite uncomfortable.
It really would be, yeah. So, as the track temperature has risen to 31 degrees Celsius, the air temperature is only 14 degrees Celsius. So, track temperature is still quite cool, to be honest. So, as we saw in race number 1, it looked like a couple of tyre problems might have been hampering some of the riders, especially in the second group, with especially Carlos Cano coming through from the back of the grid. He eventually dropped into eventually finished 6th after getting as high as 4th. But Gonzalez, question marks about what happened to him in race number 1. He was in the front pack. Was it tyre troubles he ran into, or was it technical issues? If I hazard a guess, Connor, I think it was probably technical.
Yeah, I mean, the tyre management is going to be so important again. And I think as he was taking his place at the front, he looked like he was very much on course to secure first place, but wasn't able to do it. And you'll know better than I would whether it's technical or not.
Oh, I don't know about that. I think we'll have to get our colleague Jack Gorst in the commentary box for that one. But he's probably enjoying his very well-deserved off weekend this weekend.
But as we've said on countless occasions, you've got a second opportunity here.
Indeed, he does indeed. Gonzalez going from, well, second place on the grid, again, on what is an incredible looking AC Racing machine, the number 11. So very good team, a team that is the stalwart of the championship here, taking Guido Pini to championship success a couple of years ago, also running Luca Lanetta in the Junior GP World Championship. But the team that's taking Marco Morelli to hopeful success is the MLAV racing team, and Marco Morelli has started this year on fine form. Pole position yesterday, second place today, just missed out on his first race win of the season, his second race win in the class. And Marco Morelli has been touted as a next big name for the future, and he's a very quiet and humble young guy. You see him around the paddock hanging around, just talking to his parents. The team absolutely adore him. They think he's fantastic to work with. He did come into the team midway through 2023 to help the team get back to the front, and you can say he's done that with great success.
Yeah, he put in an incredible shift as well in that race 1.
And David Gonzalez, well, David, what can you do for this one? Your first podium in European Talent Cup, a big wave to the camera, full throttle, yes. We'll be hoping for lots of throttle in this one. If he was missing out on any of it in race number 1, well, I'm sure he'll have full gas here today for the second race of the day in the European Talent Cup. And he goes from second on the grid, as he did in race number 1. We're just getting timer up. The pit lane is going to be closing in 1 second time, and it's closed now, but I don't think anyone has had to rush to get out. So everyone that we were expecting on the grid is there. So Julio Pugliese, first time race winner in race number 1 here today, with Sergio Garcia, former 125cc race winner, holding the umbrella. So some of you might remember him from the days when Hector Falbel, Gabor Talmashi and him were all challenging for the podium inside the Aspar team. And well, it's good to see that once you've finished your tenure being a professional racer, you can find solitude somewhere within the team. So Pugliese going from the outside of row number 1. We'll be looking for him to do what he did in race number 1. Well, he just hold back, watch what the rest are doing in front of him, and then strike at the most pivotal point on the final lap. Gonzalo Perez dropped back a little bit. We expected big things from him in race number 1, but he finished eventually in a lowly 12th position with 4 points. I say a lowly 12th position. He was part of that second group that was chopping each other up left, right and centre. So he was one of the unfortunate victims that got shuffled all the way back towards the end of the group, but he'll be looking for more success in race number 2.
And he's got the opportunity to do just that, Liam. I think the big difference with what happened in the previous race is that the front runners managed to get so far ahead so early on, and the rest of the riders were forced to battle it out, scrap it out, if you will.
Yeah, indeed, it seems like there's a bit of a chasm between the top group and the second group, and one rider that didn't really get much of a chance to show what he was capable of was Luca Agostinelli, the young Vietnamese rider. Shown good form, qualifying second, but unfortunately crashed out early on in race number 1.
Yeah, he'll be looking to take advantage of this second opportunity here in race 2 in the Junior GP.
Yeah, the number 90 rider taking in some of that refreshment before lights go out in just a few moments' time. He is going from the middle of row number 2. But on his right and our left, when we do eventually see him, is going to be another newcomer, Tinez on the 27, who's once again the Venezuelan who showed good form in the first race, having the umbrella held for him by Alonso Lopez, Moto2 race winner, especially round about here a couple of years ago in the Moto2 World Championship. 7 points from the first race, 9th in the championship, as you were when you finished in race number 1. So keep a close eye out on for the young Venezuelan, because he's shown great potential, and it looks like we've got some Pecco Bagnaia fans in the grandstand here today. And talking of Pecco Bagnaia, him and Marco Bezzecchi were actually gracing us with their presence here on Friday, watching the young up-and-coming stars of the future.
Absolutely. I wonder what they would have been thinking about some of those Italian riders.
Yeah, probably more thinking about, my goodness me, we must get it. We must make sure that we get up to speed, because they look like they're fast and they look like they're coming for us.
Absolutely. So. Watch out, Bagnaia. Watch out, Bezzecchi.
Yeah, I don't think Pecco's too worried about that with his 2 World Championship or 3 World Championships, 2 MotoGP. However,
well, you can never get too comfortable. There's always someone waiting to take your ride.
Wow, there absolutely is indeed. As we just saw one of the riders who will probably be hoping to become a Ducati factory rider in the future. That is Marianos Nicolas, the 37 from Australia. He was part of the second group and showing good form, leading much of it before he was eventually shuffled further down the field into 8th. But Longarella, he's another rider that didn't score any points, 41st in the championship. Like, my goodness me, there's only 30 riders on the grid, but if you take all of the riders that have been part of this weekend, including the riders that did not qualify for the race, unfortunately he's been put to the back of that. So yeah, 41 riders are on the entry list at the start of the weekend. It was whittled down to 30, and unfortunately he did show good pace in the first race of the day, but he'll be hoping for a clean race and some points to get him from that lowly 41st position on the championship.
Some of the lower categories he's really shown what he's capable of. He was champion of Pre-Moto 3 in Spain, Moto 4 champion in Spain as well, so
he's got some pedigree, does he?
He does have some pedigree.
Yes, he's got a lot of talent, so make sure you keep an eye out on him, as we will. Christian Daniel Jr., he crashed out in the opening stages of the first lap, to be honest, and tangled with another couple of riders, showing good form as of late as the young American rider, and well, running the number 70, I say couldn't get any lower in the championship. He's in 48th position, my old racing number, so I guess you can do. Unlucky for some. It was very unlucky for me, considering my career went nowhere after a while. So
I don't know, are you giving us that number just in case someone wants to give you a call?
I mean, it's 48, 48, 48. And no, I'm joking. At gmail.com.
Could you do a job in the ETC?
Could I do it? No, I could not. Maybe when I was 14 years old, but not at the veteran age of almost 32. So let's move on from that one. Oh, these kids are almost half our age. You're only a week older than I. I'm going to have to mention I'm not the oldest one in this commentary booth, to be honest.
No, well, you've already said it now.
So we've just heard the klaxon to signal the team members getting off the grid, and here's Ikegami, the young Japanese rider, running the 34 bike, and he started from 10th on the grid. Another rider that, didn't have a great time of things in race number 1, crashing out early doors, but he'll be looking for a much better run of things in race number 2 here today, and was, as we said, 3rd in Qatar in the Asia Talent Cup.
Yeah,
race number 1 last year.
He's a rider that's capable of getting on the podium. It's just a question of whether we're going to get to see a bit more of him this time around.
Well, it's extremely difficult for some Asian riders to come over to the European scene and really make their mark, but it looks like he has done so already, with already a top 10 position on the grid, which is not too bad, considering he wouldn't have had much running around this Misano circuit. Edu Gutierrez running the number 14 in 14th position in the championship. Fortunately for him, unfortunately not for us, for Symmetrics, in 14th place on the grid. He's in 11th on the grid, and he's another rider that was well and truly within that pack. There was absolute chaos at times from 4th all the way down to 15th position. But Edu Gonzalez, Gutierrez, another rider to keep an eye out on. And then we have Fernando Biosa, so the young Spanish rider running the number 69. And that's had some great success, that number, in the MotoGP World Championship with the likes of Nicky Hayden in the past. So, yeah, another rider running an iconic number to keep your eye out on. But The number 97, the tyre warmers will be coming off that machine in just a couple of moments' time. The MLAV Racing. Marco Morelli, he is about to set off for race number 2 in pole position.
Here we have the grid then. It's Marco Morelli from pole position, as Liam has just confirmed for us. He's followed by Gonzalez and Pugliese to complete that front row. In row 2, Perez, Agostinelli and Tinez. In row 3, Nicolis, Longarella and Daniel Jr. In row 4, Ikigami, Gutierrez and Bujosa. In row 5, Zani, Tamburini and Torres. In row 6, Perone, Tessini and Alzina. In row 7, it's Da Costa, Fernandez and Cayet. Row 8, Almeida, San Juan and Veijer. Row 9, Rostagni, Marco and Payne. And in row 10, we've got Cano, Rodrigo and Frelson.
Marco Morelli going from pole position once more. Can he convert this one into a race win? Or can it be Gonzalez to take his first victory in European Talent Cup after his maiden podium earlier on today? Or will it be a double from Pugliese chasing his second victory in European Talent Cup after taking a maiden one earlier on today? I asked you for your predictions, Connor, at the start of Junior GP. Maybe this one will be a little bit easier, considering it was a little bit less frantic than Junior GP race number 1 was, as we saw from race number 2. If you're putting your money on the table now, who would you say?
I think I might have to go with the pole sitter, Liam.
Go for Marco Morelli?
I think I might have to.
I think that's a very good shout. I think I might be going for the rider that, well, dropped off quite substantially towards the end of the race. Gonzalez. I think he looked like he was up for the fight. He looked very fast. It just looked like there was a bit of a problem towards the end of the race, so we don't really quite know. He's a bit of a wild card for this one in the top 3.
I mean, he was competing until he had that issue, and then he found himself effectively in no man's land between the 2 riders at the front and the enormous pack at the back, and he was just there 4 seconds between both of them.
Exactly. So good stuff there from Gonzalez, the number 11 rider. We will expect to see him battling along with Morelli and Pugliese, your race 1 winner in this race here today. And look at that, blue skies gracing us with its presence here over Misano. It's a great setting, and the hills around the circuit are just breathtaking as well, Connor.
Yeah, this entire area is absolutely stunning. Entire Adriatic coast of Italy is just fantastic, and we're privileged to be here, I know that.
Indeed, first time here for myself. I think it's the second time for you.
It is the second time, I believe. I came here in the middle of winter, which was a very pleasant experience as well, but for different reasons.
Not jealous whatsoever for that one. So, just on the championship standings there, and it is Pugliese that leads the championship by 5 points over Morelli, and then 9 points further back from the championship leader is Gonzalez. So, as you were from race number 1, but who will it be leading the championship once we leave Misano here today in just over 30 minutes time? Rolling up to P1, hoping for a repeat of that position 1 from qualifying yesterday is Marco Morelli on the MLAV racing machine, the AC racing rider, who'll be looking for a little bit better in race number 2 with his first win. But there's Pugliese, your race 1 winner. He will be looking to make it a double here in Misano as revs rise. Lights go out, and it's European Talent Cup race number 2 underway now, and Gonzalez from the middle of the front row gets us a brilliant start. So does Pugliese. He's not waiting around for this one. He's already to the front, as is Morelli round the outside. Oh my goodness, they've split them both almost. I thought Morelli was going for that, but it's now Gonzalez who's taking a look. A few crashers down in the background there. We've got 4, maybe 5 riders down in the background, so hopefully they're all okay. That was a bit of a tangling together there, so 5 riders already out of this race early doors, but the rider that's not out of this race just yet is Gonzalez, and we hope he won't be out of it. It's Gonzalez, Pugliese from Morelli, and Marianos Nicolas. We've got a crasher there. That's Nicolas has gone down. Nicolas from 4th. We just said what a great start he had. He's already gone down from 4th position, so that's a disaster there for the number 37. But Tienes is looking up the inside of Perez, so it's all action here, all drama here in the first few corners of European Talent Cup race number 2.
Gonzalez really making that experience count for something. We spoke in the previous race about his racing here in the Italian Moto3 Championship.
Oh, it's such a shame there from Nicolas. He was looking good already early doors. So the young Australian rider who's part of the Mondial Australia Galicia team here, it was going to be a front end moment. Yeah, tucking it in, front end washes away. So it's the first time at the start of the lap you really pushed the left-hander, and he got a bit of a flick there from the gravel trap, didn't he?
Yeah.
And here's the ensuing action further back, and that was his teammate there clipping somebody else, and then that just starts off a chain of events with 5 riders eventually tumbling into the gravel trap. So yeah, that was the number 69. So we're just talking about him there at the start of the race. Biosa, the Australia Galicia team rider, looking good, but unfortunately his race didn't last any more than 4 corners. But look at this, it's not a group of 3 like last time, it's a group of 4, and Tienes is joined them. So the young Venezuelan rider, it's showing his form. We did say keep an eye out for him, and we really are this time round. He did crash early doors in race number 1, so now that he's managed to get through the first lap corner, he's already in, well, with a chance of his first podium and potentially even his first victory.
Potentially, yeah. I think this is the rider we expected to see before we were unfortunately denied it by events in the first race. And if he's able to keep up with this opening group, who've already proved what they're capable of in race 1, well, then he's also showing his pedigree as well.
Indeed he is, indeed he is. So Zani is in 5th just behind this group, all by him. He's lonesome right now in the number 95. But Agostinelli, the Vietnamese rider, he leads the group here, but he's getting a bit of a dive bomb up the inside from Perron, who was in 4th place in race number 1. The rider we need to keep an eye out on, who started 28th once again, Cano. He's already up to 12th. We can see him in the group on the white bike in the middle of this pack here. He looks like he's having to go up the inside of Torres. Torres, who served the long lap penalty in race number 1, doesn't have to do so this time round. So Torres is trying to fend off his top 10 position from Cano. So Cano all over the back of him, as we see.
Bit of deja vu there, I think.
Indeed,
from the first race.
It is indeed a bit of deja vu, but look at Tienes, incredible on the fin at work Mir racing team bike, and the number 27 at the back of this group is sticking with this top 3 who were the class above in race number 1 today. So this is great to see already from the Venezuelan rookie.
And come the end of the race, what happened in the last one? Well, if they're all up there in contention,
Morelli and Gonzalez taking absolute liberties with the track. They're running off over the curb there, so yeah, they're creating their own circuit, but probably not well, maybe that is the fastest, that's why they're using it. So for now, and look at that.
Oh, the fastest lap.
Fastest lap of the race, 1:45.7. It looks like he has the pace to run with this top 3 early doors, so this is great stuff to see. It was a great race to have with the top 3, but to add an extra one into it, and another rider that we haven't seen before, it's even better.
What do they say, the more the merrier?
More the merrier, indeed. So
But
it's an Argentinian that leads a Spanish, leads an Italian, and leads a Venezuelan. So a very international crop of riders we have at the front of this race, and it's very exciting indeed.
very good for the sport.
Very good for the sport. Very good for the up-and-coming nationalities that we're starting to see come to the fore in motorcycle racing. We've had Colombia with David Alonso. We might have Argentina. We might also have Venezuela and maybe even Vietnam as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Liam.
So many of them coming through, and it's great to see a diverse of nationalities. But it looks like Morelli is starting to just eke out a small gap over Gonzalez in this stage of the race. Lap number 3 of 15 around the Misano circuit. Marco Simoncelli.
We did see, Liam, that in the first race, Gonzalez was happy to concede a bit of time because he knows that he's got the pace to keep up with Morelli. And
Yeah.
he could just be biding his time.
Oh, here comes a move. Here comes a move from Tienes. Oh, wow, what a move. It looks like he's been riding with these guys forever, but he hasn't. This is the first time he's ridden in this group with these riders. And that's the 30 down. That's Rostagini, so of the Mecha Sport machine, so he's out of the race early doors. That's such a shame for him.
And he's frustrated as Rostagni.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if it was maybe a crash or maybe a technical issue for the young Italian rider there. But back at the front, so the French rider, back at the front, it is Pugliese, who's Tienes is already chopping back. He's up for this fight. Gonzalez, fastest lap of the race at 1:45.3, as Pugliese and Tienes are really battling back and forth for this one. So chopping each other up quite a lot here. So that's just letting the top two get away ever so slightly.
Exactly, it's really playing into the hands of Morelli and Gonzalez.
And it looks like the group just behind Martinez and Pugliese on the final lap. They had lost a couple of tenths of a second, but Perron and Cano were lapping faster than Pugliese last time round, as Pugliese chops the front of Martinez going into Quercher corner and back into third spot. So he's now seen that the top two are slowly eking this gap away, slowly building a bit of an advantage, and he doesn't want them to pull away too much of a second. Then Pugliese, he was cool, calm and collected in race number 1 and timed his victory charge to absolute perfection. He doesn't want anyone messing that up. He's happy to sit there in third spot. He doesn't want Martinez to just start carving him up and slowing them both down and let these two get away.
Absolutely. He looks like a rider with a very intelligent nose that he needs to be managing those Pirelli tyres.
Well, he's not managed them so far because he's already back up to them.
Exactly. But it's something he was able to do in the first race.
Yeah, he had a bit of not a disaster on the opening lap, but he struggled in the opening lap and he had a bit of a gap to the top two, but managed to reel him in pretty quickly. But it's not just that, he's pulled Martinez along as well. So these top four pulling away ever so slightly from the chasing pack, just as you see them flash into the screen there. It's Zani and Perron on the 95 and 73 respectively, as the MLAV racing team cheer on. Give Morelli a bit of a boost, but he's probably sitting at home going, I'm going as fast as I can you leave me be? So, lap number 5, 11 laps to go. It's Morelli leading the way from Gonzalez, and Pugliese just set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:45.320 from the Italian, and Martinez a couple of tenths of a second slower, but you can see already he's already on the back of this group. So it's Morelli from Gonzalez from Pugliese, but it's going to be Pugliese for very long in third. I don't think so. It looks like he's up the inside of Gonzalez. Gonzalez chops to the inside, trying to get back up the inside, and he has done as well. So great move there by Gonzalez, but has he kept the apex? He has done. So Pugliese had to settle for third after drafting past Gonzalez. Gonzalez was having none of it, and back up the inside he went and into Quercher.
Well, what did we say, Liam, in the first race? If you try and make a move and then it doesn't come off as well as you'd hope, then you can be punished for it. These four might be a bit hesitant to do that. I mean, obviously Pugliese has tried there. Gonzalez closed the door very well, but
yeah, incredible action there. The racecraft these four are showing already in their young careers. Absolutely. Oh my goodness, Tien is running the outside of Pugliese, your race 1 winner. Wow, what is going on there? Absolutely showing no respect to the established star from race number 1 and taking anything he can, and just was like, yeah, round the outside, easy as you like, I'll take third place, thank you very much. You'll have to try a little bit harder next time to keep me in fourth. So absolutely incredible there from Martinez. Venezuelan rider really showing his chops in race number 2 here today, but Pugliese's got great tops. He's got great top end speed, this Pugliese, but around the outside, swooping around the outside, my goodness me, he's incredible on the brakes. He's got no fear, does he? The number 27 of Martinez on the 27 bike. And I must admit, Venezuela, if you're watching this action here, I hope you're jumping around and cheering, because what a star you might have in your hands here with Martinez. He's a great, great star already.
yeah, absolutely. It looks like he's really comfortable at this level.
Yeah, and he's racing with these riders for the first time, which is even more impressive. So, powering down towards Quercher once more. Gonzalez just happy to sit behind Morelli for the time being, and on the previous lap, the top 3 were in the 145s. It was Pugliese that time that was in the 46s. Also in the 46s, 45s was Perron, the Argentinian, back in 5th spot. So, yeah, he's coming to the fore. Cano, his progress is stopped at 7th place, so he charges through from the back of the grid incredibly fast, but then he gets stuck around about 6th or 7th, can't really progress from there. But the top 2 once again look like they're opening up a bit of an advantage over Pugliese, who's back in the 3rd. Pugliese's got incredible, I can't believe how fast that bike is in a straight line. It just seems to, any deficit he has to the top 2, just manages to reel it back in. 3-4 bike lengths, and he's already on the back of them by the time they get to Carroll Corner at the end of the lap. So it's MLAV Racing Team that's leading the way from AC Racing Team, and then you have the 31 of the Aspar Junior Team, and then the Mir Racing Finite Work Team with Kerman Martinez on the back. So it's a great variety of teams in this one here. and all vying for the top honours here today. If the flag was thrown out, the championship would look like this. Morelli by 4 points over Pugliese. Gonzalez 9 points back as he started this race, and then Perron, the Argentinian rider, in 4th spot. So after he picked up 4th in race number 1, he'll hold that with another 5th place so far. The number 73 rider showing great form just behind this group.
I do wonder sometimes just how useful those championship standings are whilst the race is going on, because in this class, Liam, we saw so much chopping and changing before that you could have just kept the graphic up and just kept it changing.
Honestly, with a race like this, it's going to be chopping and changing. However, thankfully, it's not a race like we just saw in Junior GP, where there's about 15 riders all in the mix for it, and it was all chopping and changing constantly. There was no point in having the championship graphics up, but for this one, it's not too bad.
It does seem to be a bit more stable, let's say.
Yes. Very measured rides coming from all 4 of these young riders, all within half a second of each other. And Pugliese, if we just keep a watching brief on him, the rider in 3rd spot through Carvoni carries so much speed. That Aspar junior team bike has a lot of speed. And once again, Tinez round the outside of Pugliese. I cannot believe what I'm watching. This is outstanding. Let's go for 2nd as well. Round the outside, up the inside, and he's not many seconds. But rear end moment, front end moment, rear end moment. He stays on it. He's absolutely box office stuff as the young Venezuelan rider on the 27 Meerfenwork Racing Team machine. Outstanding stuff. The rest of the riders are trying to bide their time and size each other up. He's having none of it. He's going to be like, yeah, you know what, if you're going to just take it a little easy, I'll make sure you're still awake and I'll ride round the outside of you and over the top of you if you have to. So,
absolutely.
As it should be. Great riding there from the rider in 4th, Tinez, the Venezuelan rider. He's just slotted in back behind Pugliese again, your race 1 winner.
Just reminding them all, I'm here. If you give me the opportunity, I'm going to take it.
I'm astonished watching him riding round the outside of Pugliese. That's twice as they come through Carvoni along that triple right-hander.
Well, as the day goes on, I mean the weekend. As the weekend goes on, he's a rider that's shown real adaptation to this level of racing. Obviously, we didn't see him in the first race, but in practice, P9, qualifying P6.
Indeed, he's just been working his way forward, hasn't he? Like practice.
Upward trajectory, I think.
Upward trajectory, yeah, indeed. And that's what any team wants to see, is that if a rider who comes in the first season, the first races, as long as they keep improving, then you know you've got a talent on their hands. And these two are having a bit of a battle as well. Tinez's teammate Zani and Perron, the battle for 5th and 6th. These two are well and truly ahead of Cano and Torres in 7th and 8th, with Ikegami and 9th spot ahead of Tamburini, so that's running at the top 10, and Agostinelli, the Vietnamese rider, who is still in this race, which is great to see considering he was had a bit of an issue in the first race. He's in 11th ahead of Calle, Perez, Alcina and Rodrigo. So great battles all the way down the field, and a fantastic battle for 5th and 6th here as Perron is just retaking 5th spot from Zani.
That's again something that could change very quickly, those two are.
And look who's back in the 3rd. I wonder if that was the same move again. I imagine it probably was. But at least this time he's not lost the rear and almost thrown himself to the scenery this time. So it's Morelli from Gonzalez, from Tinez, from Pugliese, from Perron, from Zani, Cano, Torres, Agostinelli, Tamburini running out your top 10 with 7 laps to go. Lap 9 of 15. And is it just me? Or is the group behind of Perron and Zani beginning to close in this top group? I thought I was seeing things, but I'm not wrong. There were last time, okay, it's only a 1/10 of a second, but the top group were 1:45.9, 1:45.9, 1:45.7, 1:46.0, 1:45.8, and 1:45.8 for Perron and Zani. So they were only slower than Tinez in 3rd spot last time, so they were faster by only a 1/10 of a second than your race leader.
Well, they've still got a hard job to catch up with this leading group of 4.
Yeah, leading group of 4 are well and truly gone at the moment. There's a gap of 3.2 seconds from the leader back to Perron in 5th position. So you've got to go some to catch these 4 if you want to get on the podium. But as we've seen in the closing stages of a couple of races here today, anything can happen in the final couple of laps. And I wouldn't rule out any of these riders potential standing on the podium. And here comes Gonzalez. He's had a couple of nibbles up the inside of Morelli, but not so much now. But look at Tinez. He's not even on the green. He's on the curb. Is he going to swoop round the outside once more? Not today with Gonzalez. It was only Pugliese that could get round the outside. But yeah, Tinez struggling a little bit more with Gonzalez in front of him to swoop round the outside. But once again, showing his form.
I wonder if Morelli's thinking that he needs to start creating a bit of a gap as well after what happened in the first race.
Yeah, you can imagine that Morelli, who we spoke to his team yesterday, where he was quite confident in thinking that he could maybe break away from the group behind. Very fast in the opening sector of the lap was Morelli, and Tinez is going for second here on Gonzalez, but Gonzalez chops off the front, as we saw him do on Morelli in race number 1 today. But yes, Morelli, maybe he's just biding his time, maybe just holding the pack up ever so slightly, because they're now into the 146s. So is it Morelli the holding station for now? Is he just dropping back ever so slightly, controlling the pace, or is he now starting to run into a little bit of tyre trouble, as we saw from a couple of riders in race number 1? We know that track temperature is roughly the same as it was this morning, but air temperature is almost doubled today. So as a power down the back straight over the kink of turn number 7, Morelli late on the brakes, Gonzalez not quite late enough, and Tinez and Pugliese hold station for now as it come through Quercia corner. 5.5 laps remaining, as Pugliese does look over his shoulder. Maybe he's starting to feel the pressure a little bit from Perone and Zani, who on previous lap were in the 145.7. So they are catching ever so slightly, not by much.
0.2 this time.
0.2, but three seconds off the lead this time, so they were almost 0.3 of a second faster than your race leader on the final lap. As we've got through Carboni, 3 abreast almost. You're not supposed to be doing that in one of the most fearsome corners at any racetrack around the world, but still Morelli leading the way ahead of Gonzalez, Tinez and Pugliese. And Pugliese, as we saw in race number 1, as Tinez goes for a dive bomb up the inside of Gonzalez. Oh, and he has to set it up. He was almost got some yellow paint on that Fenwick Mir Racing Team machine. Purple and yellow, that's not a bad colour combination, but I don't think Tinez would have wanted any of that on his bike, as these 4 riders continue to chop and change and carve each other up, coming across the line once more. We'll keep an eye on the lap times. Morelli back into the 45s. However, 45.6, 45.7 for Zani and Perone. 2.9 seconds off the lead, as we've got Tinez. My goodness me, that was an absolute lunge from miles back. They elect the stamp and sent the postcard, and Gonzalez, he's had a bit of a moment as well, and that's left Morelli with about a second with a lead as we come into the closing stages of this race. So what happened to Gonzalez? He ran a little bit deep coming into turn number 2, with Tinez looking up the inside of Pugliese, and Pugliese was shuffled back to 4th and all of that. And in the background, Perone and Zani are now creeping into shot as they're starting to catch the battle for second.
Absolutely, and this is exactly what Morelli wanted as well. He's found himself by himself, which is where maybe he expected to be. Again, Liam, we've said it ad nauseum lately, but during practice, during qualifying, he was perfectly content being by himself. He didn't expect to have to be in that pack, and now he's by himself at the front.
Yeah, it's a mark of a winner, a mark of a champion in the making. If you can lead from the front, especially in the European Talent Cup, then you know that you've got the talent, you've got the skill to do it. As Pugliese now, as we were talking about earlier on, he was running in the group for most of the weekend. That's where a lot of his fast lap times were coming from. However, as we can see here, he's now seen Morelli getting away, and he's now beginning to reel him back in. But Gonzalez would be. Oh my goodness me! That's Pugliese gone down. Pugliese pushing the front too hard. He slipped out of Carroll corner, and he saw Gonzalez trying to make a move up the inside, grabbed a bit too much of front brake lever, and down he went. So that's such a shame for Pugliese, your race 1 winner, and he is down and out. Can he get back into the race and maybe score at most a couple of points? So that's left Morelli high and dry out front in the lead, with Gonzalez and Tinez now chasing him down. And now on that previous lap, Morelli was into the 145.7s, Gonzalez a 46.3, and Tinez, he's starting to come under pressure now from Perone and Zani. He was in the 46s as well. Yeah, he's back on the bike, but how far down is he? He'll be well out of contention now. I think he'll be struggling to get any points from their corner, but here we go again. He might have just been a little bit taken aback by Gonzalez lunging up the inside, because Gonzalez, I think, could have made that move stick, but Pugliese ran a little bit deep into Caro, front cried enough, and down he went. So
here we have those championship standings. Morelli leading with 45, Gonzalez 36, 9 behind, and it's Perone and Pugliese. So he's still in the top 4.
Yeah, still in top 4, but it'll be 20 points down on Morelli if Morelli wins this race. He'll be wanting Gonzalez. Oh, Gonzalez, a bit of a moment there mid-corner through Tamburetto, so he'll be wanting Gonzalez. Gonzalez has started to gain on them. A bit of a moment there. Look over the shoulder from Tinez. He's now seen that Zani and Perone are now beginning to close him in. So has he been pushing too hard in the opening 12 laps of this race? Has his tyres now cried enough? Have they now gone, while Zani and Peroni have now kept enough life in those tyres, and they've started to close him in? So he's having a lot of moments in the front end as Tinez there, especially into Caro, so I think his tyres are now gone.
Well, he was pushing very hard, trying to maintain that pace. And now it's actually incredibly impressive.
We'll see what the lap times.
Peroni and Zani.
Very impressive indeed. They've just been getting faster as the race has gone on. As we come across the line now, a 45.5 from Morelli, a 45.2 from Gonzalez, a 45.6 from Tinez. So he really is falling into trouble. But Gonzalez, let's keep an eye on that gap. He's only half a second behind Morelli for the lead, and Gonzalez has pulled a new fastest lap out of nowhere with 3 laps to go. And going into real corner, there they are. 1, 2 through your screen. Here comes Peroni up the inside of Tinez, not quite doing it just yet, but you've got a number of laps. It's going to be Peroni, and you can imagine Zani on the number 95 machine coming past Tinez, which is such a shame considering he was blockbuster in the opening few laps of the race. There's confirmation of the fastest lap of the race for Gonzalez, and blasting past Tinez was Peroni and Zani on the brakes as well. So it's a shame for Tinez. He's dropping out of contention now, but a 5th spot. He now has a gap of over 11 seconds back to Cano and 6th. So if he just holds station, he'll pick up a very well-earned top 5 here.
It doesn't look like they're being particularly calm here. All of these 3 want to be finishing ahead of the others.
Yeah, the number 73 and the number 95 chasing a podium here today. I don't think they were expecting to be in the podium battle, but there they are. And Zani up the inside of Carboni. And are we going to see the same from Tinez again? Well, instead of going around the outside this time, he's gone up the inside, so he's taking a more conventional route through the triple right-hander, and Gonzalez leads. Gonzalez has taken the lead of this race with 2 and a bit laps to go. We've missed that as Morelli looks over his shoulder. Has Gonzalez maybe kept his tyres in check where Morelli's have gone off? We thought Morelli had been pulling a blinder here.
It did look like he'd pulled away, but that is what stimulated both Pugliese and Gonzalez to put on the gas and try and chase him down, and that's exactly what they've done.
Well, look at that, 0.8 of a second between them in terms of lap time in the last lap as Tinez goes for that mercurial route around the outside and up the inside for turn number 2. So maybe his tyres haven't gone, maybe he was just trying to push too hard to keep up with these two, who are honestly setting a scorching pace out the front as Zani back up the inside. A bit of a bobble on from Tinez. My goodness me, remember guys, your teammates don't take each other out. You'll be having to not go to the steward's room, so to speak, but your boss's room. So
between teammates, aren't they?
Yeah, teammates. Yeah, you'll be getting a bit of a word from the boss if they take each other out with a lap and a half to go. So for now, it's Gonzalez leading the way and Morelli in second, and it doesn't look like Morelli has any answer for Gonzalez. That gap is up to 0.3 of a second with a lap and a half remaining here. Gonzalez, who took his first podium in race 1 on course for his first ever European Talent Cup race win here at Misano. So powering down the back straight for the penultimate time, it's Zani ahead of Tinez, ahead of Peroni for 3rd, 4th and 5th. The final step on the podium, but Tinez is coming to his favourite part of the track, round the outside of Carboni, but looking for the inside and towards the 2nd and the 3rd of the triple right-handers, and not done it just yet. But Gonzalez still leading the way, and up the inside goes Tinez. Incredible stuff. He's got so much confidence on that front end. He just beelines for the apex, and what a move round the outside by Zani. Squares it off, swoops round the outside of his teammate, and thank you very much, I'll take that position back.
A bit further back, Cano is in 6th, and he's on course for double 6th place finishes.
That's incredible.
Despite starting from P28.
So final lap of the race, European Talent Cup begins, and I don't think the race for the win is over just yet. 0.3 of a second, they were both second in the same lap time, Morelli and Gonzalez, and it's Tinez once again found his way past his teammate of Zani, and there they are. Morelli hasn't given this one up, chasing his first victory since 2020 in the European Talent Cup. Oh, bit of a moment there on the curb from Gonzalez, but he's managed to hold it together for now. Gonzalez chasing his first ever European Talent Cup win. Just a lap and a quarter to go in this final European Talent Cup race of the day. And Tinez still in 3rd spot ahead of Zani, further behind, but we're keeping a close eye, as we should, on this battle for the win. So Gonzalez through quarter corner, a little bit wider than different lines merging together between Gonzalez and Morelli. And It's Gonzalez on AC Racing Team, number 11, who's pushing that front. It's getting all squirrely under braking into Tamburello and Tremonto, I should say, and Morelli powering down the front straight. Have we lost one of the riders in the background? Did I just see two flash through? We'll keep an eye on that timing screen in case anything changes, or maybe they're just all together, so maybe missed one of the riders. But with only a half a lap to go, Morelli up the outside through the triple right-hander, pushes Gonzalez out wide. Gonzalez, can he retaliate into Caro corner? No, he can't. Morelli beelines for the apex, sets it up, keeps it straight and narrow. They're both running, using all the edge of the track. Has Morelli timed this to perfection? Can Gonzalez? Gonzalez is out wide. He won't be able to win this now. He will be getting a track limits warning, so it's going to be Morelli from pole position, comes across the line to take victory for the first time since 2020. Morelli wins here in Misano, race number 2 from Gonzalez, and it's going to be Zani who takes third, his first podium in European Talent Cup ahead of Perone, and unfortunately Tines, who gave us so much action throughout that race, has to settle for 5th. That's unfortunate there for the Venezuelan, but my goodness me, what a ride for the youngster on the number 27 machine. But what a ride from the MLAV Racing Machine rider corner, Marco Morelli.
It did look in doubt for a moment, but in the end he's managed to do exactly what was done to him in the previous race. Bided his time, made the move at the right moment, and he's going to stand on top of the podium as a consequence.
Yeah, and more do you want? Championship leader as well, with 45 points leaving Misano. Marco Morelli has done it. He is your race winner here in Misano. Pugliese was your race winner in race number 1 today, but he fell at Caro corner with a handful of laps remaining, pushing hard to catch a race winner. But my goodness, Marco Morelli, what an outstanding performance. And we've got to give lots of credit to David Gonzalez. The diminutive Gonzalez, the diminutive David, we must say, has well shown the world that he is going to be a name to be reckoned with going into the future. A 3rd place in race number 1, his first ever podium, and he's backed that up with his best ever result in European Talent Cup. 2nd place for the rider on screen, you see, and he pops a not too bad wheelie along the back straight as well. So a good day all round for David Gonzalez. So as the riders make their way round back to the pits to celebrate in Parc Ferme, running at the podium positions was Leonardo Zani. Finished 18th in the European Talent Cup Championship last season, but he's been building slowly. There he is on screen with I would say maybe a little bit of a better wheelie than what Gonzalez managed only a couple of moments earlier. So, and as I say that, we had Gonzalez in the background trying to prove me wrong. So that's what it is. But Leonardo Zani, finally a podium finisher in European Talent Cup. But Morelli, he put in a good fight. He managed to lead most of that race. It was only until a couple of laps to go. Gonzalez, after he made a small mistake with only a few laps remaining, managed to claw back that disadvantage and take the lead with 2 laps to go. We thought it was all over, with Gonzalez eking up the advantage to over 0.3 of a second. But as the final lap began, Marco Morelli began to reel back in the Spanish rider. And as we saw in race number 1, when Pugliese snatched it on the last lap, Marco Morelli returned the favour and took race victory here in Misano. What an outstanding race we've just seen from European Talent Cup. 5 races down, 1 more to go, and they've all been absolute crackers. That's a big result for the MLAV Racing Team. That's been their first victory in the class since Casey O'Gorman back in Valencia of 2022. And after what has been such a difficult season, or difficult couple of seasons through rider injury and whatnot, you can imagine that the emotions will be running high down in the MLAV Racing Team. And Marco Morelli, he's really stamped his authority on the European Talent Championship, and you can imagine he will be putting his name out there as one of the stars of the future. Remember that name, Marco Morelli, the Argentinian, racing for MLAV Racing. So after he's been weighed, just to make sure that everything is all fine and dandy, he's preparing to run to the team. and they've been waiting to embrace him. Big cheers from the team, and it's absolutely great to see. There's Eddie O'Shea as well, who got a good result in race number 2 earlier on today. He was just there to congratulate Marco. They're all a big family. They're all going extremely well, all the riders. And there's team manager Macaulay, who's had a bit of an up and down weekend with Marco on pole position, but Eddie and Evan Belford in Junior GP having a bit of a struggle as well. But it all came good in the end, with Marco Morelli picking up a race victory and Eddie O'Shea picking up strong points in race number 2 and Junior GP race 2. Leonardo Zani is sporting a very interesting haircut, we must say. Something I would have sported probably in my teenage years as well, so would Connor. But as you get a little bit older, you tend to make sure your hair grows out a little bit longer than that. But sporting it better than I ever could. And, well, you're going to see it atop the podium very shortly in third spot for his first podium of the season. P1 for Marco Morelli, numero uno, and MLAV Racing standing on top as they get in for the team picture. So that was Marco Morelli, Eddie O'Shea on there as well. Evan Belford also taking part in the team picture. But this was the earlier on in the race that he retook the lead from Gonzalez after he managed to take it back earlier on. But this is the moment from Gonzalez we didn't see at the time, a big rear end moment. That's why he lost that 1 second. But Gonzalez, with only a couple laps to go, retook the lead. But it was this move by Morelli on the final lap, setting up Gonzalez to the triple right-hander, would really put the authority on the young Spanish riders. It came across the line, it was Morelli that beelined it to the finish line, and he became the master of Misano and European Talent Cup for 2024. Outstanding performance for Marco Morelli, and he is down in Park Fermi to be talking to Connor.
Again in the second. Can you tell us how it feels?
Yeah, I feel very good, man. Like, wow, this race is Pro Omega. Like, I try a lot to push on the first lap because I want a race like go alone, but here it's not possible. Like, these guys go fast, and with this bike it's not possible to overtake a gap, no? But on the last laps I try, and only in the 2 laps only was David and me, and yeah, David passed me. I feel a little scared because all the race was leading. But yeah, on the final I say, wow, I need to try, and I try. I take the victory, so happy, and yeah, very happy.
Thanks. Now in Spanish. Estuviste muy cerca en la primera carrera, en la segunda. ¿Lo has hecho? ¿Lo has logrado? ¿Cómo se siente ese momento?
Muy bien, la verdad que la carrera ha sido súper guay, me he divertido mucho. Al principio he tratado de tirar e intentar escaparme yo solo, porque al final una carrera solo siempre te evitas más problemas y todo, ¿no? Pero no ha sido posible, el grupo era de 4, me esperaba que fuera de 3, entonces ya ha sido una sorpresa. Luego he dado otro tirón y al final nos hemos quedado David y yo. David me pasó, wow, me costó recomponerme, ¿no? Pero bueno, al final en la última vuelta cerré los ojos, lo intenté y conseguí la victoria. Estoy súper feliz y nada, agradecer a todo el mundo que hace esto posible y a toda la gente que me esté viendo. Gracias.
A ti, muchísimas gracias.
Well, he's a quiet young Argentinian as Marco Morelli, but he puts all of his talking out there on the racetrack, and this is how he came to victory corner in Misano. So it was Pugliese who took the whole shot, but Gonzalez took the early lead with Morelli slotting into third spot as we saw a big group crash behind. It was Marianus Nikolaos who slotted into fourth spot after a great start, who slid out early doors. Thankfully, the Australian rider was thankfully unhurt. Top 4 pulled away with Morelli leading Gonzalez, Pugliese and Cano was charging through the pack as well. But Tines, I must admit, looking fantastic, swooping around the outside of Pugliese in the early laps of the race, through the triple right-hander to end the lap. And Tines diving for the inside as well, really showing no fear when it came to overtaking his challengers on the Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli racetrack. So, but once again, it wasn't being deterred. He tried it again, but had to set it up. But then that was the last time he challenged Gonzalez for second spot as he started to drop back. with some tire problems. Pugliese took second, but as went into Carroll corner, pushed the front a little bit too hard, and down he went. Your championship leader and race 1 winner was down and out. That left the top 2 to pull away, Morelli and Gonzalez, with Zani, Peroni and Tines battling it out for the final podium position in the race. But it would be Gonzalez who would take the lead of the race with only a couple of laps to go from Morelli. As they entered the final lap, it would be Gonzalez who would be just a couple of tenths of a second ahead of Morelli, with this battle for third raging on, with Tines finding a way past his teammate Zani. But it would be Morelli sitting up Gonzalez in the final stages of the race, holding on for victory, his first race win of the season, and now becomes the championship leader as we lead on to Portugal in just a few races' time. So Marco Morelli, the race 1 winner, here today as we see them go onto the podium, and we've got their team manager Macaulay, who's going to be receiving the trophy for the team representatives, and what has been a very difficult weekend and also a very jubilous weekend for the team as well. Big cheers for Marco Morelli, a rider that has been struggling for budget over the last couple of years and had a very funny moniker on the back of his helmet for Red Bull Rookies Testing, saying he has no money, but I'm sure he will when people say that he is now a race winner. So Macaulay receives the team representative trophy. Leonardo Zani for a third spot, and a big result for him, his first podium in European Talent Cup. Just missing out on victory, but 2 podiums in 1 day, his first 2 of his career in European Talent Cup. Gonzalez in second spot, but the plaudits, the cheers are all held for Marco Morelli, who takes victory here at Misano. Marvellous Marco and Misano as he hears the Argentinian national anthem.
European talent.
Well, there you have it, the Argentinian national anthem ringing out across Misano, and it's for Marco Morelli, whose plan A seems to be coming off to perfection, riding the helmet. No plan B at the Red Bull Rookies Test in Jerez last week. So, while plan A is going this good, well, it can continue it on as they absolutely soak each other, and also the team manager Macaulay as well on the podium. Outstanding performance from the top 3 on the podium. Marco Morelli, David Gonzalez and Leonardo Zani all have got something to smile about. A kiss to the trophy from Leonardo Zani, and you can imagine that's going to be many, many more of those for the top 3 on the podium as they pose for the picture, which remember is Leonardo Zani from Gonzalez, and then Marco Morelli taking the win.
That's right, Liam. The final results here from that race. Marco Morelli finishing first for the first time since 2020 in the ETCs, followed by David Gonzalez. Leonardo Zani completing that podium. 4th, Valentin Perone. 5th, Tines. 6th, Carlos Cano, again shooting up from P28. In 7th, Jesus Torres. Moving on to 10th now, Benjamin Calle. 11th, Perez. 12th, Ikegami. 13th, Tamburini. 14th, San Juan. 15th, David da Costa. 16th, Frelsen. 17th, Pugliese, who did, of course, win that first race in the ETC. Kyle Payne in 18th. 19th, Keanu Veje. 20th, Almeida. 21st, Gutierrez. 22nd, Marco. And then we have Rodrigo, Rostagni and Nicolis, who unfortunately were unable to complete this race 2 in the European Talent Cup. Nowhere, Alex Longarella, Fernando Bujosa, Christian Daniel Jr. also unable to make it across that finish line. Here we have now the championship standings. Marco Morelli leading the way with 45 points. He's followed by Gonzalez and Peroni in 2nd and 3rd respectively. Pugliese is in 4th. Zani is in 5th. Cano in 6th. Tine in 7th. Torres in 8th, and Tessini in 9th. In 10th, Perez. In 11th, Alzina. In 12th, Nicholas. In 13th, Agostinelli. 14th, Benyat Fernandez. In 15th, Ikegami in 16th, and Tamburini in 17th. And in 18th, Remy San Juan. 19th, Edu Gutierrez. 20th, David da Costa.
European Talent Cup action comes to a close with Marco Morelli taking his first win of the season and his second in total. Can he repeat it again when European Talent Cup action gets back underway at Estoril in Portugal in only a couple of weeks' time? There's lots to see when the European Talent Cup action gets underway there, but please don't go anywhere because we've still got one more race to go. It's the Stock European Championship on its way next. The Stock European Championship rounds out the day's racing action, and sometimes you can say the best is left till last. Last year's dominant duo of Eric Fernandez and champion Danny Munoz have graduated to Moto2, but that doesn't mean the racing will be any less competitive, as we see a new wave of hungry young racers get ready to do battle and prove their worth amongst the very best. 17 laps around the stunning 4.23 kilometre, 2.63 miles, 16 corner Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli will get the hair standing on end as we welcome in a new era for Stock European Championship. 2019 Moto3 World Champion Lorenzo Dalla Porta set pole position with a 139.451, and can anyone stop Lorenzo from charging off into the distance? Well, it's going to be a bombastic finale to the day. 5 races down and we have one more to go. The 6th race for what has been an incredible day's racing action. And if the previous 5 races are anything to go by, Connor, we're going to be in for an absolute treat.
That is exactly right, Liam. I think this one, we've got a bit of a star-studded occasion as well, with former Moto2 World Champion, as you've just mentioned, and Moto3 World Champion, Lorenzo Dalla Porta.
Yeah, Lorenzo Dalla Porta, Moto3 World Champion for the Leopard team. He was previously, I must admit, a race winner around the circuit back in 2018. So Lorenzo Dalla Porta does know his, well, he's got a lot of track knowledge around a bit here, and a lot of success around this circuit as well. So, well, there's a couple of changes that have come into this season. Not only do we have the Yamahas, but, well, this is what happened last year when it was filled with a lot of Yamahas and Kawasaki as well. But it was Eric Fernandez and Danny Munoz that were challenging each other for the championship. But with Fernandez crashing out of the first race, it was up to Danny Munoz to take victory in the opening round at Estoril. Hurrying on to Valencia, it would be Munoz once again. It would take the victory spoils ahead of Eric Fernandez, but it'd be a scintillating last lap in Jerez where Eric Fernandez would take the spoils ahead of Danny Munoz. Munoz finally been toppled for the first time in 2023, but he retaliated once more with a dominant display in Portimao as Eric Fernandez came from the back of the grid to finish second, so the championship standings were extremely close heading into Barcelona. But this race here was one for the ages as Danny Munoz took an outstanding final lap victory ahead of Fernandez, but they done battle once more with Fernandez retaking that. But there's also the likes of Dino Iozzo in the background, and he will be one to look out for the future. So here's the class of 2024. As we said, the returning Dino Iozzo high up in the championship last season, as Danny Munoz and Eric Fernandez have moved on to pastures new in Moto2. There you can see there the new Hondas that will be part of the championship this year, the Honda Legalese team. And we've got one of them starting on the front row of the grid with Andy Verroya on the outside. So it's good to see that Honda have moved into this championship alongside Yamaha, and we've still got the Kawasaki of Javier Del Olmo part of the championship as well. So track temperature has increased slightly, or it's remained the same to 14 degrees, but the track air temperature has remained the same. But track temperature, I must admit, I'm getting them too mixed up now. It's been a long day, Connor. It has increased, while the air temperature has remained a very chilly 14 degrees Celsius.
I think that depends on where you're from, Liam. Aren't you supposed to be Scottish?
I'm supposed to be Scottish, but that's absolutely freezing for my current climate. I won't be having any of that here.
I'm perfectly happy with 14 degrees. As long as it's sunny.
As long as it's sunny, yeah, that's all we need. Well, we've got an absolutely stacked grid of stock European Championship riders. A very big grid indeed. It was just pushing on 20 last season. However, we've increased that up to, well, almost 40 riders for this season. 36 riders will be taking part in this stock European Championship. And, well, we've got Lorenzo Dalla Porta coming all the way from the World Championship, taking pole position, as we have already talked about. But he is just shadowed a little bit by Dino Iozzo, the Italian South African rider that put it in second ahead of Verroya. So this is how Dalla Porta got pole position.
A nice day. This morning we worked a lot with the used tire, and this afternoon with the new tire we did another step, so I'm so happy for today, and I think we have a fantastic rhythm for tomorrow, so I will have to do a long lap, but I think maybe will be the race more interesting, I hope. I will try to fight for the victory, so nothing. Thanks to the team for this opportunity, and I'm happy to be here, come back to the Junior GP. Thanks.
How's your Italian, Connor? What could you make of that from Lorenzo Dalla Porta at the end of that VT there?
My Italian is questionable at best.
Yeah, you've just been making it up this weekend and you've been getting away with that. I don't know how. It's been incredible to witness. Anyway, Lorenzo Dalla Porta is not making anything up. What he will be doing is trying to make what he done yesterday by taking pole position and converting that into race victory here today. 26 years of age, my goodness me, I can't believe it. He's already approaching the second half of his 20s. Catching up with us, Connor, but set pole position with a stunning time of 1:39.451, 4:15, and Dino Iozzo, his closest challenger, in the middle of the front row. 4 podiums last year for Dino Iozzo. He'll be looking for his first ever race victory in the Stock European Championship. Big wave to the camera for the South African, the Italian South African, and he will be looking to challenge, at the very least, Lorenzo Dalla Porta for race victory here today. And Dino Iozzo he's quite a bit of a latecomer to the world of road racing. He started out a little bit later than most, but over the years he's been improving through time, and he's now found himself as one of the forerunners of the Stock European Championship. So, yeah, definitely a rider that's got a lot to give in terms of racing ability. Here's another rider, Andy Verroya, on the Honda, on the outside of the first row, only 21 years of age, and he's been around the scene for quite a while. From 2018 to 2019 he was part of the Supersport 300 Championship, and then he's been the last couple of seasons part of the World Supersport Championship. Now we find him over here with Team Honda Legalese, and as I said, Connor, it's great to have another manufacturer part of this championship.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna have to ask you, how do you think that's going to play out over the course of this race? I mean, obviously there's so many Yamahas here. The Honda on the front row.
It's a good
I think
one.
That's impressive.
It's very impressive. He's a couple of rows ahead of his Honda counterpart. So Andy Verroya is definitely put
back
in
on
a
the
strong-
6th row.
Back in the 6th row. So yeah, Andy, even though a part of the same stable of Honda Team Legle's network, we've got some of the fans chilling out in the sun. We've got to see how it goes because he's put himself in a really good spot to take on the Yamahas of Iotto and Dalla Porta and even Rodriguez around him. Here is Mayor, the young Spanish rider, heading or in the middle of row number 2, and Mayor returning again after finishing, well, a very strong 2023 in Stock European Championship. He's grown in performance, has Mayor, throughout all of 2023, and he's in the middle of the 2nd row. And Archie McDonald, Archie Bob McDonald, as he likes to be known, the 17-year-old from Australia, still chasing his first podium in the Stock European Championship, but showed a lot of good performance towards the end of the last season. Top 5s, top 4s, really was at times very close to taking his first podium. So you can imagine with a first season under his belt, beginning the 2nd season, Connor, you can imagine he'll be well and truly in the mix for some podium challenges this season.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he came close in Valencia. What was it, P4, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah.
And it's about adaptation. He's going to be ready. He's going to be wanting to challenge at the front.
It will be a big step for Archie McDonald this season. Also a big step for Jimenez on the number 91 Yamaha. He'll be looking to show his worth on the front of the 3rd row of the grid. So as you were saying, there are quite a lot of Yamahas in this field. However, at least it has been, well, bulked up a little bit by some Hondas and one Kawasaki for Javier Del Olmo. So he returns again on the Kawasaki. And here's a young Ruiz on the middle of the 3rd row, running the Yamaha, the number 26. And Francisco Ruiz, not Yari Ruiz, as we've come accustomed to known in the Moto2 Championship last season. It's Francisco Ruiz, and he, well, starts his first season in sport. So with the Dr. Andy Fer team on the Yamaha. So Borja Jimenez, the young Spanish rider, another rider that's got a lot of potential, 16 years of age, doing a bit of a Fermin Aldeguer, coming through the stock class and trying to progress maybe through that way into bigger and better things. Big smile on the face, listening to some music. What do you think he's listening to, Connor?
Do you know what the Feria de Sevilla is?
Nope, I do not.
Very traditional a big festival in Seville.
Okay, so
I think he's going to be listening to some traditional Andalusian music. Why not?
I mean, I'm absolutely amazed at you. That's what you think he'd be listening to.
No, I don't. I think he's listening to reggaeton, Liam.
Oh my goodness, I was hoping he might say some Black Sabbath or something like that, but unfortunately not. Somebody that's not listening to any music anymore, who's got his helmet on now, is Demis Mihila, the 16-year-old Italian. There's so many young riders on this grid, Connor. It's some of these riders, they find that they run out maybe a bit of funding. Maybe they can find a ride in the stock class. Maybe the 600s just suit their style a little bit better. As we saw with Senna Ages a couple of years ago, he didn't go through stock, but he came right from the Junior GP into Moto3, into the Moto2 class, and from someone that was struggling to pick up points, he was already becoming a consistent race winner, and then eventually went on to win the Moto2 European Championship. So some of these riders, the careers in the lower categories might come to a bit of a stop, but then they can find that they've got what it takes to go further on maybe some of the bigger bikes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great class for that reason. And of course, all of the people that are down there on the grid right now, all of the people on bikes down on the grid, I should really say, want to race.
They do indeed, yeah. It's great to see. And this class, which was only last season, became its own standalone class. It's incredible how it's grown to such a big class of over 30 riders, and before that it was just racing alongside Moto2, so it's really good to see that it's a standalone class now, and a lot of people want to come in and take part in it. So, well, considering the fact that we had a romp from the two last year from Fernandez and Danny Munoz, I don't think that's going to be happening in 2024.
Maybe not, but imagine if you're one of these riders and you're coming into the sport, or whatever other circumstances brought you here, and now you have an opportunity to beat a world champion.
Exactly.
You beat a world champion. That's something you tell your children around the fireplace.
Indeed, yeah. It's like, yeah, Lorenzo Dalla Porta, he was there, and I managed to beat him to, well, a stock race win in the European Championship in 2024.
Did you ever compete against any future world champions when you were racing?
I competed against a future Grand Prix winner in the hands of John McPhee.
That is very impressive.
Very impressive, yes. So that's my claim to fame. Managed to compete against him when we were racing mini motos around not kill and a lot of call in the early stages of our life. So if anyone out there has ever heard of those circuits, I'm sure you've heard of not kill. But yes, me and John McPhee raced against each other very briefly because he was obviously had the talent and I was too busy crashing my brains out for that one. So anyway, we hope that there'll be a lot of clean action on track with no riders falling foul to any of my old crashing antics in this stock race. I'm sure Lorenzo Dalla Porta won't be falling foul to any of that as he has his laser focus on ahead of the Stock European Championship race, round number 1 in Misano.
Here we have the grid then. Dalla Porta, no surprises there, leading from the front. He's followed by Iozzo and Verdoya, who make up the front three. After that, it's Rodriguez, Mayo, McDonald on the second row. And in row 3, it's Almaria, Ruiz, and Jimenez. Behind them in row 4, we've got Mihaila, Garcia, and another Garcia. Don't get them mixed up, you've got the numbers for a reason. Row 5, Romero, Valle, and Roca. And in row 6, Uriostegui, Bevilacqua, and Brooks. Behind them in row 7, Saif, Copper, Fabri. Row 8, Holzer, Echeverri, and Nestola. Row 9, Del Olmo, Rehacek, and Kekskes. And finally, Rog, Forthwaitis, Van Rosmalen, Guarnieri, and Ribeiro, right at the back of Rola.
Well, good attempt at the pronunciations there, Connor, throughout the entire day. You've done a much better job than I could have, so I'll give you a big gold star for that one.
Thank you very much. I'm just very concerned that when we get back to the office and we see our Italian colleagues once again.
It's okay. As long as you got Cesare Tiezzi correct, which you did earlier on in the day, you're absolutely fine. That's the only one we're focusing on.
So you're not going to face the wrath of Nicolo Mbea?
We will not face the wrath of any of our Italian colleagues back in the Barcelona office for Dorna Sports. However, we wait and finally see the last race of the day. The Stock European Championship at the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli, what a glorious circuit this is to host round number 1 of the series, and it's great to be back here. Junior GP has raced here in the past, but it's a new place for racing for Moto2, ETC, and now the Stock European Championship. And I must admit, we have a barnstormer potentially on our hands here with this race. 17 laps of the 4.23 Misano World Circuit. The klaxon has been signalled for the final time today for the team personnel to make their way off the grid, as the riders will be sitting there alone with their machines as they get ready to rumble in Misano. So Lorenzo Dalla Porta, your 2019 Moto3 World Champion, will be setting away, leading the pack round on the warm-up lap. But it'll be Dino Iozzo and Andy Verdoya that will be challenging him for top honours here today.
In qualification, there wasn't too much of a difference here, and it just remains to be seen whether Dalla Porta can make that enormous experience that he's got with him count in this race, because Iozzo looks like he's capable of giving him a real run for his money.
Iozzo is looking on good form, the number 13 in the middle of shot there with the pink leathers, and Iozzo is a rider that's really starting to show in the last year that he will be challenging for race wins this season. We expected that, and really has put himself to the front, and I can imagine he might have some local knowledge of the Misano circuit, and we'll be looking for a very spicy race in the Stock European Championship as they make their way around the warm-up lap. The sound of the 600 blasting around the hills of Misano sounds, it's a very sweet sound with the Yamahas, the Hondas and the Kawasaki out there on circuit, and it's a massive, massive grid. It really has grown in stature over the last year, has this stock class, and it's great to see so many riders, as we've already spoken about, already taking a punt on this class and maybe seeing it as an opportunity for bigger and better things. There you have it. Partly cloudy with an air temperature of 14 degrees, 31 degrees track temperature, and wind 9 kilometers an hour. So it's not really changed much throughout the day, apart from the track temperature has increased substantially from the 19 degrees it was for the race number 1 in Junior GP earlier on today. But thankfully, Connor, so far so good. All of the the weather worries that we had coming into this race day today has subsided, and we've had glorious sunshine throughout.
Absolutely. The only issue is that the riders have been practicing and qualifying in conditions that are different to the race conditions, which, as you know, can make an impact on what happens on race day. But these riders, I think, are ready for the challenge of racing in these conditions, don't you?
I don't know about that, I must admit, it looks a bit tricky out there. Of course I'm joking. Yeah, there's scorching sunshine out there with some of the riders just taking it easy on the final part of the lap before we get underway for our 17 scintillating laps around the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli. And, well, we've got many Yamahas, as you might see out there, but we've got a couple of Hondas, especially on the outside of the first row of the grid. Andy Verdoya, I don't know what he's capable of in this one, but what I do know is he will be putting up a strong fight against the Yamahas of Lorenzo Dalla Porta and Dino Iozzo. The familiar 48 of Lorenzo Dalla Porta pulls up to pole position. It's been the first time in a number of years he's ran that number 48. Since his championship winning days in Moto3, he's been number 19 since then. So it's good to see the number 48 back on the front of a Lorenzo Dalla Porta machine. So the green flag waves in the background. Race number 6 of the day here at Misano. The revs are rising for the Stock European Championship, and lights go out and we're off. And it's a great start there from your pole setter, but from number 44, from the middle of the pack, got off to a cracking start. Dino Iozzo's challenging, but round the outside is the number 44 into turn number 1, and we've got Adrian Rodriguez into second spot, but it's Lorenzo Dalla Porta that leads away from Dino, from Rodriguez, and we've got a bit of a fall in mid-pack there. 2 have gone down, 3, 4, they've gone down. Hopefully they're all okay, but you don't, oh my goodness me, another rider almost clipped the following riders there, so we've got a rider that's down mid-pack, moving the legs, moving out, thankfully now looking like they're about to get up. So that's always a worry in the opening laps here in Misano. The opening couple of corners, always see that. You always grit your teeth and hold your breath just to make sure that doesn't happen. But as we go down towards Quattro Corner, Rodrigo's challenging for the lead up the inside of Dalla Porta.
Stunning from Rodriguez.
It's a brilliant move there from the 44 of Rodriguez. Dalla Porta, I'm sure, did not expect that whatsoever.
No, Dalla Porta. I'm just going to take this opportunity and move into first. I'm ahead of a world champion.
There we go, yes. Rodriguez was like, yep, there we go. And that's good to see. It looks like all the riders that were in that collision there are all walking away from that. So thankfully, all seem to be walking away from what could have potentially been something a little bit worse. But Dalla Porta challenging Rodriguez and not making it stick just yet. So Rodriguez really asserting his authority on this one so far in the opening stages of this Misano race, but gone a little bit deep. Dalla Porta beelining for the inside. Mayor, he's got off the grid fantastically from P5. He's into third. And Verdoya on the 25 Honda Leglise machine. You can just see him with the white helmet and the red bag. Fantastic looking livery, the Hondas. A very factory looking effort as well for the Honda Leglise team. Honda Leglise, or the Leglise effort, have always been a big mainstay in the Junior GP paddock, so you know it's going to be a big effort from them. So lap 1 complete. It's Rodriguez from Dalla Porta, Mayor, Verdoya, Iozzo. He got a good start, but got beaten up a little bit in the early stages of last lap from Ruiz, Jimenez, Mihaela, and McDonald, and Armario rounding at the top 10. Here we go again. This is the crash on lap number 1. Oh, it's a bit of a moment there from the middle of the pack. The number 7 there, that was of Manel Roca. Manel Roca, he had a big high side mid-pack, and a couple of the riders had nowhere else to go.
Kekskes, Rehacek, and
that could have been much
Malin,
worse.
I think, was the last one involved in that.
Yeah, so cold left-hand side of the tyre, and there you go. Roca was very lucky not to get collected by any of the other bikes as it came past him. Very well done to all of the riders behind that melee, just avoiding action as the riders went down. We've got a bit of a move there. That's Dino Iozzo up the inside of Verdoya. That's for 4th spot on the pink and black machine, a very standoutish machine. So, and Dalla Porta's dropped another spot. That's Mayor. Mayor's already ahead of Dalla Porta now, so not the opening couple of laps your pre-season favourite, you should say, had expected, but he's up the inside on the triple right-hander, sets up Mayor, as lovely as you like from Dalla Porta. And Dino Iozzo late on the brakes is taking full advantage of that. Mayor getting hung out to dry by Dalla Porta, Iozzo, and Verdoya is coming to play as well. And Dino, he also has lost a place once again to Mayor, so Mayor's not letting this one lie just yet as a 26 has come to place with Francisco Ruiz in his opening race as well. This is fantastic action. Early stages of the new season of the Stock European Championship. This is what we wanted from this class, and this is what we're getting in abundance.
And this is why riders want to be here.
Long lap penalty for Lorenzo Dalla Porta. My goodness me, long lap penalty for Lorenzo Dalla Porta, and he got that. So Lorenzo Dalla Porta, disastrous stuff there from the pre-season favourite, and he started off this race in second, and Lorenzo Dalla Porta, or started off the race in pole, is running in second now, but so he will have to serve a long lap penalty.
And that's going to make a big impact. Yeah, Dalla Porta, he's going to have to do that at some point. He's already in second behind Rodriguez, who's leading here. There we have the confirmation on the screen, long lap penalty. Dalla Porta has been given the long lap penalty for not respecting a marshal's indication.
So the exactly the same as we saw from Torres in the European Talent Cup. So that would have happened a little bit earlier on today or yesterday. So Lorenzo Dalla Porta, he does have a long lap penalty. So that's really put him out of contention for this one here today. So Lorenzo Dalla Porta has swooped into the lead of the race now, and ahead of Rodriguez. Mayor still in third spot, so can he capitalise on that move from Dalla Porta? No, he can't. So maybe this is now the time for Dalla Porta, after he's been given that board, to suggest, well, this is time, buddy, that you can now come in to serve that long lap penalty. And he might try and build up a bit of a gap, but this has really put in a lot of work for Lorenzo Dalla Porta for the rest of this race. He would have known coming into it that he would have had this long lap penalty. So him and the team would have sat themselves down and would have come up with a plan, and the plan being hit the front as early as you can and try and eke out an advantage, then serve the long lap penalty, and then if you can try and eke out the rest of the riders, the group, then you will be able to
absolutely
come through a little bit less of the riders. But we've got a leading group of 6 with Mayor setting the fastest lap of the race, a 1:40.0.
You're absolutely right about Dalla Porta and the long lap. Of all the riders on the grid right now, he's the one that probably has the same or the most experience even, and that's again with his team, the Yamaha GV Racing team. They'll know when was the opportune moment to take that long lap. They have that experience, and he's doing it when he needs to do it.
Yeah, he's doing an incredible job at the moment. Now, will he pull into the long lap penalty now? No, he won't. So he's now just giving himself a couple of laps. He can't give himself too much time, because if he does that, he will feel the wrath of the stewards and find himself getting a black flag. That's the Kawasaki that's gone down of 61. That's Javier Del Olmo. That's such a shame for the returning Kawasaki rider, but thankfully he's okay, and he's gone down at real corner at turn number 4. That can just imagine. Oh, he hasn't gone down actually. See, he's had a bike issue there, so that's a shame. He was running strongly, was Del Olmo. So
well, I think previously he'd taken points in all the races that he'd competed in last year, so that would be an unfortunate start to this campaign.
Yeah, indeed, and especially for Kawasaki, the sole Kawasaki rider out there at the moment this season. So yeah, big shame there for Javier Del Olmo on the green machine. So back at the front, it is Lorenzo Dalla Porta that leads away ahead of Rodriguez, Mayor, Iozzo and Verdoya. So we've got a Yamaha that leads another Yamaha and another one, and then we've got the Honda at the back of the field of this pack here. So it's great to see the Honda still sticking with the 4 Yamahas just in front, and really the Honda Team Leglise outfit they've given Verdoya an outstanding bike for this one, and it's great to see so many bikes at the front in the Stock European Championship.
Absolutely, yeah. This is looking as competitive as we could possibly have hoped for, Liam. I didn't certainly expect it to be this competitive. I was expecting to see Dalla Porta secure an early lead, do his long lap, and still win the race.
Oh, well, yeah, I think we all thought that, but that's not happening so far. Now, Lorenzo Dalla Porta coming towards the long lap penalty loop. Will he peel in? Yes, he will now. So he's off to the right of screen, off to the left for him, round the long lap penalty loop. Where will he come in? Make sure you stay inside the white lines, Lorenzo. If you go over those white lines, you'll be getting yourself another long lap penalty. So we came on a little bit in the pack there, just behind the number 91 of Jimenez. So he's slotted back into 8th position, has Dalla Porta there, just ahead of Archie McDonald, the Australian rider. So he's not out of this just yet, but he is back in the pack. So he's lost about 3 seconds there has Lorenzo Dalla Porta. 2.8 seconds off the lead now as your former race leader. Look over the shoulder there from Rodriguez, just as he's in the group. He's now got Dino Iozzo right behind him, who's found his way past Mayor. So Dino Iozzo, this is prime opportunity for him to try and nab his first ever race victory in the Stock European Championship as they click off lap number 5, move on to lap number 6, 17 laps total in this race. Dino Iozzo up the inside, but Rodriguez swoops around the outside, and here comes Verdoya, not quite just yet. The Honda rider on the Team Leclerc's machine had a look up the inside of Mayor, but couldn't quite find his way through at that moment.
No, but he's doing well to keep the pace up there, make sure the pressure's on the leading 3, taking advantage of, well, of course, of the fact that Dalla Porta isn't there. So he's just biding his time, maybe, for the time being.
Indeed. 12 laps to go. We've got a cracker on here in Misano. And Dino Iozzo got a fantastic run out of turn number 6. Down the back straight they go. Later on the brakes he goes. Will he be able to break Rodriguez? Not quite. Rodriguez is an absolute demon on the brakes into that quarter corner. But we look further back. Lorenzo Dalla Porta's already made up 2 positions after serving that long lap penalty. He's back into 6th. He's just behind Ruiz, the number 26 machine, just in front of him. So we'll keep an eye out on Lorenzo Dalla Porta's time. He was leading before he had to serve that long lap penalty for an infringement, ignoring Marshall's instructions yesterday, as Dino Iozzo is ignoring anything he should be doing into Curva Grande and powering up the inside of Rodriguez. Outstanding move there from Dino Iozzo, and he takes the lead with 11 and a bit laps remaining. He finally hits the front, Mayor following him through, but he sets up Rodriguez almost tagging the back of Mayor. So Mayor back into 2nd now, and Dino Iozzo leading for the first time.
Yeah, that was really good from Iozzo, taking advantage of the situation, moving to the front of this leading pack. Just looking back there, Dalla Porta had for a moment moved to the front of the following pack, but he's just been overtaken again by McDonald there.
You're absolutely right. McDonald's come to the front of this pack. He was behind Dalla Porta after Dalla Porta came through his long lap penalty loop. So what a ride there from Archie McDonald, the 69 machine. He's 3 seconds off the back of the lead. However, he was the 4th fastest rider on the track. He set a 1:40.7. He was only a 10th of a second slower than Iozzo and Mayor, so he was faster than Dalla Porta last time round as well.
Yeah, well, he'll be looking to stay ahead of Dalla Porta as one thing, but then he'll be also looking up the track as well, trying to make up that ground. These front 4 aren't really battling it out in terms of overtakes at the moment, but that could change very quickly.
It could indeed. Anything can happen in the Stock European Championship, especially this year with such a competitive field all the way throughout, from top to bottom. It's a stacked grid in 2024, and we've got a great race out front, and we've got Rodriguez looking up the inside of Curva Grande on Mayor. Mayor chops off the front. Not today, sunshine. You're going to have to get up a little bit earlier in the morning to do that to me. So Mayor still holding station in 2nd behind Dino Iozzo, but Rodriguez is showing good form, and that's just brought Verdoya back into play on the Honda machine at the back of this group in 4th spot. So he's sticking with these 3 Yamahas for now. And Archie McDonald, he has finally succumbed to the challenge of Lorenzo Dalla Porta in the background there. You just saw the number 48 flashing into screen on the GV Racing Yamaha machine. So as a tick off another lap, a 40.3, a 40.3, a 40.2, a 40.1 for Lorenzo Dalla Porta in 5th position, including an overtake on Archie McDonald. So Lorenzo Dalla Porta is gritting his teeth. He's now starting to reel in these 4 leaders after serving that long lap penalty. The top of the group is led by Dino Iozzo, with Mayor just behind, ahead of Rodriguez at Verdoya. Dalla Porta in the 2nd group leads away, but starting to break away from McDonald, Ruiz, Jimenez and Armario rounding out your top 9, with Garcia in 10th spot.
Yeah, it's very good from Dalla Porta, who's managed to get ahead. He's got no one ahead of him now until he reaches that first leading pack. So he just needs to get his head down and really start making his way up that tarmac.
Yeah, there we go, confirmation of the lap times, 0.2 of a second faster than Verdoya on the previous lap. However, he's not really starting to get away from the pack just behind him. So Lorenzo Dalla Porta, we thought, would have just been able to streak away from the chasing group, but not so today. He's now coming through Curva Grande And as you can see, that gap hasn't really come down between himself and Verdoya. He's 3 seconds off the lead as it came across the line last lap. He did manage to get it down to 2.4 as it came through sector 1. And it's remained at 2.3. Oh, we've got a crash with it. Is that Verdoya? My goodness, that was very close. Verdoya has gone down, I believe. That was what he was so lucky there. It's high-sided coming out of Carroll corner. That wasn't Verdoya. My apologies.
It was Jose Luis Amario, Liam.
Very well done. I was looking away at the second there, looking at the timing screen, so I didn't quite catch, but well spotted there, Connor.
Well, I know how much you love the Honda Lee's livery. Sorry.
I do indeed, but he was very lucky to get away with that. But we've also had a split of a pack here. We've lost Rodriguez as well. So that was Rodriguez.
It was Rodriguez
that went down. So yes, Rodriguez. There's so much going on. There's you can't quite catch everything that's happening. So we've got the timing screens, having a look at them. And then Rodriguez, such a shame. Is he holding his arm there? No, he's just.
So Jose Luis Amario has gone down.
And I think that was Rodriguez. Here we go. So the rider in third spot, just big high side. That's so far out, far around coming out the corner. So lucky to not get clipped by the following riders. And he's just wondering what happened there. So Rodriguez, who was shown brilliant form in the opening stages on the number 44, he's down from the leading group. So that's really split the pack up with Iozzo, Mayor and Verdoya continuing on now. And Iozzo has really put the coals into the machine and is now starting to pull away from Mayor and Verdoya. He's starting to claw back in that advantage that Mayor had over him only a lap ago. So, but he would have Verdoya would have taken an evasive action there. Right, so getting told. Oh, the red flag. Yes, the riders were getting told to stay at the other end of the track. I'm guessing there's some fluid down. So we've got a red flag here in the Stock European Championship after the crash for Rodriguez. Thankfully, we saw Rodriguez walking away from the incident, but it looks like the bike might have dropped some fluid coming out of Carroll corner. The tight right-hander had a bit of a high side just in front of Verdoya. He was running in third. He was showing incredibly well, corner was Rodriguez until that incident. But the rider this plays incredibly well for is the number 48 of Lorenzo Dalla Porta.
Absolutely, Liam.
Big shame for Dino Iozzo here. He was leading the race absolutely brilliantly. He was eking out that advantage over Mayor.
Yeah, it just seemed to be edging away.
Yeah, the gap was 1/10 of a second at the start of the lap, up to 3/10 towards the end. So, yes, we're going to have a bit of a stoppage here just to make sure that the officials can go out and check the fluid that's been dropped in the circuit. Dino Iozzo.
He's been a fantastic shift so far.
Yeah, he really has done. He looks, well, I was going to say he doesn't look like he's broke much of a sweat, but it looks like he has. Big wave to the camera. Yeah, Dino, you were leading that race absolutely brilliantly before the red flag, so yeah, he'll be looking to do more of the same when we eventually get back underway. So we'll keep you up to date with how long that will be with the stoppage time and what's happening out there on the circuit. But yeah, thankfully, the main thing is, even though we do have a red flag for the crash of Rodriguez was absolutely fine, and walking away from that, it was just looked like there was fluid on the track as we saw Iozzo, Mayor and Verdoya coming around towards that part of the track. The marshals were signalling to the riders to keep to the left, and they did, so thankfully nobody else went down at that moment. So yeah, bit of a shame, considering that was shaping up to be one of the races of the day, Connor. It was really looking...
Absolutely, it's a bit of a shame, especially for Rodriguez, but what we've seen today is a fantastic stock race, which isn't being dominated by Dalla Porta, which I think many people thought that would be what we would see. But we've seen Rodriguez before going down and put in an amazing race.
Here we go again. Yeah, the marshals on the right hand of your screen signaling to the riders to stay to the left. You can see the fluid in the middle of the track. Verdoya, though, he went right across it. So did Mayor. They were extremely lucky to not go down. So you can see the line. And there's the red flags they've come in. So as soon as the marshals told the authorities that there was some fluid down, they were immediately out with the red flag. So that's good to see that
the system works.
The system works. Everyone was on their toes, but as you can see, there's a bit of a clean-up operation going on circuit now. And yeah, it's always better to take precaution.
Absolutely, Liam.
But
We'll be back underway shortly enough.
oh, we absolutely will be. And well, this has given us a great time for a little bit of a respite, because it's been non-stop throughout the day with how great the racing is. If you've just joined us for the final race of the day, you've missed an absolute barnstormer of a day.
No, 100%
Junior
Liam.
Junior GP race 1 and race 2, European Talent Cup race 1 and race 2, and Moto 2 action as well. And we were rounding off the day with the European, or the Stock European Championship, and it was shaping up to be an absolute belter on the way to the line. And well, we'll be looking to have more of that once the clean-up operation has been taken care of.
Absolutely, Liam.
So here we go again. So this will be the crash for Rodriguez. The third rider on your screen has just gone out of shot. They're looking at Lorenzo Dalla Porta right now. And it came through, yeah, when he had it, I'm not sure if maybe it was a bike issue, because when he came out of the corner, he was very far around the corner. And he was so lucky to not get collected by one of the other riders. Incredibly, the riders in the second group took a massive evasive action and done incredibly well to miss Rodriguez as he was sliding along the ground. So, yeah, we've got the authorities out there just, well,
why don't we take the advantage of this little pause in proceedings to talk about the best moment of the day so far? What was yours, Liam?
Best moment of the day so far? That must be one of the hardest questions to ask, because there's been so many great moments of the day. But I don't want to give away any results. However, the save by one of the stars of the day, Jesus Rios, has to go down in infamy as one of the best and most bombastic saves you've ever seen. As we said, Jesus Rios literally saw Jesus in that incident.
It was a sensational save, genuinely, and definitely one that would merit looking back at. I mean, he's one rider that's really proven himself today as someone to always have in contention in the future.
Yeah, massively indeed. A big star for the future is Jesus Rios, and well, has performed extremely well on his debut weekend in Junior GP. So we won't give away any of the results if you've just joined us now and you want to go back and watch those. And I must say, Connor, we've had 5 brilliant races here in Misano so far, and well, when we get the 6th one up and running, the Stock European Championship, we will have a 6th one to add to that list.
Absolutely. I mean, it was incredible before we saw the red flag come out. And I think if it continues the way it was, well, we're still going to be treated to a fantastic end of the race.
Yeah, we will be indeed. Will it be Dino Iozzo who will be starting in pole position when we do get this back up and running, because he was leading the race quite brilliantly, I must admit. Just before that red flag came out ahead of Mayor. So Mayor on the 82 machine, and another rider who was starting to show good progression towards the end of last season, and he really has come to the fore at the start of this year. So a lot of the riders that took up the Stock European Championship in 2023, okay, Eric Fernandez and Danny Munoz have moved on to Moto 2. However, it's not just the fact that they've moved on, it's also the fact that the level has come up as well, especially with Lorenzo Dalla Porta coming across from Moto 2, your 2019 Moto 3 World Champion. He's really moved the game on, and it seems like everybody else has gone along with that.
Well, if they want to compete, they have to do that.
Indeed, yeah. So it's great to see so many riders, so many great teams. The Yamaha GV Racing team, they've come in there. Obviously got Mario Mayor, who's running in second part of that, Iker Garcia, also Lorenzo Dalla Porta, part of their stable. And they've also got, well, young British rider Daniel Brooks running the 21, as we see Lorenzo Dalla Porta there, just calm and it's cool, calm and collected. He's had a few of these in the past, so he knows how to approach a red flag situation. But Dan Brooks, the young British rider, competed in the Stock 600 class in British Superbikes a couple of years ago, finished third in that. So we know that Dan Brooks, who's also part of the Yamaha GV Racing squad, as is Lorenzo Dalla Porta, is a rider that knows how to get the best from a Stock 600 machine. There's Iker Garcia, part of the Yamaha squad as well. A very big squad. We walked past their garage yesterday, and there was a lot going on there. It's a very big setup, and so not just a big setup from them, but also the team Honda Leglise that has Andy Verdoya part of that team as well. Also Gianpiero Ugusturegui, and yeah, Yare says as well. So many riders part of the Honda Leglise setup. Absolutely. And it looks like you've got these teams that have coming in and they're pushing the game forward now for a class that, well, a couple of years ago there wasn't many competing in.
Yeah, I think you're really right, Liam. It's good to see so many young riders and some older ones as well, some veterans coming through, being invested in by these teams. And these teams are the people that are pushing the level, and that's why we're seeing a race of this caliber today.
Yeah, indeed. It's been it was an absolute brilliant race. Part one of the race, we'll call it.
Part
one
one.
Of the race was
Well,
absolutely
obviously,
incredible.
in most of the other classes today, we've had 2 races.
We have had 2 races, so I think Stock just wanted to get in a bit of the action. It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, if you can have 2 races, we want some too.
Well, they saw how good the ECT, ETC even, and the Junior GP races were. Well, let us get in on the action.
And also Moto2, but Moto2 were just happy with the one-off race.
Moto2 didn't need that.
Yeah, they were like, we're too good for this. So, however, yes, lots to take in from today, and it has been a fantastic return to the Misano World Circuit. Now getting confirmation on our screen, it's going to be a 5-lap quick start procedure. So 5 laps of action for Stock European Championship. That is going to be incredible. It's going to be basically a sprint to the line for everyone involved. So the quick start procedure, the riders are going to go out on their sighting lap. They're going to come round to the grid. There's going to be a mechanic from their team waiting there. Once everyone's lined up, the mechanic will go off the grid. The lights will go out. They'll start their warm-up lap as normal, and then they'll come back round to start the race. 5 laps of action at Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli.
Yeah, we're going to be in for an exciting end to the racing action today, Liam.
That's the way you want it.
Absolutely.
To go out, as I said in the promo leading up to this, sometimes you've got to leave the best till last, and well, it looks like we might be.
Absolutely, Liam. Here on Italy's Adriatic coast, we've really been treated to some fantastic motorcycling here in Misano.
Indeed, Massimo Coppa, the number 29, was running in 31st place before the red flag came out. So the young Italian there, with part of the SF racing team, he'll be looking to make some forward progress in that one. And part of that team is also Adrian Rodriguez, who we did see go down a little bit earlier on. So yeah, we just saw him sitting there next to the 29 of Massimo Coppa. So as we've got to see, even though it's a red flag, the red flag was brought out because of a rider going down. Thankfully, if you've just joined us now, the rider was okay. He did get up onto his feet, but the stoppage has been because there was fluid down on the circuit, and the marshals, the stewards, everybody just had to make sure that the fluid was cleared up before we got underway again. So yes, the Stock European Championship round number 1 here in Misano is going to be a 5-lap blast to the flag. And well, for some of the fans who stuck around throughout the day, they're going to be treated to an absolute spectacle for the final race.
And taking advantage of the red flag to,
get
have a bit of lunch.
Yeah, getting your little picnic.
A late lunch maybe, but
yeah, very Spanish of them if that's the case. But yeah, we've still got to have our lunch once proceedings wrap up here, and we'll get some of that food in us before we head off to the airport here tonight, after we do the reports and everything as well. So yeah, a bit of a wave to the camera. Yeah, we see
everything's good. Everything's good.
Yeah, everything's grand. And big love.
We love you too. We love you too.
Yeah. Come back out. We need more of that love. So yeah, absolutely fantastic there. I asked you earlier on, Connor. I was your Italian.
I think the only thing I heard there was Marco, which which would make sense.
Even I can decipher what that meant.
I didn't expect you to ask me, so I wasn't dedicating 100% of my attention to it.
No excuses. No excuses there.
Next time.
Next time, okay.
Well, you just speak and I'll just listen now and see if I can interpret anything.
Well, you're going to have to somehow make me quiet. So
yeah, it's been very difficult, very difficult.
And that'd be a terrible broadcast if that's the case, so we cannot do that. One thing I have noticed, though, is during the stoppage, it has got a little bit darker out there. So this is all we need now to finish the day.
It would be so dramatic.
It would be so dramatic. We've had stoppage because of fluid down on the track, and then all of a sudden there'll be even a deluge of fluid on the track through wet weather. So fingers crossed we get these 5 laps up and running before any of the rainstorm, as a lot of the teams love to come out and just go, hi guys, I'm on camera. So
I mean, you talk about it getting a bit darker there. I think it depends entirely on which way the camera's facing. We've seen in the distance here from the circuit that there is a hill that has. Well, there we are. What about that?
There we go. We've seen this dog a couple of times this weekend. We've seen it's been getting fussed over quite a lot as that little puppy. So yeah, it's been having a little bit of fun with a little corgi puppy as well. It's been running around the paddock as well. So it's been great to see.
No, absolutely,
yeah, absolutely. It's
more
great.
dogs in the paddock.
That's
or at least in the stands.
Oh, in the stands. Yeah, make sure they're in the stands. Obviously, the puppies were always on the lead and were never let out of their sight. So.
You sure, Liam?
I'm extremely sure about that. There's our very capable colleague Ramon, the camera operator to the left of screen. And he's been helping.
Oh,
there we are. Again, it's getting the scarf on. Is it a scarf for her? No, it's the dog's like, I'm a little bit cold. Can I get the scarf, please? Alonso Lopez, Moto2 race winner, championship challenger on the left of screen, talking to the Artbox squad, the AGR squad. Just to the centre of the screen there, so you can see him off to the left. So it's great to see Alonso Lopez is comes to all of these events and helps the Mir Finite Work racing team, helps the riders progress through their career, and is very much a part of helping.
That is very positive, Liam.
Yeah, there we go. 5-lap quick restart procedure, as we already know. Pit lane opens and it will be to be announced. So it's good to know that it hasn't been announced yet, so they'll tell us when they can. So
well, I'd like to think we'd find out about it.
Yeah, no, just rather than some bikes heading out onto track eventually. But yeah, I must admit, Con, I think you're on the ball there with depends which way the camera is pointed, because that way it looks quite dark and it looks like the clouds are rolling in, but if you pan the camera around 180 degrees, it's glorious sunshine.
It is. There's one view in which you can see a hill with snow on it and ominous clouds behind it, and another in which you could be in the Caribbean in the middle of summer.
I must admit, I don't know about you, but I'll be taking the ski trip, to be fair.
I'm not sure. I'd be happy with either at this point.
From a cold country like myself, I much prefer the colder weather over the beach. I mean, a beach is nice every so often, but whatever. And here's some slow-mo action of the race start. A fantastic start by Rodriguez on the 44. It's chopping off the front of Dino Iotto, and you see a couple of the riders in the background getting a little bit close for comfort. Here we're going to see the 7 of Manuel Roca, well, we thought we were. High setting coming out of turn 2 and collecting a few other riders. Lorenzo Dalla Porta looks so at one with that machine. Dino Iotto as well was leading the race absolutely brilliantly before the red flag came out, and well, chasing after his first win in the class and looking to start off where he left off last season with another podium as well. But these are fantastic slow-mo images that we're getting with number 26 of Francisco Ruiz leading Lorenzo Dalla Porta after Lorenzo Dalla Porta's long lap penalty.
Yeah, he found himself right in the middle of the pack there. Still did ever so well himself, showing that experience to find himself in a position to try and make up the ground on the leaders.
There we go. We've got the pit lane reopening at 16:39 local time. I don't know if you've got your watch on you, but I believe that is in 4.5 minutes. So yeah, in 4.5 minutes we will get this race back up and running here in Misano. So just to recap, it will be a 5-lap quick start race procedure, which means that the bikes will be given a signal to exit pit lane. They'll make their way round to the grid, where each team will have a mechanic standing to welcome the rider to the grid. Once they're all on the grid, the mechanics will leave. The riders will then make their way around on the warm-up lap back to the starting grid for the start of the 5-lap dash for the cash.
Earlier, Liam, when we saw Alonso Lopez make his cameo there with the Finetwork team, I was just about to say to you before I think we saw that dog, which caught both of our attention, that the Finetwork team is a really interesting team. They work with a lot of more humble riders as well, investing in maybe some of the riders that struggle to find the money that you need to compete at this level, and a really good organisation.
Yeah, they are indeed. They've been nurturing a lot of young talent throughout the years, and we've seen, for example, the likes of David Almanza, who was competing for them in Junior GP last year. He's now gone on to Moto3 World Championship. A star in the making is David Almanza. He's got one of the biggest fan bases we've ever seen in Junior GP. At every single event, there must have been about 30 or 40 of them coming to every single round, and it was a big David Almanza banner cheering him on every round. So it's great to see that the amount of support these riders do get in this series is absolutely incredible, and it's good to see that they get a fan base so early on before they go on to star in their World Championship career. So we saw this a little bit earlier on. Dino Iotto, who was leading the race before the red flag, just getting embraced by his teammate as it came over before they go back out on track. So yeah, Declan Van Rosmalen came over. So I thought I remembered his name, just wanted to double check that I was going to get it right. So yeah, didn't want to butcher his name. So yeah, the Aussie rider Declan Van Rosmalen came over to make sure well, I was going to say console Dino Iotto, considering the race was stopped and after he was leading, but I think Dino, he looked fairly okay with that, and big smile on his face and ready to start again for the second time here today. Well, Connor, after we've just seen what was part one of the Stock European Championship, I think since we can consider this a two-parter race, I'm going to have to ask you once again, as I have done in Junior GP and European Talent Cup today, if you could take a fiver out of your pocket and put it on the table right now, who's your money on?
It's very different. I think this red flag may have changed the way things may go. I'm going to go with Iotto still, I think, because he was leading at the time. But when you're faced with the experience of Della Porta, this could be a situation that he can take advantage of.
So you're firmly sitting on the fence once again?
Yeah, once again. 100%. I just live on this fence.
You live on this fence. You might want to jump off because you might get a couple of splinters, but it's fine for now. So for me, I'm thinking, I'm going to go on a limb here. I think Iotto has shown so incredibly well. He's managed to lead the race from the front, showed no pressure. Lorenzo Dalla Porta from the second row of the grid. They both got good starts in the first part of the race when they were starting side by side. I think Dino Iotto will hold this one. Yes. My money is on Dino for this one. However, Lorenzo Dalla Porta will come charging through from the second row of the grid.
I think he will as well.
Well, we can hear the bikes now bursting back into action. The 1 minute board. My favourite board of the day, apparently, according to Connor, has been shown.
It's the one that means that we're just a minute away from racing.
It means we're 1 minute away from racing, but in this case we're just half a minute away from the bikes heading back out onto track for the start of the sighting lap. So, just to recap, if you've joined us, the race was red flagged midway for a crash from Rodriguez. The number 44, Adrian Rodriguez, went down coming out of Carroll Corner. Fortunately, he walked away from the incident, but the bike did leave some fluid out on track, which the marshals and stewards have had to attend to. So we've had about a 15-minute break in proceedings here. So we've got now 5 laps of Stock European Championship action. It's been it was an incredible first part of the race. The grid is going to look like this. Dino Iotto on pole position from Mayor, and Andy Verdoya on the outside of row 3, just as he was in race number 1. Lorenzo Dalla Porta will be starting from 4th. If you're just wondering what happened to him, he did serve a long lap penalty after ignoring Marshall's instructions yesterday. And then we've got Ruiz on the middle of row number 5 ahead of Archie McDonald, the young Aussie who will be going from 6th place. So a very stacked grid at the front there, Connor, and anyone's game to know who's going to come out on top.
Absolutely,
for this one.
which is why neither one of us, well, I'm on the fence. You've nailed your colours to the mast.
Oh yeah, I mean somebody has to here. We can't just we both can't be sitting on the same fence for this one.
But if there was a fence that you would like to sit on, I think this is the fence. Well, I'm hedging my bets. Let's just leave it at that.
Well, you can sit on the hedge if it makes it any more comfortable.
Would it? I'm not sure.
I don't know about that.
Depends on the hedge.
If anyone's a gardener or anything, if sitting on a fence is more comfortable than a hedge, then please let us know. Anyway, so with all that chat over, we can now get back underway. And as I said, it's going to be a quick start procedure here in Misano. The bikes are making their way around the Misano circuit towards the grid. They will be received by one of their mechanics, and once all the riders are there, the mechanics will exit stage right off into the pit lane, and once that's all done, the riders will set off once again for the warm-up lap come back round to the grid, and then we will be away and running for the 5 laps here in Misano. So it's going to be a scorcher, considering the fact that the sun has just come back out once more at Misano on the Adriatic coast. A very, very lovely part of the world. And if you've never been to Misano before, I think me and Connor can completely vouch this is a part of the world you really do need to come and see.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, depending on who you ask and maybe on the country of the person you're asking, it's the heart of this sport. I mean, we're, what, half an hour from Tavullia?
Yes.
Who's from Tavullia?
Do tell, I don't know. Maybe a certain person that owns
maybe
a
his
pizzeria.
number was a 4 and a 6 together?
4 and a 6 together. Oh, Valentino Rossi. Valentino Rossi, there we go. Well, we've got maybe another Italian star in the making, Italian South African, as we know him as now. Dino Iotto fist bumps his mechanic. He goes from pole position alongside Mario Maior and Andy Verdoya on the outside of the front row. So the riders get ready to make their way around once more on the warm-up lap. A couple of riders in the back just putting a hand up just to let them know that they're slow away, just so none of the riders take off like a scalded cat and run into the back of them. So yeah, all fine and dandy so far. Hopefully we do get through the opening couple of corners without any incident, just like we did not do in part number 1.
I think we need to stop calling it race number 1 because people might be getting confused.
Yeah, people will be getting confused. So just imagine that what you saw in the first part of the race is qualifying, basically. It sets the grid for this part of the race, and from this what happens in this part of the race will be the complete result here today. So
I liked what you said earlier, the stock sprint.
The stock sprint, yeah, the super stock sprint. We'll have to call it something like that. 5 lapper this one, so it's going to be absolutely brilliant. The clouds look like we're rolling in, maybe some rain in the background there. So
I think it is raining in the background.
Yeah, so fingers crossed that stays away from us. Maybe it's just gone over the circuit and away from us. So yeah, we've got 5 laps here. Let's say I hope the rain stays away and doesn't cause any more.
The rain stays away, then the
stoppages.
riders are quick.
Yeah,
if the riders are quick, then the rain won't get here on time.
Yeah, maybe if we're lucky, when you go down to do your Park Fermi interview with the winner, whoever that may be, then it starts raining. So
so I get drenched?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
better me than you.
Better them than, well, better you than them. So, and also better you than me. So, yeah, I'll be staying up here with my nice jacket on inside this warm commentary box. So the riders are making their way through the final part of the circuit towards the starting grid for what is going to be 5 laps of frantic stock European Championship action. Dino Iotto was leading the way before the race got stopped, and the number 13 machine, the Yamaha, just coming into spot. We've got a rider pulling into pits there. Not sure who that was, so we'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, we've got a rider coming into the pits just there. Dino Iotto pulling up to pole position, and the rider started in pole position for the first part of the race, or for part number 1, before the red flag, was Lorenzo Dalla Porta. He served a long lap penalty. He's going from 4th on the grid. Mario Maior on the middle of row 2. There he is on the number 82 machine, and then Andy Verdoya on the Honda Team Leglise machine. He goes from the outside of the first row. The green flags are waving. 5 laps of stock European Championship action is ready to rock and roll here in Misano, and it's Dino Iotto who got a scalding start. He's away and running already. Lorenzo Dalla Porta from the 2nd row, he's already into 3rd, but Mario Maior, so far so good, in 2nd place. Andy Verdoya, he's dropped back to 4th, but look at, oh my goodness, Maior almost tagged the back of Iotto. That's let Dalla Porta go through, but Maior is well and truly out of this now. He's dropped back a few positions, but it looks like it's going to be Dino Iotto from Lorenzo Dalla Porta. Maior trying to make amends for that mistake of almost tagging the back of Iotto. He almost tagged to the side of Verdoya. Wow, my goodness me, Verdoya had to set that one up. So Verdoya is back into 4th, ahead of Ruiz and Jimenez, Ruiz, Armadio and Garcia. And McDonald's, he's had a shocking start. He's all the way back to 10th from 6th on the grid. But Lorenzo Dalla Porta, he's been given a second chance. All of his Christmases have come at once at the start of this race. From 4th on the grid, he's already up to 2nd.
I think this is the start that we probably expected, Liam.
And here he goes for 1st as well, up the inside of Iotto into Tramonto, sets up Iotto, pushes him out wide. So Dalla Porta already seeing his opportunity after that long lap penalty in the first part of the race. Dino Iotto, he's not done dusted yet. We've seen this a couple of times up the inside into Carboni, and he's done it. Dino Iotto, he's got to be brave, and he has been, but Lorenzo Dalla Porta once more on the second part of the triple handers is taking the lead again. So that's Lorenzo Dalla Porta and Dino Iotto. Mayor back into third, and Verdoya on the Honda in fourth.
Well, Iotto showed in qualifying that he's just as capable of being as fast as Dalla Porta. I think he was just a tenth of a second off him. So if he can maintain this pace at the moment, there's still time for him to reclaim that P1 place.
Well, yeah, he had a lot bit of a struggle coming off the final corner there as we tick off lap number 1. It's Lorenzo Dalla Porta from Iotto. Mayor's now taking that position from Iotto. Almost chopped his nose off that Iotto on Mayor. Trying to take advantage of that was Verdoya on the Honda, and that's just giving Lorenzo Dalla Porta a bit of breathing space at the front. A few bike lengths of an advantage. Verdoya up the inside. Mayor taking a very tight line, almost tagging the back of Dino Iotto. Roach on the 92 machine is in 5th spot, so a good start from the Spanish rider there, ahead of Ruiz Jimenez, and Mario Garcia and McDonald hasn't made any more progress after dropping back to 10th from the start. But for now, it's Lorenzo Dalla Porta that leads.
We are seeing this group as well together. There's 10 riders, I think, Liam. Dalla Porta, Iotto, Mayor, Verdoya, Rog, Ruiz Jimenez, Mario Garcia, McDonald, all in with a chance here. They're all in that leading group.
Yeah, it's a big chance of big points for some of these riders here. Dino Iotto running a little bit deep there, so did Mayor. And Verdoya side by side with Mayor, down towards Carboni they come for the second time, and Mayor dropping back behind Verdoya on the Honda. So that's a Honda on the podium looking for their first podium in the class, and the first when it's been his class all by itself. But Dino Iotto in this part of the track has really chomped into the advantage that Lorenzo Dalla Porta had. Dino Iotto running a lot of circuit to just try and stay with Lorenzo Dalla Porta for the moment, but we're about to tick off lap number 2 of this shortened stock European Championship race. It's Lorenzo Dalla Porta that leads away from Dino Iotto, from Andy Verdoya, Mario Mayor, Roach. They complete your top 5 as we start lap number 3. Dino Iotto, sideways as you like. It's fastest lap of the race for Lorenzo Dalla Porta, 1:40.1. We did expect this, even starting from 4th on the grid. He was given a lifeline after that stoppage from the red flag. Mayor, he's given no lifeline to Verdoya. He's hassling and harrying him all over the place. So Verdoya kept that one, slammed the door shut right in front of Mayor. So great stuff there as Dino Iotto very fast off of turn number 6. Took a lot of curb as he head down towards Quattro corner. Will he be able to outbrake Lorenzo Dalla Porta? No, he won't, but sideways action into Quattro. He's now back with Dalla Porta as Mayor, I thought, had a little look up the inside of Verdoya.
Yeah, and just on Dalla Porta, what he's doing now, well, he started the second part of the race from exactly where Adrian Rodriguez started, from P4, and he got a fantastic start as well before, unfortunately, crashing out of the race. So Dalla Porta making P4 count in the same way that his the previous rider who took that spot.
Yeah, you did as well. Let's just hope it doesn't end in the same way as Rodriguez did. Touchwood indeed. But Dino Iotto is carrying so much speed through these right-handers towards the end of the lap. He's fully committed there, more than anyone else, really committed, going right the long way around. I thought of Lorenzo Dalla Porta taking a completely different line to the rest of the riders around him, made them lose a little bit of time. But Andy Verdoya, I must admit, he's a rider on the number 25 Honda Leglise machine in 3rd spot. There he is, just behind Dino Iotto. He's now starting to make his way forward here. He has a chance of nabbing a podium, maybe even a race win. He's really, he's going for second here. He's gone for second. The 21-year-old, the French rider with the white helmet and the Honda Team Leglise machine. He's now into 2nd spot, fastest lap of the race for Mayor, but that would have just shadowed the fastest lap before that of Verdoya. But Verdoya's had to set up because Iotto is not taking this lying down, and Iotto's out wide after that, and this is just giving Lorenzo Dalla Porta the breathing space he needs to charge off into the distance.
Absolutely, I was just about to say the exact same thing. This is playing into the hands of Dalla Porta.
Yeah, it really has done. He's got half a second advantage as Iotto back up the inside of Verdoya. These two are squabbling away. Oh, a moment there on the rear end from Iotto. That might give Mayor a chance as well to come through, as Verdoya's already gone back through on the South African rider on the number 13 machine. So Lorenzo Dalla Porta with a lap and a half to go leads the way, but it's frantic stuff for second place with Verdoya, Iozzo and Mayor contesting the final couple of podium spots. But Verdoya is extremely fast and committed down that front straight. This is the section of track where we've seen Iozzo really come to the fore through the triple left, the triple right-hander towards the end of the lap. But this time round, Iozzo cannot do anything about Verdoya. Can Verdoya get his hooks into the back of Lorenzo Dalla Porta? And you must admit, Connor, from here, it looks unlikely.
It looks unlikely, but I don't think that's to say that this hasn't been an absolutely incredible ride from Verdoya. I mean, this is the first time he's raced in this class, and he is behind a world champion.
He is indeed, and he's the top Honda by a long, long way. We have to scroll back, well, a long way to find one of the teammates, the other Honda. So Verdoya, what a performance putting in. A performance and a half from Mayor. Iozzo round the outside. He's going to get hung out to dry there by Mayor, and Mayor has hung him out to dry. These two know each other well from last year, and they're continuing to scrap it out, just like they did many times throughout the whole of the 2023 season. But this isn't over just yet. Verdoya has started. Mayor's a bit deep into Rio. Oh, Dino Iozzo got dragged into that. This is not over. Verdoya is going for this win. Lorenzo Dalla Porta thought he must have had it when he came across the line and saw there was a half a second advantage. The gap is now down to just 0.2 of a second with just over half a lap remaining. Connor, this is going to be box office firework stuff coming into the last sector of this track.
Oh, it looks like it as well. Can Verdoya do what we thought was impossible? Maybe I didn't think it was impossible, maybe you didn't think it was impossible, but it looked impossible.
Oh, I thought it was impossible half a lap ago, and what's not impossible is the positions for the final podium places changing as well. Dino Iozzo all over the back of Mayor in the background, coming to Carboni where he's really fast, but Verdoya is extremely fast, holding a tight line. Iozzo's into third spot, but here comes Verdoya. Can Lorenzo Dalla Porta hold on to take victory in his first race in the European Stock Championship? He's gone defensive. He knew Verdoya was there. Verdoya has another chance into the final corner maybe. Dino Iozzo has third for the time being as he come through the final complex. The last corner is upon us, into Misano corner. Verdoya cannot do it. Lorenzo Dalla Porta, Mayor, Larry Underwood, almost tagged the back of Iozzo. Iozzo has no idea how he came close to disaster, but across the line, Lorenzo Dalla Porta takes victory in Misano, and the first time in his career in the Stock European Championship ahead of Verdoya, and Dino Iozzo rounds out the podium places. Mario Mayor just missing out on a hard-fought fourth place finish there, ahead of Ruiz, rounding at the top 5, and then Roge Jimenez McDonald, after his troublesome start, managed to eventually climb his way up to 8th ahead of Armario and Garcia. So what a ride there, Connor, by Lorenzo Dalla Porta.
Yeah, it was sensational. I think we have to say as well that the circumstances of the race did play into his hands. That long lap penalty eventually not being as significant as maybe it would have been in other circumstances, but his experience allowed him to take advantage of that, and this is a thoroughly well-earned race win.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You've hit the nail on the head there, Connor. Lorenzo Dalla Porta, he really did have his Christmases all come at once with that race stoppage there. After he did serve the long lap penalty, he was 3 seconds off the race leader at that time. And well, Verdoya, hand to the crowd. He was in 4th place before that crash of Adrian Rodriguez, which brought out the red flag. He started from 3rd, and he proved, well, that Honda is an extremely capable motorcycle, the CBR 600. And, well, what a ride that was. And, well, I must admit, we have some Stock European Championship on the cards ahead of us this season. If it's anything like what we've just seen here today, we are in for one cracking season in 2024. Andy Verdoya, 2nd place ahead of your pole setter ahead of this race, Dino Iozzo. Shame for Dino, he led brilliantly in part 1 of the race, but that lead was eradicated with the stoppage, but managed to pick up a handy 16 points, and he's 5th career podium in the class. And you have to say, in a class that this year is ultra competitive with a lot of riders. There he is, Dino Iozzo, an IUM machine, number 13 there. Unlucky for some, but definitely not unlucky for Dino Iozzo. So yeah, Dino Iozzo on the IUM Motorsports Yamaha machine, the pink and black machine. It sticks out from a crowd, does that one there. And yeah, very much so. You can be seeing that. The sponsor's dream, basically, with having a pink and black bike. You'll be able to see it from a mile away. So as the riders come into Parc Fermé now, Lorenzo Dalla Porta, it's his first race win, can you believe, since Moto3 in 2019, the year he wrapped up the World Championship, and what a race win it was indeed. So yeah, Lorenzo Dalla Porta, he came into the season as one of the pre-season favourites. He stamped his authority already, and my goodness me, it's going to be some stopping him after round number 1 here in Misano. But with the 2 riders alongside him to his left, we expect to be lots and lots of action throughout the season. Verdoya and also Dino Iozzo. Not just them, also Mario Mayor, Ruiz Roge as well, Archie McDonald. The names are continuous all the way down. And don't forget Adrian Rodriguez, who was in 3rd position and showing extremely strongly on the 44 machine just before his crash on the SF Racing bike. He will be back and fighting fitter than ever to be challenging for a podium and Estoril next time out when Junior GP action gets back underway in just a couple of weeks' time. Well, before we get to that though, we still have to have the podium. Prosecco sprayed for the top 3. Smiles for Dino. He can be happy with that one. It was a valiant effort indeed, taking on Lorenzo Dalla Porta and the Yamaha GV racing team. So yeah, great result there all round, and also Andy Verdoya on the Team Honda Leclerc's machine. So we'll be ready to hear from Lorenzo Dalla Porta very shortly. He's wearing Yamaha team shirts for posing for the photo. So I'm sure after we get the photo with the team, we'll be getting a couple of words in with your race winner here today in Misano for the Stock European Championship. And wow, that's a smile we haven't seen for quite some time, but it's great to see it back. And this was it, part 1 of the race. He got a long lap penalty after ignoring Marshall's instructions yesterday during qualifying, so he was handing a long lap penalty for this one, and he fought his way back to 4th position, but he was 3 seconds off the lead before the stoppage. But this was part 2 of the race, where he took the lead from Dino Iozzo and never looked back. Came under a little bit of pressure from Andy Verdoya in the closing stages of the race, but soaked up all the pressure to take his first victory in the Stock European Championship, and with that 25 all-important points ahead of the 2024 season. So yeah, we see Lorenzo Dalla Porta coming into Parc Fermé, celebrating with the team, and we're about to hear from him now as he's down with Conor
Lorenzo,
Doherty.
that wasn't easy with a long lap and everything, but how does it feel to be back on top of that podium?
Yeah, for sure after the red flag it's been easier for me come back. So I don't know, from yesterday we feel with a so good rhythm, so also with a long lap I think that it was possible to come back to the 1st position, but like this has been better after I don't know, in the 1st lap, I don't remember, I was already 1st, so, and I leaded for all the race. I did my best lap on the last lap. I'm so happy because it's long time when I want to do a podium and I never do it, so today it's been so nice. We know we had 2 races here only on Friday morning. So I don't know, it's incredible, no? This is an European Championship, so it's something so important, and I'm so happy for this. Thanks to this team that gave me the opportunity to do something like that, so I'm so happy. Thanks.
And in italiano, come è andata la gara?
Sì, è stata una bella gara, sapevamo di avere un gran ritmo anche con il long lap, però non sapevamo se saremmo riusciti a rimontare. Con la bandiera rossa è stato tutto un po' più facile, infatti già penso dal 2º giro ero già davanti, e dai, questo mi ha permesso di liderare quasi tutta la gara. Ho fatto il mio miglior giro all'ultimo giro, avevamo un gran ritmo e lo sapevamo, quindi questo è stato importante. È tanto tempo che voglio rimontare su un podio importante, e questo alla fine è un campionato europeo, quindi ritengo che sia una prestazione importante per me, soprattutto perché abbiamo saputo che correvamo solo venerdì mattina, quindi è ancora più bello. Ringrazio il team per questa opportunità perché comunque hanno creduto in me e sono molto contento. Grazie.
Grazie mille.
Well, Lorenzo Dalla Porta is a race winner for the first time in almost over 4 years since his Malaysian GP victory back in Moto3 World Championship, and this is how he did it. It was a bit of a chaotic start with a number of riders going down early on, including Manuel Roca. Thankfully, all riders seemed to walk away from that crash. It was Dino Iozzo who made his way forward past Mario Mayor in the early stages of proceedings, but Mayor would fight back. Rodriguez led the way for a period of time, but it was Lorenzo Dalla Porta that would fight back, but he had a long lap penalty to contend with after an infringement yesterday, ignoring Marshall's instructions. This dropped him back down to 8th position, but he fought himself back up to 4th in the closing stages before the red flag. Dino Iozzo powered past Rodriguez into Curva Grande with a very audacious move, and it was Mario Mayor that followed him through, but Rodriguez retaliated, but just missing out. But it would be this incident here that would bring out the red flags. Adrian Rodriguez went down from 3rd position and just, fortunately, not getting collected by any other riders. The red flags were brought out even though Rodriguez was able to walk away for fluid on the track. That brought a halt to proceedings, but when racing got back underway once more, it was Dino Iozzo, Part 1 race leader, that was away from pole position, but immediately towards Tramonto at the end of lap number 1, it was Dalla Porta that took the lead from Iozzo. Iozzo fought back with Mayor, both scrapping it out for the bag, but Dalla Porta would assert his authority on the race and wouldn't look back, even though Andy Bedoya on the Honda would come steaming through. Bedoya found his way into 2nd spot in the closing stages of the race and charged down Dalla Porta, but Dalla Porta held on to take victory in the Stock European Championship for the first time in his career. Well, we wait for the podium proceedings to commence, but Connor, you're back up from that park for me, and I must admit that is one of the happiest sounding riders I have heard for such a long time.
Absolutely, there were scenes of absolute jubilation down in Park Fermé, and I think it's very much well deserved as well after managing to, you can see the smile there, can't you?
Indeed you can. Lorenzo Dalla Porta's first win since the Malaysian Grand Prix in 2019. And the team representative picks up the trophy from the Vice President of FIM Europe. And well, how many more of those will they get this season? Dino Iozzo picks up another podium in the class, his 5th in total, his 1st of the season, and very important points for the championship. Andy Bedoya with the Team Honda Leglise squad, he picks up 2nd, but the man of the moment, Lorenzo Dalla Porta, lifts atop the trophy as he is the race winner here today in the Stock European Championship. Congratulations all round to our top 3, Lorenzo Dalla Porta, Andy Bedoya and Dino Iozzo. And thankfully for the first time today we have a full podium that's old enough to spray the podium Prosecco.
I just tried to ask Liam, do you reckon that's Prosecco or Rosa?
No, that's definitely the Prosecco there, and very well earned for the top 3 and their teams. And it's Lorenzo Dalla Porta getting some of it from the trophy indeed. I can imagine they'll be celebrating long into the night here at the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli, a very well-deserved top 3, and well, Lorenzo Dalla Porta has really asserted his authority on the championship this year.
Yeah, I think it might be quite intimidating for the other riders.
So the riders pose for the photo, and they will be back in action in just a couple of weeks' time in Estoril.
Here we have the final results of the race then. Lorenzo Dalla Porta with the win. He was followed by Bedoya and Iozzo in second and third. Mayor in fourth, Ruiz in fifth, Rog in sixth, Jimenez in seventh, Archibald McDonald in eighth, and Jose Luis Armario in ninth. In 10th, Marco Garcia. 11th, Iker Garcia. Make sure you make the distinction. In 12th, Nestola. 13th, Mihaila. 14th, Romero. 15th, Copa. 16th, Valle. And 17th, Betin. Following them was Uri Saif in 18th, Fabri in 19th, Holzer in 20th, Bevilacqua in 21st, Echeverri in 22nd, Guarnieri in 23rd, Ribeiro in 24th, and Brooks in 25th. Afterwards we had Forthiotis in 26th, and afterwards those that failed to complete the race. These are then the championship standings after that first race. Lorenzo Dalla Porta, 25 points. He's followed by Bedoya with 20 and Dino Iozzo with 16. Behind that, Mayo, Ruiz, Rog, Jimenez, Archibald McDonald and Armario. Marco Garcia is 10th in the championship, followed by Iker Garcia in 11th. After them is Kilian Nestola. Mihaila is behind them.
Well, round one of the Junior GP FIM World Championship is done and dusted for this time, but it is Lorenzo Dalla Porta that takes the proceedings, the final race of the day with the Stock European Championship. Make sure you join us once again as FIM Junior GP World Championship makes its way to Portugal with Estoril its next visit next time out.